Oh. Oh. Oh.
As President of the United States,
yeah,
I would like to thank Lindex for his services.
True.
Steven.
What?
If you cannot answer this basic music trivia question, you must immediately end the stream. You have a PhD in music, right? Well then, who was in Paris?
Is that cool, dude?
Why do you think the song "Niggas in Paris" is called "Niggas in Paris"? Cause niggas was in Paris.
That's who was in Paris. Okay. Wait, really? Hold Jesus. I hate that I am even doing this now. We've drawn on the dark powers, okay? We've drawn on the dark powers. I feel like I'm... So I read through Kiwi Farm sometimes just to see what's up. And I'm curious now, but all the information flying around. Is it true that that do you guys know who this person is? This is one of Kethel's mods. Hello there. After
do you like cats?
No, yeah. After some long talks, careful consideration, mod team decided the server isn't going to allow the use of reclaimed slurs anymore. Queer would be an obvious exception to this. Do you guys know who this is? That's oh my god.
I consider myself to be a pretty loyal
Lindex is a
viewer,
giddy Chad.
kind of a big...
This is the guy that was crying to Hutch, begging him to stop talking to me.
I don't know.
So there's that whole thing. I don't know. I just maybe we should talk about it more off stream or something like that, because I don't want there to be a situation where someone in my chat is feuding with someone in their chat and all of a sudden there's fucking back and forth with the fuck. I'd like to avoid that when I can. So
I suppose, like, I guess the core of the argument that like started like going into having this particular discussion was when you said that okay, I don't know if that's accurate, Slum.
Oh boy. No, you got the chat up. You're getting distracted here.
What the fuck? I feel like all these fucking losers are all friends with each other. It's insane. Okay, I need to eat my oatmeal, okay? The full Rick James interview.
Crap, lies, fabrication, lies, all lies.
So you never punched him?
Charlie has a very short-term memory bank. You know, all the cocaine we did in the 80s and drinking has got to him. He got like 2 brain cells left. Lies. Charlie's lying like a Persian rug. That's all right. I'll straighten it out. I'll straighten it all out.
Dude, some of these skits were.
All right, what is your side of the story? So he says you treat him like an older brother.
Yeah, I love Charlie. I always have loved Charlie. I still love Charlie. Sometimes, like an older brother, you got to go upside their head, you know? And I had to go upside his head a couple times. You know, Charlie came out of the Navy, and, you know, he was young coming out of the Navy. His brother was doing pretty good in movies and stuff. But, you know, he's hanging out with the big dogs, you know. And, you know, Charlie didn't know he was doing crazy things, and I had to straighten him out. Sometimes I had to go upside his head. Sometimes I put him aside and talk to him. You know, he's up in Hollywood, you know, running around in Hollywood with all the movie stars and the rock and roll stars, and sometimes he needed a smack. I had to give him a smack every now and then. But all this stuff I'm reading is like he's giving me karate chops and all this stuff. He didn't even know nothing about karate in them days. Kicking me and smacking me, and I'm crying like a bitch and all this kind of stuff. Come on now, do you see Rick James crying like a? Come on now, let's get this story straight. What else? Come on now, what did he have to say?
What made you punch him? You remember punching him?
Yeah, I remember smacking him a couple times. I remember putting this ring upside his head one time. He wore my logo. This ring right here. But he calls it the Unity ring. But really, you know, I had two rings, okay? Now, the Unity ring was a round one with a point. Now, if I had to put that one upside his head, it would have stuck in his head, and it would have stuck in his head forever. This is the...
I don't know if we can watch Comedy Central stuff. I think it all gets like super...
I can recall another one, like, I think it was in '85, like when all that androgynous was going on, and what was wild was that the guy who looked the most like a bitch was getting all the women. Even I had the Jerry curl was coming out, and I had my slick to the side and all that. If you wearing baggy now and you acting hard, if you from LA, you was wearing some strange. We in the club, we getting our groove on, shaking it up, and Prince came in. That's when Purple Rain came out, and Prince was the, you know what I'm saying? Prince had on it was like a Zorro type outfit. It had the ruffles that come down in the front.
Well, why are you platforming Seductions today? What's next? Play-Doh.
Oh, next is your mom.
Mustache and everything that was drawn on his face, and it looked like it's something that a figure skater would wear. You know what I'm saying? And he was with his whole crew, and he had this other cat named Mickey Free. And Mickey Free was like the new cat in Shalimar, that when he joined the group, I heard mad cats like, yo, Shalimar got a new girl in there, man. That bitch fine like a mother. He's talking about Mickey Free, man. Okay? Mickey Free is not a girl, all right? They came over where we was at. Prince started talking to my brother. Hello, Eddie Murphy.
Okay, no, I don't think we can watch this. Super cringe white rapper. Unk is not cringe, bro. Fuck you.
Terms of service, Steven shouldn't even have a Twitter account. And I've had people that have been kind of upset with me for mentioning this in the past, but like, I don't feel bad when he's banned on Twitter ever. And I don't really go against the people who are trying to get him banned on Twitter. Steven shouldn't have a Twitter account. Steven breaks the terms of service anytime he creates a Twitter account. He's been banned on Twitter for what I think are very reasonable reasons, okay? So I don't think he should...
Nobody even knows why I'm banned on Twitter. Everybody thinks I'm banned for like the lit joke. Half these people that say like, oh, we got banned for reason, have no idea. Does anybody have a link to when I originally made that? It was like, I made that lit comment. It was like a year or two before my account even got banned. Like, what did you originally get banned for? I got fun of making fun of black, Indian, and Jewish people for being part of the alt-right. That's what I got banned for. It had nothing to do with a bomb threat. That bomb threat was made... The bomb threat was made on my first Twitter account, and I got unbanned after the first Twitter account. No, the bomb threat had nothing to do with me getting banned. I never even got banned on my first account for that bomb threat. That bomb joke was like fucking 9 years old. In what way did you make fun of it? It was, I posted a picture of, I want to say it was Fuentes braving ruin and some, I want to say like Indian Jewish girl. And the caption was like, the new alt-right is looking like a Disney Channel original movie or something like that. It was some shit like that. And that tweet got flagged for inciting violence against minorities. I don't know why or how, but that tweet is the one that, and that type of ban for inciting violence against minorities, like that's like the worst. It's basically something like go kill N-words. Like that's like what that ban is the equivalent of. So I don't know if you can ever get like unbanned for that type of thing. But people always make up like random shit. Like he got banned for bomb threats. No, I didn't. Or like he got banned for the lit joke. No, I didn't. That was like a year or two before or maybe even more than that, before I even got banned. Yeah. What is his outfit?
Even have access to Twitter as a platform. And I think that the way that he uses Twitter, every time he makes a new account, simply demonstrates that he should not have a Twitter account. So ultimately, I don't think he should.
Ooh, he's doing such a, I don't know if he's intentionally dishonest or just being kind of dumb here, but on the one end, technically the first half of the video is technically correct. You are breaking TOS by making a new account. And if you're going to say that like, well, the TOS should be upheld, then that's true. But then he tries to like tie in that's a 100% solid position, right? If you got banned, you should be banned like by virtue of the TOS. Like it's almost tautological, right? But then he bridges this very quickly into the second one. It's like, well, every time he makes a new account, you can see that he should be banned because the content of his tweets. Well, now it's taken a way different tone. It's kind of dishonest to tie the both of these together because those are two fundamentally different points.
Should have a Twitter account. I think he's breaking the terms of service by having a Twitter account, and regardless of what he's tweeting, he shouldn't have access to Twitter as a platform. I think he should be deplatformed from Twitter. Like, I'll bite the bullet and just say that that's what I believe. But I know that's probably not in line with what other Orbiter people think or whatever, and frankly, I don't care. But yeah, he is avoiding accountability by deleting those tweets, so I don't know. I think he has to just bite the bullet on that.
Avoiding accountability? Oh, that's also like a really dishonest and stupid way to phrase that too, but okay.
Hey everyone, it's Uncle Adams here.
This is just, I watch this video every day. You guys don't know this, okay? I'm like 500 of these 8,000 views. There's just like one part of this video that's just so good.
And if you're looking to lose weight, look no further because in this video, I'm going to show you how to go from this to this in just 21 days.
This is just my favorite. It's like one of my favorite videos of all time.
Go from this to this in just 21 days. Stay tuned.
I just love it so much.
Uncle Adams.
That and then this is my second favorite part of the video.
This is a picture of me in my music video beast mode. As you can see, I'm quite lean. I'm right around 9% body fat in this picture. So I want you guys to see this picture so you know that I know what I'm talking about. I've been there. Although I'm pretty chubby right now.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, sorry. All right. I love this video. I'm sorry. My favorite thing is he's talking about how losing weight in 21 days, like you can have a cheat day on the 7th day, on the 14th day, and on the 21st day. So it's like, if you're having a cheat day where he's like, you can eat whatever you want, just go back the next day. It's like, bro, how are you're already like barely cutting. I don't know. I thought it was funny. Okay. Wow. Holy shit. Oh my god. Special effects? Bro, I can see that. What the? Was that child porn? What the fuck? How old was that person? Wait, what the fuck did I just watch? Okay, no more Reddit links for a while. Jesus Christ!
Keep
Listen,
hating your life,
you have to
then.
email.
Working class
What did the
Andy.
5 fingers say to the face? Slap.
Good one. You have to email Ninu for your link flyer. Okay, I'm too lazy to do this while I'm streaming. All right. Oh, sorry. We only accept strapless pulls here, sir. Let's see what else. Also, there's only one lift. Holy shit! What's happening? I just wanted to make the list. Oh. Okay, you've linked me this picture. Are you the same person that links this picture like 50 million times? There's one guy in my chat that has linked this picture like every day. I see it. It looks good. Look good. It's good. There's one person in my chat that's linked this tweet like every day for the past like 30 days. Oh, listen up. I play Elden Ring without leveling vigor because I like it. It's my own little personal hell that I enjoy self-imposing. That's it. I don't do it for street cred or for props or to go to brag to other people or any shit like that. It's just because it's fun for me to do. So when you make Reddit posts that are like, well, actually, this is the real reason why if he's gonna use a trinket, it's gonna boost his vigor. It's not even a real like, bro, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care about your posts. I don't care about how upset you get that I use a trinket that makes you mad. And then you skip optional bosses because you're... I feel like in this game, I have fought the same boss so many... You want to know, actually, do you want to know the real meme? I'll say it. I'll say it. I will say a real meme now. And I think people get mad at me. I think people get mad at me. It's a two-part meme. I think. It's a two-part meme, I think. 1 and 2. 1. Sekiro was the best Souls game. And here comes 2. The reason why, and I don't mean to attack Souls games, because I still kind of have fun playing them. The reason why is because in Dark Souls, every single boss is a guy that's really big, you running and hugging his side, dodging an attack, attacking him when it's safe to, and then repeating that for every single boss in every single Souls game since the dawn of time. And I realized at some point, it's a little bit boring. You basically just are hugging the boss, running, rolling when the attack comes, and then hitting. Rolling when the attack comes, and then hitting. And it's like, okay. You can use magic spells too. Yeah, maybe we'll look at magic, okay? And by that I mean we're not. Because I don't give a fuck. I didn't understand this clip. Why was it funny the first time it was shown to me? I'll watch it again.
Blackface.
Using the trinket is cheating. Using magic is cheating.
Hating your life
X
then.
is
Working
cheating.
class Andy.
Faith is cheating. Summons are cheating. How dare you play this open-ended game in a way you enjoy it?
Trying to do Joker.
Obama.
That's what I want.
Okay.
Here's the
Keep
real
hating your
meme,
life then.
because
Working
you
class
think
Andy.
every optional boss will be a repeat. You're missing the best bosses in the game. Can it even be considered a real run, soy boy?
Then no, then it's not a real run. It doesn't have to be a real one. Real run. It can be whatever you want it to be. Whatever makes you feel the best. Is there any more clips or screenshots you'd like to find you for the manifesto? Once I finish the first outline, I'll ask for it. I shouldn't have streamed late. I should cancel my panel tonight. I do stream too much. I'm streaming too much. And I have no time to work on anything. I was streaming late today because I committed to finishing like 2 more pages before starting stream, because I just I'm not. But if I do this Stardust panel tonight, I'm going to be streaming until probably 12:30 again. And then I'm going to go to sleep. I'm going to wake up probably late at like 11:30, start streaming. Then I have gym that night. I'm going to come upstairs, maybe have 30 minutes. Then I'm going to pets filled up in bags for their duly execution in Shanghai, China as part of the government's COVID response. Holy shit. Jesus, yikes.
Obama.
Pretty sure no one here prefers 1440p. If it means how much delay, can we pull it? It's not that you're getting 1440p. It's that hopefully my camera doesn't look like shit. I can drop all of that and stop caring and just go back to streaming with the ultra low latency like I was before. But in order to do that, I need to. I have to order new computer parts for my streaming rig, and I'm just too lazy.
What Penn State campus are you debating at next month?
I don't even know yet. Do I need to be down here? Is there anything for me down here? Probably not, no.
Didn't say Simon Says.
The rest of the video is wild. No! Whoa! Chill. The beast eye quivers. Wait, what the fuck is that? How the fuck? How much more of this stupid map is there to uncover? Jesus. Approaching the
Hello, Steven. If you beat the next boss you encounter, then I consider your Elden Ring playthrough a complete success. You can exit, and then we can both focus on better things, like this new game called Hogwarts Legacy. Have you watched the trailer?
The true hell for this game is going to be when enemies stop staggering. I don't know if these enemies are just more stagger resistant or if like all of them are going to start to be. Okay, hold on, stop. Too much shit posting. god, that's a long weapon, bro. It's not gonna stagger him. Oh my god, he's unstaggerable!
Cold take. This game is too big, and it would be much better if they distilled the good parts into half the size. Open world games are soy.
Bro, this dude is...
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Jesus Christ. Have you ever gotten a delayed injury from benching? My experience with like injuries is that if you're working out, you'll feel something bad happens, but it's not like the worst thing in the world. But then when you wake up the next day, if you try to move that body part, you'll know if it's injured or not, because it'll be like a sharp pain.
I really enjoyed your Elden Ring combat breakdown in paint. You're an expert considering you add 100 deaths anytime you face a mini-boss you've beaten 3 times before.
I don't think you can get a delayed injury though. I think you just like, you notice the injury later. He didn't die. Like Dom's isn't really an injury. Controller you're using? I have a PS5 controller. Can this guy not be backstabbed? Doesn't look like it. Stuck on the cliff. Mewtwo also got herself banned from LSF. Jesus. At some point, Was she a hot tub streamer? At some point, I feel like LSF has to change the ship. Change the ship? Change the heading? Wait, there's a phrase I'm looking for. Change course. Because like at this point, it feels like basically every big streamer is just gonna get themselves banned from LSF. Or right the ship. Wow, good one. Wow, good one. Oh my god. Might be ultimately good for LSF though. Big streamers kind of ruin the organic nature of the sub. I don't know if that sub can rediscover itself though, right? Like, do you think a bunch of small stream fans are going to start posting there? I don't know. I'm curious what the active users are of this sub now compared to what it used to be.
Do you think it's ever justified / defensible to intentionally misgender someone?
Is it ever? I mean, I'm sure we could think of some like niche scenario where it would be, but I mean, like in general, probably not. It's kind of like asking, like, is it ever like justified to call somebody a racial slur? Like, probably not. Like, maybe if it's like a movie and you're an actor.
Didn't say Simon Says.
Oh my god, dude.
Here's a tip, bro. The cliff is deadly, bro. Channel the Sigma energy that got you diamond and lead, bro.
Wait, what?
Because I think we found a problem there, Hans. Because when I think about content, I have so many infinite possibilities that I find to be like really, really interesting that I could listen to. And it was upon that realization that I just stopped watching like most of the Destiny stuff, unless it's like for my stream. Because Destiny content, I feel like on the whole, especially in the last like couple of years, it's not good. We don't have like super good debates. Like
oh shit, you're going harder than I did. I was just saying I was a little bored right now. Like, so you this is like a serious thing. You don't like watching them?
I can't remember, like, in the last 3 months, what are pieces of Destiny content you would say are good?
This is probably in the last 2 months is bad because, like I said, I took a 40-day hiatus from streaming like a little bit ago. So like I think that's a bad example for this specific like moment. But I think I could tell you that let me look back through this stuff real quick. I don't have it off the top of my head because I'm also playing.
It's that bad. Whereas, like, if you ask me, like, what is a through line episode that's really good from NPR, I could name a bunch. Or what is what like we could pick any of the other YouTube channels that I watch, and I could name this off the top of my head.
You want to know a fucking banger? It was him reacting to the Hassan. I did it on my own copium. That was like actually hilarious.
So the actually hilarious thing is him reacting as somebody else's content.
Yes, because the history between him and Hassan, like again, like the Destiny cinematic universe, right?
I like how Booksmark tries to make it sound like it's just like
what we're talking
that
about.
was just like a React content.
The meme
like,
where it's like, oh man, Hassan's like, I did it on my own. Like, dude, did you? Are you serious? Like, is this what you're pretending, right? So I think that part was funny.
Okay, name two others.
Well, dude, like I said,
you like Destiny? Name every Destiny video.
This content until,
I don't know.
I can
name.
give you like the explicit day that I started like watching Destiny content again, right? It's like the first thing that I watched from Destiny,
I just care about what's good, like.
So yeah,
so reacting to Hassan is all I have so far.
So I didn't watch like the end. It was like so the last Destiny video that I watched was Destiny defends his positions against leftists who made things personal, which was Sid Machinery. I've never been coping ever. What am I going to debate Bookie about? I don't know.
With these stupid new watchers. Watching Destiny has been like watching a dude sitting in his cubicle for a while unless there are some dank memes.
Why does book quicker dislike Destiny so much? I don't really dislike. It's hard. It's always hard to tell. I think there's kind of like, I think his situation is kind of unique. I don't know how true this is. I'm literally just repeating stuff off of my subreddit, so maybe it's not. But like, I guess the way that I usually see it said on my subreddit is that apparently he started streaming like full time because he wanted to like be a streamer, because who doesn't? And then, but I guess like what happens is that like he really hates streaming.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
So he's in this weird position where he has to like stream for a bit, and then he waits for like a really big dono, and then after he gets like a really big dono, he kind of like bounces for like a few weeks or a month, and then he'll come back and he kind of repeats that process. This dude, the timings of this guy are so AIDS. Holy shit.
Do something!
Why would you donate $15 to link a fucking
Raw Sheldon cringe arrogance.
link when I mute link on because you guys are linking me trash fucking videos constantly?
See, he puts his shoulder back right there. Vosh, I've dodged that lol. Mons, you can temporarily ban anyone who... I've dodged it too. I'm better than you are, okay? This isn't a skill check.
Okay. You think he's being inflammatory to bait you for a convo? If he is, he's really stupid, because it's not... You don't have to bait me for a convo. Usually people just message me, like, oh, you want to chat? And it's like, yeah, sure. This might be the... This guy's in the lead right now for worst attack fucking mob in the game so far. I feel like he insults you every time he smells blood in the water. Yeah, I mean, there's like a lot of people like that. Anytime they see, there's a lot of people, again, I call this like riding the jerk wave. People see the directions of the jerk waves and they want to be surfing it, basically. Yeah, there's a lot of people that do that. Have you considered trying faster weapons? Maybe. I feel like the Souls games like kind of punish weapon switching really hard though. Because like I've dumped so many, not really souls, but I've dumped like a lot of stones into upgrading
Imagine
this weapon.
thinking tiny content.
I don't think that I want to.
My main source of masturbation in the last few days has been our /play Stelvin highlights.
I don't think I want to like switch a weapon when I've dumped like so many stones and shit into upgrading this one. Oh my god, dude. I also don't like that you can't tell what the stacking is going to be on a weapon, or what the scaling is going to be on a weapon once it's fully leveled up. I don't know if it's as bad in this game as it was in other Souls games, but like some weapons will start with like DD scaling, and then after you get them fully leveled, they're at like SA scaling or some shit. And then other weapons will start at like, you know, like CB scaling, and when they're fully leveled up, they're up to like B scaling. It's like really weird. You can just look it up. Yeah, thanks, Dark Souls player. True. But like,
Catstony, would you blame me for thinking Mr. Girl is ridiculously pretentious and smug. I had friends like him in high school. They would always try to mind fact people, and it become very tedious.
dual strike on your L1, a second curved greatsword. What greatsword would I use? How'd you get invited to Tennessee University? Was it the University Political Group? I don't remember. I'd have to go look it up. But some group invited me to go to University of Tennessee, I think, at the end of this month, and then Penn State at the beginning of next month on the 4th, I think.
Your life then, working class Andy.
Here's a tip. Just get good. Also, Sekiro is easily tough 2 Souls game. Anyone disagreeing is just coping.
Oh my god.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Your weapon is fine. Purge the chat of helpers. Helpers out. If you beat the game so far with this weapon, see it through.
You mentioned earlier that it was hard to find time for the manifesto. Take your time, my friend. Your mental health is more important.
My mental health is fine. It's just finding time to do all the things I want to do. I wonder what program on my computer randomly turns my mic down to 74. I don't know why that happens. God. I feel like we're gonna be here for a while. I have the same issues with some games on Steam, except it boosts my mic to 100. CSGO used to do that, yeah.
Destiny. The final boss of Elden Ring is actually this guy, but with even more health and faster attacks.
Obama.
I haven't seen this many delays since Cyberpunk's release.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Do you ever get cravings for fast food or junk food? It might be impossible to imagine this, but all of those things are cravings of habit. If you stop doing them for like a week or two, you don't really get the cravings anymore. The only exception to this, and you will always fucking fail, don't even pretend, just be a fat fuck and accept it for the rest of your life, is if you have roommates or people you live with that indulge in it, you will. You won't be able to break the habit. Just give up your dreams right now. And resign yourself to being fucked forever. Same thing with if you've got like a drug addiction or anything like that. If you're going to like Alcoholics Anonymous or you're like on some drug rehab program and you're gonna keep your friends
highlight of last night was that guy
still
saying
do
the
drugs
New
and
York
everything,
Post isn't a conservative when it's literally owned by Fox Overlord.
then just keep doing drugs. Don't ever stop. Don't go to rehab. Don't waste your time. Just do all the drugs you want. Find better drugs and do more drugs. Because there's literally no point in trying to quit if you still have it around you. Because you won't. You'll fail every time. If you're gonna do drugs, at least enjoy doing drugs. Don't feel like shit for doing drugs, and then try to fail to not do drugs. Like just do drugs and ruin your life and destroy yourself and embrace it and enjoy it.
Didn't say Simon Says.
Obama.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Add insult to injury. This mob found this whip weapon in a dumpster diving hall. Open.
Is your oatmeal instant? I don't know. Is it? It's like rolled steel oats. I put like a couple scoops of oats in a bowl, and then I think a cup of milk, and then a like a little half thing of chocolate chips, and then I put a scoop of casein. It takes 2 minutes in the microwave. Is that instant?
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
This is the part of the game where Donkey said it suddenly becomes 3 times harder. Is Donkey right so far?
I don't know. Is that even good? Oatmeal is probably shit. It tastes fine. It's just oatmeal. It tastes like oats and chocolate chips. That's... Oh my god, he can be staggered. Christ. Wow, thank you for the 2,500 souls for the hardest mob in the game so far. Nice.
Destiny. The reason you're having trouble with this guy is because you missed the item that counters him in all the areas you skipped LUL.
Why, so you don't cook the oatmeal? No, I don't even know what the fuck that means to cook oatmeal. No, they're oats, they go in the microwave, they come out in 2 minutes. Take the egg pill? I would have to look at the macros for eggs, I don't even remember. We've tried other prepared food delivery services. I just signed up to Freshly. Oh shit, I had a sponsor with them before my Twitch stream got nuked. I use a Trifecta right now, which is okay, but I will say it's a bit on the flavorless side. The flavors are like very I don't want to say subdued because that makes it seem intentional, but it's pretty like eh. But I mean like it's like a good, I think it's like a good balance of like micros and macros for the meals. Like you usually get like 1 or 2 different types of vegetables of different colors, sometimes potatoes, and then like chicken or beef. Oh, hi, what are you doing over there, buddy?
Destiny just go upgrade a second curved greatsword and dual wield.
How much is it? Trifecta is pretty expensive. I think it comes out to like $11 a meal. So like if you order like 10 meals, you're paying like 120 bucks a week. So it's not, I wouldn't say that it's cheap. It's cheaper than ordering every day. Like if you're ordering like Chipotle or something every day. But it's probably like one of the more like, would you say like exotic or upper class like meal order things or whatever, but
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
how many calories are the meal? It's pretty low. It's like 400 to 500. What's your favorite seasoning? I don't know, dude. My taste buds are dead. I just like spicy shit. So like hot salsas or like I'll eat buffalo sauce on probably anything. I like sriracha is pretty good. I don't know. If it's spicy, I can probably if I can put a spicy sauce in it, I can probably eat it.
Helpers, who the fuck actually asked?
Except for fish. I don't like spicy sauces on fish. I don't. Maybe some people do that. I don't know.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
What about Tabasco? I guess I can eat Tabasco. I don't know if this is just like a mental association. I can eat Tabasco with like breakfast stuff. So like omelets or sometimes hash browns and eggs. But I'm not a huge fan of Tabasco. I don't think I like super duper runny sauces. I don't think I'm usually a fan of it, but Tapatio? Tapatio? Is it Tapatio or Tapatio? Whatever that is? I don't know what that is. I've never tried it before. Tapatio? The Chipotle sauce shit is good. Like the Chipotle hot sauce stuff that they use, it's okay, yeah. Best whatever they have at Roscoe's Chicken Waffles. There's a hot sauce. I don't know what it's called. It comes with if you go to oh god, what is the name of the chicken finger place? Now all I can think of is Roscoe's. Raisin Cane's is what I'm thinking of. Yeah, Frank's Red Hot, I think. They give out at some Raisin Cane's I've been to Nebraska. That's a good sauce. That's a really good sauce. Oof. That's a super good sauce. And that's a pretty runny one. Taco Bell has like they had, or at least, a hot sauce and a Diablo sauce. The Diablo sauce is pretty gross. Their hot sauce is pretty good. Can I horse here? Oh no, Raisin Cane's gives that Louisiana hot sauce maybe. Yeah, that whatever that is, that stuff is good. I like that a lot. This looks like a place I can go to, but it also looks like a place that you're just supposed to, if you go there, you'll die. I will die, yeah. You have Chick-fil-A in Florida? Yeah. Their buffalo sauce is really bad. They have really runny buffalo sauce. I think of all the
Thanks for the content.
fast food places, I think McDonald's has the best. I think the best buffalo sauce. Do you like the crafting system right now? It seems kind of trash. I don't understand it. What's the point in Elden Ring of picking up materials and crafting them instead of just like picking up things? Like, oh my god, like I could be picking up fire greases, or soy, I could pick up 2 different things that turn into a fire grease. Like, why? What, like, does it make you feel better? Like, do you have like a sense of accomplishment by doing that? Does it, like, do you really give a fuck? I don't know, it just seems really soy to me. Bro, stop, you didn't craft shit? What do you mean? I have crafted stuff. I just don't know, like, what is the point? Like, wow, I can craft a thing instead of just finding a thing. Like, I can either find things to craft the things, or I can just find the things and use the, like, who cares? What tier is the Buffalo? Is Buffalo Wild Wings? Buffalo Wild Wings is fucking based. Buffalo Wild Wings is like one of the best fucking wing places in the US. I see people like sometimes shit on B-Dubs. I don't know why. B-Dubs is amazing. It's a great fucking chain. Anywhere I go, if I know there's a B-Dubs, I'm set. I don't know how people attack B-Dubs. It's weird. Boneless or with bone? If I'm eating chicken wings, I'm eating chicken wings. If I'm eating chicken tenders, I'm eating chicken tenders. There's no such thing as boneless chicken wings, okay? Not that there's anything wrong with boneless chicken wings or like chicken tenders, but like if I go to a wing place, I usually want to eat chicken wings. Flats or drumsticks? I'm gonna be totally honest, and I think I get 50-50 Yas Queens and then 50-50 you're a soy dipshit in chat. Flats are just they're just objectively better. Drumsticks are just shit. Drumsticks are just so shit. There's just this huge. The problem is that with a drumstick, there's this huge hunking piece on the side that looks so good and delicious, but it's not. It's like always like half weird, fatty garbage bullshit. And flats are just god tier. Flats are just really, really, really good. Flats are just perfect. Every time I go to a place, I always ask, can I get all flats? And whenever they're yes, I'm like, yes. Hell yeah. You're probably also the person that leaves like 10% of the chicken on the thing. A little bit. I think I eat my wings decently enough, but I will never, ever, ever. I'm sorry. Okay, so let's further divide the fan base. I don't do that cringe shit where you like break them apart and you slide it all out. Like, I think that's cringe.
Buffalo Wild Wings sucks.
That's cringe.
Hybrid flats are god tier though.
I'm not here for that. I'm not here to fucking dissect my food like a fucking scientist to try to like break it in half and like, nah, fuck all that shit, okay? I'm not here for that. I'm not here for that cringe shit. Every time I see people do that, all I can think of is at one point in time, you watched a YouTube video with the title, "You've been eating wings wrong the entire time, watch this." Fuck that shit, okay?
say Simon Says.
This might be a black people thing, but do you break the bones apart and eat the marrow? What the fuck? Do black people do that? Was Fuentes right? Wait, what? The Midwest autism? What does that mean? Wait, what is the bone marrow? Maybe I do eat the bone marrow, actually. No, I'm not sure. What does that mean? I don't eat any bones. When I eat chicken wings, I don't ever eat the bone. I'm not there for the bone. Inside the bone. No. Oh, God. What the fuck? Oh, shit. I don't need to hear about this, okay? You min-max every aspect of your life, but chicken wings is where you do. You think I min-max every aspect of my life? What? Are these guys infinitely respawning? Let me go buy a standing desk, okay? Does Destiny not know what bone marrow is? I think I do. I just can't imagine eating it. Isn't bone marrow the stuff inside your bone that produces... Is it red blood cells? Or is it white blood? It's red blood cells, right? Are produced by the bone marrow? Oh, nice. If this thing is pointing in this direction towards this, does that mean I missed a bonfire? No, no way, because a lot of these are pointing in directions. No. Pretty soon it's gonna be like, Destiny, did you know that Hispanics eat the bones? Do you not do that either? Wait, I can go right or left up here. Fuck.
My friend Steven, I need you to unignore me or I swear to God don't come to DGG tomorrow.
Maiden stuff. Wow. We can be the maiden, guys. We don't need a maiden. We can be the maiden.
I break the bones and suck out all the marrow.
Do I want to
Much
jump?
like how Dr. Michael Morbius ensanguinates his victims. Make sure to get out to your local theater and enjoy the latest showing of Morbius. Out now. Thank you, Steven, for loving Morbius.
I don't think I can go down there, right? I don't think I need to.
Keep hating your life then.
Say Simon Says
Andy.
Dear creator. Also, I hate people who don't eat the cartilage on their chicken, which seems to be most people.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Steven, we know you don't min-max your life because you bought 1,000 styrofoam cups like a fucking soy boy weirdo.
That was a min-max, actually. That's where you're wrong. That was the one time we did min-max. Why waste time cleaning shit when you can just use a new one? Do you think this timer's any good? It looks like it weighs less than my chronometer, so probably not. How many of the... I feel like I have a ton of these keys. Is there a way to see... Oh, I have 9 of them. Imagine eating anything besides the skin. Oof, when I was a kid, I was a super ultra picky eater. Holy shit. And that's one thing I would do. Any chicken I would order, I would just eat like the fried skin and then... Wait, is this where I started? Yeah, it is. Endocrinologist. How do I fucking spell this word?
Hey, Steven. I speak both German and English fluently. Should I stream in English or German? Or mix it up?
Depends on how far right you are. Or how much philosophy you want to do. Did you ask why... Did you ask yourself why they don't just sell the fried skin separately?
Stephen, my son,
oh
are you winning?
God.
If you are losing, I'm going to disown you faster than you can say Obama. L.
There is a place. Oh my God. Now you're bringing it up. Now you're making me
We should
want
all
it.
buy styrofoam cups. It won't impact the environment since buying lots of a thing doesn't affect demand cause stores are just gonna stock them anyway, right? Bonus meme, hell.
There's a place called Long John Silver's, and holy shit! If you ask,
Keep hating your life then.
they
Working class Andy.
they fry all of their like chicken and shit. And if you ask, they'll give you like a box of just like the kind of like the excess like fried
Keep
stuff
hating your
that's
life
dropped
then.
off.
Working
Oh
class
my
Andy.
God! Oh man, now that's some real shit right there. Oh God, dude, that's just. Anybody in chat that says Long John Silver sucks doesn't have a soul, okay? Long John Silver's will fuck you up. That is just some... Oh, man, dude. Woo. It's just like a box of fried everything. Fried the fuck out. French fries, hush puppies, fried chicken. Oh, my God. Holy shit.
How was the Kingpin Invitational? Was it amusingly bad or did you regret going?
I don't even remember what that is. What is the Kingpin Invitational? Does Long John Silver still exist? I have no idea. It should, right? Oh, the Nazi bowling event? I was okay. Oh, he's doing the thing where he sinks into the ground, so I can't get my crit attack off. Nice. Cool. Waste of my time. What?
I had to dono again because of that Long John Silver's food tank. Are you an actual goblin? Why would you think that Long John Silver's is ever good?
It's so good. You're lying to yourself if you say it's not. You're lying to yourself. It's so good. Oh my
Destiny
God,
picky
it's so
eating
good.
habits as a child is often a sign of severe autism.
Why do you Americans eat like you have free health care? not based. Don't just touch grass, but eat it.
How many hours did you spend on emails? I mean, over the past few days, probably like 1 to 2 hours every day just reading stuff. But I'm done now. If you're trans, I don't care about you anymore. Stop sending me emails.
Your beat-ups take
I've
just
seen
erased all
enough.
the bad food takes you ever had base. DGG.
Oh, should I have gotten him to break this thing open? Is this an item that I care about? Or is it just like a smithing stone 4 or some dumb shit?
You're going to miss an entire zone in this game, the one you saw from the cliff, because you never got the secret medallion. In addition, you'll miss the best boss fight in the game, Melania. No, not Melina MLW bonus me miss a Y.
Come here. Wait, how are we gonna miss the Melina fight? I thought I'm heading towards it. It was 1 smithing. Okay, it was at least 3 smithing stone 7s. Wow, epic. Super epic. Thank you. Wow. Get me, I deserve it. Oh. Did you end up getting mails with opposing views to yours? Yeah, a couple. Have you ever received any emails from detransitioning trans women? I think I've gotten like 2 emails from trans men. Online, like it's overwhelmingly trans women online. But that's probably because growing up, cis men, I don't know if you call it, or I guess men, I'll say broadly, I guess, probably use computers or are into that like internet culture more. Should I start leveling? Okay, there's got to be some other sword I can use. Okay, what's like another sword I can dual wield or some shit?
Holy fuck, I'm so down bad. I need Malindid or whatever the maiden lady's name is to crush mine. Skull into the 2nd dimension and kill me. He cometh if he wins.
Morgoth's Cursed Sword. Do I have that?
Destiny put it in your diary right now that you have a conversation scheduled with me 3:30 with you next Friday. Stop avoiding this conversation.
Okay, never mind. Everybody said a different sword. No, I don't
Keep
care.
hating your life then, working class Andy.
Too complicated.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
"99% of Tiny's food takes a real dog shit. He's actually on point with Long John Silver's being so good. It's the most heart-attached garbage food that I ate so much of during college. What am I doing, bitches?"
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
The OP bleed katana is near you. Can I dual
I
wield that
like to
katana?
creep around
or-
my home and act like a goblin. I carry around a sack in a crouch walking position making goblin noises. Then I walk around my house and put various trinkets in my back while saying things like, I'll be having that.
You can only dual wield weapons at the same. Oh. Gotcha. This is the worst dungeon? The bleed katana has God's Knee? Where do I get the bleed katana? Wait, should I do this dungeon or? And it's nearby
The
in the
fact
junk.
that you would
Okay,
even consider
Zamor
getting
curved
seafood from a
sword.
fast
Okay.
food place is all I need to hear. I am angered at this
Keep
meth
hating
mouth
your life
child.
then, working class Andy.
Soy drinking. Can't chew through pepper on us because he has toddler teeth still. Grown child's food take.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Cool.
Steven stared at the boss and narrowed his eyes. He stared at the boss with the smallest of sighs. He stared with a frown and a shake of his head. He made his decision. Oberman, he said.
Oh, cave moss. I think I need this for the one shit item. Wait, should I go that way or should I go down there? Jesus Christ. Oh, that kills all of them.
Helpers. Don't you have anything better to do, Helpers? He is an amazing weapon. Why does he have to break the game? He's a Chad, not a soy boy who wants to one-shot every boss he fights.
I do, actually.
Helpers out.
Listen, if they one-shot me, I should one-shot them. It's only fair. Do you think it's possible I have 1,000,000 souls in ruins if I haven't like used any all game? These things? I don't know how much any of these things are worth. Damn, people already think I'm over leveled. I'm about to break that shit open. Oh my god. People are gonna be so mad. No, he can't level up again. That's too soy. YouTube channel Gamergate Transphobia. I think the arc that I hated the most online was it? I don't remember if this is an open source project. This might have actually been with the languages themselves, because I think didn't Git change from like. Did they change their terminology from like master to main or whatever? And then
Keep
I think
hating
there
your
were
life then, working class Andy.
people were talking about changing like blacklist and whitelist to like allow list and deny list and shit.
My clitty feels so good, so limp, and so wet. I'm going to drop. Remember, chat. Orgasm will activate the sissy virus. It is always in effect.
They're doing this at my work, making us change every line of code with reference to master, slave, blacklist, and whitelist. That's so weird, but whatever. We'll probably never revisit this because this would be the worst optics thing in the history of all of fucking mankind. Gamergate was like, a lot of it was filled with like pretty shitty, cringy people. I do agree, but I'm pretty sure that some of the initial criticisms were like pretty valid. That like that Zoe Quinn person had like a sexual relationship with another guy that ended up giving her like random shit game, like a huge review. Like, it's not like the entire thing was built, but it's kind of funny because like the mainstream narrative now is basically that like all of it was garbage. There was never any legitimate criticisms. It was all just horrible, evil people. Like, that's not what happened. Oh, somebody can refresh my mind, but I'm 99% sure there was like weird fuckery shit that happened. You fucking retard. Oh, okay. Well, we're gonna go and read. Hold on. You're getting permabanned from my chat if there wasn't like weird fuckery that happened. So let's. He linked a 50-minute long video. Bye, milkers. Oh god, it's gonna be impossible to find.
I love you.
I love you too. Everything just talks about the harassment campaign. Bye.
I can't wait for the tweets later today. Destiny, the pig covering Gamergate, bringing up a dead horse to show further evidence he's falling to the right.
Oh my god. The Kiwi Farms thread has 1,100 pages on it. Okay, nope, you won. Never mind, you win by attrition. I'm not digging through this. I'm too lazy now.
Soft cap for strength and dexterity are 55. You would be better off putting points into Arcane and upping your bleed build-up.
Is the soft cap really 55? I thought it was 60. How reliable is Kiwi Farms for info on those topics? Not much. You have to click through to see if there are other links. It's like I use Kiwi Farms like Wikipedia, basically. Soft caps are 40, 60, 80. I thought the soft caps were different for different stats. You have a great rune that gives 5. I don't know how to activate any of my other great runes. I think I've only activated one. Why is Anita Sarkeesian associated with? She made videos, but for a wide variety of reasons, these videos were attacked. Some for really legitimate reasons, some for really illegitimate reasons. She was a feminist, so the gamers hated her. No, I mean, some did. Yeah, true. Some absolutely did. But there were also people that hated her because she lied about like her history with video games, and that came out.
You'll reach the soft cap without needing to soy out and use all your rune items. Helpers, get out of the chat now.
That she was saying that like, oh, I always grew up playing video games, blah, blah, blah. But then like people leaked like college speeches and shit where she was like, oh, you know, haha, I don't play video games or whatever, dumb shit like that. And then a lot of the footage that she was using in her like video game critique series that she'd raised like $50 billion for was just stolen from other YouTubers. So it was like, Anita was like a pretty dumb person, but like she got obviously way more harassment than she should have. There were like a lot of people co-opted the Gamergate shit, like a lot of really shitty people did, to just use it as an excuse to shit on a ton of women, you know?
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Some of her critiques were pretty dumb too. Yeah, they were like, some critiques were okay, some of the critiques were really stupid. Jesus. Do you see when Sargon showed up at our panel at YouTube convention? Yeah. Hold on, I'm grabbing my Red Bull 1 second. How does Brianna Wu play into it? She's just an ultra cringe person. Tried to run for Congress, I think in Seattle, or tried to run for some state board and just. Oh God, what the dumbest thing Brianna Wu I think ever said was. It's just another like rich white person. I don't even know what they identify as or whatever. But like, I remember their tweet of like, it was like when I was 20 years old. Oh, was it in Boston? When I was 20 years old, my parents lent me $200,000 to start a business. I learned more from that experience than I ever could have with college. I'll never be able to find this. I wish fucking Total Biscuit was still alive. He would be able to give me a good... Some people are recommending me to watch a Mr. Medicare recap video on all the Gamergate stuff, but Mr. Medicare leaned way too far, I think, on one side for me to take everything that he's saying, like, at face value. I'm not sure. But then that other chatter was linking something called EndNote 5, a case study in digital radicalism. So I don't know if I would... believe this, this 50-minute video. So maybe we'll dig up Gamergate one day, and we'll just spend all stream going through that. Who knows? Hold on 1 sec. Fuck. I just tried to put my controller on my head. Melina's stupid fucking sister's here and she brought fucking candy. Have you guys ever had this shit before? Holy shit, this is so good. And it's just laying around my house. And I can't help but eat it because I'm an undisciplined fat fucking loser. Mmm. Mmm. Fuck yes. Fuck me. There's like 60 calories right here. Oh, Why do people dislike season 2 of The Wire? Because we actually love black people, and there's not enough black people in season 2. When are you learning Swedish? Älskar. Fuck that garbage fuck language. Ah! Inaba! Disciple of Okina. Let's go. Whoa! Oh, you are dead, bitch. Sit down. Don't you think it'd be fun to learn to speak with Melina? I feel like I should just finish learning Spanish. Why the fuck would I start a whole new goddamn language that doesn't bring me any closer to my people? And I live in fucking Miami. What the fuck is this? Where the fuck are the snails at? I'm gonna die. Oh, there they are. You never go outside? Like, when the fuck are you gonna talk to people? Bro, imagine I could go on Tinder and I could have English and Spanish in my profile. I could be bilingual. Actually, there's a lot of bilingual guys. It probably wouldn't help that much. Oh, I almost downloaded... Oh, no, I opened my Tinder account again yesterday because I was curious about that guy. Now I'm curious if it's really hard to hook up with girls in Miami. So I wanted to, like, go on my Tinder and try to figure it out. And I log in, and I find out now there's, like, the silver platinum. What the fuck is that exactly? Now I feel like shit if I don't have, like, the newest, greatest thing. This guy is respawning? Really, dude? Nice one. How much do you squat now? I topped out at 180 by 5 by 3. And now I am gonna do 4 weeks of hypertrophy training. Okay, I'm gonna be gentle and nice. So switching to 10 reps. I want to lose weight. In 4 weeks, it's not actually. It's not even much. I guess in 4 weeks, I should realistically be able to lose 4 pounds, right? So it's not even that much. Bro, do a thing! Oh. Loser. Oh my god. One of them was back here. Best way is to water fast to lose weight? Well, no, because I don't want to lose all my fucking muscle. Where'd you get the idea to switch between strength and hypertrophy? Dr. Mike is showing us the way, okay? Okay. That's a couple. A few more. Wait, is this the same guy? No! He really just increased into 10 reps? Listen, that's the hypertrophy range. Oh my god, white reach. Do I really need like a whole new set of lifts? Is there no more Snail Dude in here? I'll watch through this whole video. Actually, I guess I have to do it today since my next gym day is tomorrow. No! Someone is malding in YouTube chat saying you don't lose muscle when fasting. You don't lose that much because fasting boosts HD. Wait, what? I think the problem with fasting is there's two things that can happen. Anytime you are in a... Let me make sure that I am using these words correctly, so I'm not just making up shit. Yeah, okay. Anytime you're in a catabolic state, there's two things happening, okay? One is it's a lot harder to build more muscle, and two, your body is more likely to break down existing muscle for sustenance, assuming you're not eating enough protein or doing any resistance training. So when you're cutting, you have to make sure that you're eating a lot of protein, and you have to make sure that you're still training, because otherwise reducing your calories to below maintenance will cause a breakdown of muscle. Wait, why am I saying this? This isn't even controversial. Of course this happens. If you lose a fuck ton of weight, you're gonna lose muscle and fat. Everybody knows this. Not necessarily. I mean, like, there are things you can do, like I just said, to mitigate that, but be careful. The intermittent fasting community is very schizophrenic. It's like the keto community. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. My bad. No way is there a boss all the way at the end of this godforsaken tunnel. Try paying attention to Dr. Mike videos. Hypertrophy is pretty much equal from the 5 to 35 reps. It's a function of training volume measured as a number of hard sets. So training for hypertrophy is more about doing more sets than doing more reps. Oh, so what, like 5 by 5? Would be like hypertrophy versus like 3 by 10? I don't know. Listen, I'll watch the video, okay? Or I'll watch all those videos. We'll see. Wow, this guy sure does look familiar. Nice. Hypertrophy is just volume? Is that true? I don't know. Hey, listen. We're just gonna watch the Dr. Mike video series and he'll tell us, okay? He'll tell us. He'll tell us. Dr. Mike has all the answers.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Hello, hello. Testing, 1, 2.
That's right. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, but it's not the problem.
Yeah, that's it. Uh-huh. That's it.
This is the worst run ever. Jesus.
I can hear you now.
Oh, hi.
That's weird.
Wait, can you hear me now? Nope.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. Can you hear me?
I don't hear anything. Do you want to put the headphones on and do it?
Okay, I think.
Hello, hello?
Okay, there you go.
Hey. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Well, hey, how's it going?
I'm alright. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah, so your, I think, boyfriend messaged me and said that you do acupuncture and wanted to come on to talk because we were talking about alternative medical therapies that were not evidence-based.
Sure. Yeah. Me wanting to come on to talk is probably a strong word. Strong.
Okay, so let's reframe this. So your boyfriend. Okay, hold on. Let's see if I have a more accurate picture. So your boyfriend, who is a big fan of mine, saw me talking about something that you do for work and said, hey, you should go on and argue with this dude that you don't give a fuck about what you do for work. Is that more accurate?
Sure. Yeah, that's closer. Yeah, for sure.
Okay. All right, well, that makes this a lot more awkward, but yeah, go for it. What do you want to say? How do you want to open? I don't even know where you're at in this conversation then.
Yeah. I mean, he did. I think a week or two ago, he did end up having me listen to a discussion that I don't know the names of anyone, but people were having on Ayurveda, mostly. And I'm not going to pretend to know anything about Ayurveda, so I'm not going to even. I'm kind of treating it as Chinese medicine and Ayurveda, two separate entities. Yes, there's overlap there, but I'm not going to pretend to be an expert in Ayurveda. So
okay, sure.
So I guess I'm also not here to try to make anyone believe in acupuncture, if that makes sense. I'm here to kind of tell people I'm a practitioner, so essentially what I'm telling people is what I do and what my experience is, essentially.
Gotcha.
So I guess I'll give you a little bit of a background. I'm a licensed acupuncturist. In most states in the U.S., you have to go through the process to be licensed. In most states, that includes the certification for the National Commission of Acupuncture and Oriental Medicine, and through that, they become licensed through their state through giving the state money and various hoops that you have to go through. And in my state, acupuncturists are licensed through the medical board. In other states, there are other states that have their own licensing board as well. And then there's some states where there's no regulation of acupuncture.
Gotcha. I guess so. I'll probably say things that I imagine you've heard a few times before, but I guess when I think of like things like acupuncture or other like alternative forms of medicine, I think my usually my biggest critique of these things, there's two huge critiques I have. One is that I feel like oftentimes they are over promising. They're claiming that they'll help or cure things that they probably don't have any good impact on or any impact on at all. And the other is this idea of substitution, that instead of actually going to find somebody that can provide relief from a given condition, people will just go to an alternative practitioner instead, which I think can be negative.
Sure. And I guess my question is, why do you think that's negative?
Well, I guess because I don't think acupuncture works, I guess would be my statement. But like, I guess one of the things I can think of is the most obvious example I can think of. Well, I say obvious for me, obviously. But one thing that I would say is that, like, I know a lot of people, I say a lot, but I've known quite a few people throughout my life that have issues with, like, back pain, and they've never seen a physical therapist or, like, an actual licensed physician ever. But they've gone to, like, they've gone to either an acupuncturist or a chiropractor for years. And I feel like that's like, okay, well, maybe you should, like, see an actual medical person if you're having these issues for so long, because it doesn't seem like this particular thing is helping.
Sure. So they're going to the acupuncturist or chiropractor, and is it like they're getting temporary relief from it and it's not long lasting, or they're just not getting that much relief from it, but they keep going?
It seems like the first one, but people always claim, so, like, I'll hear people say, like, oh, like, I really like this, like, chiropractor or acupuncturist because they've, like, helped me with my long-term problems. And it's like, oh, really? And they're like, yeah. And it's like, well, how long do you go? And it's like, oh, well, I go, like, once a month. Well, it's like, oh, well, in that case, it doesn't seem like it's helping if you have to keep going every month to to get another treatment, no?
Right. I mean, I think there's a lot of different ways in which acupuncture is applied, and, you know, I don't know these people's experiences with acupuncture, but ideally in the beginning of treatment, you want people to go 2 to 3 times a week, and then after a month or so reevaluate, check in, see how things are going. If we're not making the progress that we want, then we evaluate and see what can we do differently, whether that be refer to someone else, you know, in some circumstances, because there are a lot of circumstances where people just need surgery. Or if they need further medical imaging, like MRI, X-ray, what have you, or what can I do differently in my treatment approach. And ideally, you want people to not rely on. I mean, and ideally, my goal is to not have people come in monthly for the same condition. My goal is to have people be able to move on and maybe, you know, down the line come in for another condition. But my goal isn't to have people rely on acupuncture as a crutch.
What all does acupuncture, like, claim to be able to treat? Like, what conditions do you think or what do you claim to be able to help people with, I guess? What do you advertise?
The most, in the States, the most popular treatment is for back pain. I mean, any type of musculoskeletal pain, but specifically back pain. That's where most of the studies have been done. And yes, in terms of the way that, you know, the scientific method and randomized control studies, there have been some studies that have shown incredible efficacy in treating acupuncture for back pain, and then there have been also mixed results. There was a Stanford study that showed, you know, between acupuncture and quote unquote sham acupuncture, that there wasn't much difference in terms of those two groups in alleviating pain, but then there was substantial evidence in quality of life, basically like measuring the disability index. in terms of what people could do throughout their daily lives with the acupuncture group versus the quote unquote sham acupuncture group. I say quote unquote sham because there's debate in terms of if it's actually sham, because when you're inserting a needle into the body, it's going to have somewhat of an effect on the body, right? And so I think it was that study that ended up leading Medicare to start covering acupuncture for chronic back pain.
What is like the underlying mechanism for how acupuncture is supposed to work? Like how does acupuncture help, I guess, like deal with back pain?
Sure. So I think it's still at the end of the day, it's continuing to be investigated, but essentially some studies have demonstrated that it releases I think it releases ATP. So, and ATP is essentially important in the conduction of nervous system response for various nervous system processes.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. So, and that's just by virtue of just like causing pain to somebody, or is it like the perforation of the skin, or?
I think that's what's still being studied. Gotcha. There have been MRI studies where they've started studying the response in the brain using functional MRI studies to kind of see what kind of response it elicits in the brain. Mm-hmm. And so it's still being studied essentially, and there have been studies that have shown response in certain areas of the brain being activated with acupuncture.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I don't know what else.
I mean, I guess do you want to have more of a debate in why you hate acupuncture? I can go that route if you want.
Sure. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, like normally when I bring people on to debate, it's usually people that like feel very strongly about something I've said. So it's kind of weird if somebody else kind of like roped you into the conversation. I guess I just like,
I can get more emotional about this if you want.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I don't want to traumatize you or something. I guess like I don't understand why. Like, I can't think of a time in my life ever, if I had back pain or somebody else was suffering back pain, I don't know why I would ever send this person to an alternative medicine person instead of like an actual like doctor or somebody with like actual medical training.
And why is that? Like, why do you think that way?
Because I think what ends up getting like distilled down into what we call medicine is usually highly efficacious. It's usually very evidence-based. There's like a lot of different like good studies supporting the therapies that are used for people that have whatever condition you're going to the hospital for. So like if I go to a hospital, I think generally I can rely that if I'm either getting a medication or going through some therapy, it's backed up with a broad amount of evidence that's probably been tested all across the world. Whereas when it comes to alternative medicines, a lot of it either has very sketchy evidence or isn't tested in very many places, or isn't even delivered reliably because most of the people, or almost all the people delivering it, don't have any like formal medical training. So I feel like I would always suggest like go to the hospital instead.
Well, what do you mean by the people delivering it don't have formal medical training?
Like people that practice alternative medicines don't ever like go to medical school, for instance.
Yes and no. There are some doctors that go on to go to medical school. There were a couple doctors in my program. I was actually, one of my instructors was also a medical doctor, and then went on to acupuncture school. So
okay, I guess like some could. I'm just saying that like it's not like a requirement to be like if I go see like if I go see somebody in a hospital, like I know that this is a person that's like a doctor, like this is a person that's had medical training. Whereas if I go see like an alternative medicine practitioner, maybe, I guess some will, but not necessarily all will.
Right. But why is it so important to you to have a medical doctor, and versus like, what is it? What is your aversion to, in terms of credibility, seeing a medical doctor versus
just because I know that like
another
the formal medical training is going to come along with like a good understanding of a bunch of stuff that's been heavily backed by a lot of peer-reviewed research. Whereas I don't think for alternative medicines, it seems like sometimes it could just originate from old books or because somebody said it worked once, and there's not necessarily like the same amount of veracity covering the data regarding the therapies that are used.
And why do you think that is?
Well, I mean, that's a deep question. I mean, on one hand, probably because a lot of it doesn't work in like an actual setting where it doesn't do what it purports to do. A lot of it, I would guess, is probably like placebo. I think placebo is very powerful, and I think placebo can help you dealing with things, especially like pain, because pain is a highly subjective thing. So that's probably one case. Another case might be because a lot of alternative medicine can be rooted in tradition. And if they're like traditional ways of doing a certain thing, then you're not really looking for like peer-reviewed evidence because you're more trying to adhere to the strictness of some traditional practice or whatever. Yeah, I mean, I think those would probably be the two big reasons.
There are kind of two branches of Chinese medicine. One is traditional Chinese medicine, the other is classical Chinese medicine, and classical Chinese medicine focuses more on that traditional theory, whereas traditional Chinese medicine was more constructed, I want to say in the 1940s, 1950s, by Mao when he was when he was prominent figure in China. And he essentially, I think part of it, definitely was for that, banking on that kind of commercialization aspect, but he worked to streamline Chinese medicine in terms of working with Chinese medicine practitioners in various capacities to streamline textbooks, streamline teachings, and kind of create a more structured way of teaching the medicine. And part of that was, I think he saw the deficit, the deficiencies of, having kind of a bunch of text saying various information and wanting to streamline it in a way that would be more concrete practically, so that they could start implementing it in more practical settings and using it to create more research, to make it easier for research purposes. And so they use that to kind of develop it, and eventually, nowadays in China and other parts of Asia, it's used side by side a lot more alongside, allopathic, for lack of a better term, allopathic medicine.
Mm-hmm. Sure, I mean, that all might be true, but again, why would I care about whatever Mao does with medicine when I can rely on like modern medical like research? Why would I even care?
When you can get a treatment that is a lot less invasive than something like surgery, why wouldn't you go that route if it ends up being effective? Maybe sometimes it's, maybe it's not, but why would you? Surgery is highly invasive and it comes with potential complications. So why would you do that if you can get an acupuncture treatment that's going to help alleviate your pain?
I mean, it is true that surgery is highly invasive, but I would hope that like a physician is going to, like, surgeries are usually like a last line of resort, right? Like surgery is like if physical therapy's failed, if drugs have failed, then we're going to go the surgery route, but that's like a everything else has failed type of thing.
I think it is more now. I think more and more people are seeing I think people are seeing the positive aspect of not just jumping into something like surgery, but at the same time there are a lot of people that get pushed into surgery, and at the end of the day it there's always, I mean, with acupuncture there's always risk too, but at the end of the day it's not
as invasive as like a surgery might be. Yeah, I mean, I can understand that. But I mean, like, if it was the case that like acupuncture or these other allopathic medical interventions were good, I just don't know why the research wouldn't be there for it yet. Like, it seems like it's like the easiest thing in the world to study because a ton of people are doing it. It's like pretty low overhead, right? Like doing acupuncture versus, x-rays and surgery and shit is way cheaper. So it feels like the data would be there to support it if it was effective, no, as a medical intervention.
So some of the biggest challenges, there are acupuncturists working in research because they feel, I mean, I would say like as a profession, we feel, and obviously I can't speak for everyone, but the school I went to was more interested in practical application rather than theory, and there are people within the acupuncture community working alongside other types of researchers at institutions like Mayo Clinic, Stanford, National Institute of Health, because they want to support the research, and they see the positive of having acupuncture researched more, and
yeah, which is great. But then I feel like my answer would just be like, okay, that's cool, and I'm glad people are doing that. But I would wait for that research to come out to show that it's effective before ever recommending somebody do it over like more traditional medical pathways.
Right, but also what we're finding that's some of the disadvantages of studying acupuncture, that it came from a tradition, right, of observation, like inserting a needle, seeing what it does, potentially using cadavers, or even some unlucky people got jabbed without consent, because that's what they did back then. And so a lot of it is reliant upon observation, right? And so the downside is that it doesn't really fit into the West. Certain aspects don't really fit into the Western, or I should say more modern scientific approach. For instance, we treat the person systemically as a whole, right? So like one person is not going to get the same low back pain treatment as another person.
And acupuncture?
For acupuncture.
I feel like there's got to be like pretty similar things that you do for each person, no?
Yes and no. So maybe we treat locally. There is something called distal needle acupuncture, where they mostly treat on the arms and legs. So like, for instance, they might treat on the arms and legs to treat low back pain. Well, we'll say we're using low back pain because I guess that's kind of the most common studied in the US, right? But for instance, I use a combination of distal needles in arms and legs and back, and we treat people constitutionally, for instance. So it's like one person could have some sort of underlying condition, like let's say anemia or something, or digestive issues. And so we're treating the person as a whole. So we do an intake in terms of evaluating the systems, and so we use that to determine our treatment.
Gotcha. Okay. I would imagine that sounds
And
pretty
so-
similar to like what you'd find in a hospital too, right? You do patient intake, you vary like the tests and everything you're going to order and how you treat a patient based on how they present, right?
Right. Yeah. Similar in that way for sure. It just, I guess, different treatment approach, right? Because, and you know, in that respect too, someone, when we go the surgery route, or someone is, you know, if someone has a disc herniation, it's going to be a different type of treatment for surgery than someone that has degenerative disc disease, you know. So
Sure.
in that
Would you say that
respect.
acupuncture is effective at treating either of those, or?
I would say it can be. It can, I would say degenerative disc disease is harder. Disc herniation is easier. Because degenerative disc disease is chronic, obviously, usually chronic, and you can't really reverse degenerative disc disease. So you can help mask some of the pain. You might be able to, if someone doesn't want to go the surgery route or wants to prolong it, you might be able to help them with that to alleviate their pain if they want to try other things before surgery. But down the line, like something like degenerative disc disease, I would be worried that would be a lifelong patient in terms of, you know, they would be coming in weekly or every other week or monthly, you know, for the rest of their life. And ultimately, that's not my goal. And so it's one of those things that we explore the option, well, if this is helping you and this is what you want to do, we can do it, but that you might want to do surgery because that might give you more relief and you won't be reliant on acupuncture to get that relief.
Gotcha. How do you believe in like most like traditional medicine, or no, I shouldn't say traditional medicine, like modern medicine? Like if do you think like vaccines work and all that, or that there are like we can cure cancer with certain chemotherapies and radiation or whatever, or?
Yes, I do.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I guess that doesn't make very much fun for a debate. Should I say I don't believe in that, and then we can argue?
Well, you can do whatever you want. Okay, listen.
I mean, what if I said that I didn't believe in that? Would that kind of?
Well, because a lot of people that do like kind of the more traditional medicine or alternative medicine don't believe in modern medicine for a variety of reasons. Like, usually I would hear like a big speech about how pharmaceutical companies are rigged and doctors just want to sell medicine and don't want to treat underlying conditions and et cetera, is usually what I tend to hear.
From who?
From people that advocate for like alternative medicines or that don't believe in modern medicine as much.
Are these practitioners saying it, or is it just people saying it?
Usually people that listen to a lot of Joe Rogan, but I don't talk to many people that actually practice alternative medicine. So
I would say that probably more recently in terms of the COVID-19 vaccine debate, and again, this is just amongst kind of the Facebook acupuncture groups I'm in. I would say between the discourse, probably about 70% or pro vaccine and 30% probably not. But then that's not a formal poll. It's just kind of my observation from the acupuncture groups.
Do you fight with your boyfriend a lot about these things? Does he care, or I'm just curious because I have like there's a certain like demographic that tends to watch me, so it's kind of funny that I guess like somebody that watches me as a girl
that we're even together.
Sure. Well, damn, I wouldn't go that hard, but I don't know if he gives you a lot of shit over it if you guys just do whatever, or maybe he works with you. Maybe he's doing the intake. Who knows?
No, my acupuncture. My boyfriend's actually has a needle phobia, so I haven't.
Jesus.
I haven't done acupuncture on him. I don't know if he'll like me saying that on here.
Gotcha. Is your boyfriend anti-vax then, since he's got needle phobia? Has he gotten his coronavirus vaccines?
Oh no, I scheduled his COVID vaccine. He definitely his mom's a nurse, and I scheduled his vaccine. We both got vaccinated together, so.
Okay, that's cute.
Yeah. So my boyfriend actually he goes to a psychiatrist, and the psychiatrist actually did ear acupuncture. Has done well before everything was telemedicine.
Wait, hold on. My brain just. Did you say the psychiatrist did ear acupuncture? Did I hear that right, or am I?
No, you heard that right. You heard that right.
Okay.
The psychiatrist did ear acupuncture to help him with anxiety, and again, this is subjective opinion, right? But he said that he found it to be effective in combination, with medication, not just on its own. But he did.
Was this to was this like kind of like a exposure therapy treatment for his needle phobia? Is this like a serious thing that he has issues with, or?
No, it wasn't like that. So ear acupuncture, there's a protocol, ear acupuncture protocol that is used to help with stress and anxiety, and they've started implementing it at the VA and whatnot to help with PTSD and stress and anxiety, and to help with addiction and that kind of thing.
Gotcha. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. So he so it wasn't to help alleviate him of his needle phobia, but I guess he tolerated it well, and he said that it was fine for him.
Mm-hmm.
So no, we don't have a lot of debate about acupuncture. I think just because I don't know. Yeah, I know I guess generally your demographic doesn't believe in it, but we haven't had a lot of fights over it. We have fights over other things, but not acupuncture.
Okay. Wait, what else do you fight
so
about?
I guess my question, what'd you say?
What else do you fight about? You don't have to share, Mr. President. I'm fine. I'm more harassing
him scheduling me on this program.
Gotcha. Okay. Nice. Okay.
No, it was partially consent, but there wasn't a lot of consent in terms of it was like, oh, by the way, you're doing this on this day.
Gotcha. Sorry, what else? You were going to say something, then I cut you off.
I guess just in terms of the fact that more and more institutions are starting to hire acupuncturists, and including the VA actually, and other institutions like the hospital, the research hospital near me has an acupuncture program. Stanford has one. Mayo Clinic has one. So all of these research institutions, I guess, do see some validity in acupuncture. And so I guess why are you still so hesitant about it, and why do you think that they would go through the trouble of having acupuncture programs if they didn't?
I mean, we're always looking for other answers, especially for chronic pain, because medicating somebody for long term on like opiates and shit seems to be really fucking bad, and we've been learning that for the past decade, of course. But I mean, the results just haven't come out yet for it being like efficacious. So I don't, I mean, at one point, I want to say in the 60s, like the CIA and people were studying like ESP and stuff, like mind reading and using LSD to control people and stuff. Just because people are studying it doesn't mean it works. But I mean, if studies come out that change that, or maybe there's something that by studying acupuncture we learn something else about how we deal with chronic pain, who knows? Maybe that'll show something. I kind of have my own thoughts about why maybe it does work or doesn't work, but yeah, I guess I don't know. We'll see.
But I guess my question to you is, what are your thoughts about why it works and doesn't work?
I never mind. I don't know. This is a totally bullshit personal thing, but like, I feel like if you put somebody in pain and then you take the pain away, I feel like they always have a really positive thing of what happened. So like,
no,
yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, maybe like I said, it's all bullshit, personal, anecdotal. But like, sometimes if I'm hanging out with a girl, I'll say some shit like, "Oh yeah, like I've done a lot of like massage training or whatever. Like I can like do really good stuff for this." And what I'll do is if I give somebody like if I've done this 3 times in my life, so it's not a huge sample size, but I'll say some shit like that, and then I will give them a back rub that is as painful as possible, where I'm just like jamming my thumb as hard into them as possible, like and then when I finish, all 3 times I've been done. When I'm done afterwards, they're like, "Oh my god, like actually, yeah, I think my back pain is like actually pretty gone. I feel really good." And all I'm doing is just like, I'm just like trying to cause as much pain as possible, and then I'm seeing what happens when I finish. Maybe that's like just my own personal small bullshit, but I kind of wonder sometimes if you put somebody in an environment where you're doing things to their body, and there's like a oh god, like this hurts, and then you take that away, there is like this endorphin rush of relief afterwards. Or like if you go to the gym and you do a lot of gym stuff, like if you have pain and you're working out a lot and you're getting that endorphin rush, you can work through injuries. It's bad, but you can work through injuries and you can ignore a lot of pain you have just because you have that rush in your body. So I kind of wonder sometimes when it comes to like acupuncture or massage therapy or whatever, if a lot of this is literally just you apply a ton of tension and then you remove that tension, and the absence of tension makes it feel like something positive has happened. But that's just 100% anecdotal bullshit for me. Maybe it's not true, but that's kind of how I feel sometimes.
Right. No, I could see that. I would say though, as someone that has had, someone that's had to put needles in quite a few people, it doesn't always get the response.
Sure.
And like there's going to be a difference between massage and putting needles in someone, because especially, in the US, there's, my boyfriend definitely isn't the only one with a phobia of needles. I have people coming in for with a bunch of tattoos, and then they're being beta about acupuncture needles.
Sure. Why are they there if they're so scared of it? Or did they get referred or recommended by somebody, or?
Yeah, so at one of the clinics I was working at, we did, I would say probably about 75-80% of what we did were workers' comp cases. And so the owner of the clinic also worked at a medical office part-time, and that did workers' comp cases. And so what they would do is they would get evaluated by doctors, and the doctors would either recommend imaging and or different types of treatment, or go straight to the surgery route. But oftentimes workers' comp, of course, wants to delay paying for something like surgery, and so they'll have them do acupuncture and physical therapy and see if that helps first before they refer them for more imaging and potentially surgery.
Mm-hmm.
And so they were there because it was part of the treatment protocol that they had to do for their workers' comp.
Sure. Okay.
So, yeah. So I would say that in that clinic, because in the other clinic I worked at I've worked at a number of clinics, but the more recent one, most people were there because they wanted to be there, whereas at the workers' comp clinic, it was definitely a mix of people.
Mm-hmm.
And there is something to be said for attitude too. I would talk to some of the patients. Some of the patients, of course, thought it was great, thought it was really effective and helpful. Some didn't. But it was also same with the physical therapy. Some thought it was really effective, some thought it wasn't. One of the big questions I ask people is, with the physical therapy is, well, do you do the exercises your PT gave you? If they said it wasn't effective and they said no, and I think sometimes people are just lazy,
Mm-hmm.
They want that magic pill, and I think, in our society and Western culture, we want that magic pill too. We want that quick fix. I think we're used to having things really fast. And one thing that I learned when I first started practicing that I didn't realize is I was one of the few people that was willing to give it time when I started getting acupuncture. And a lot of people, want that quick fix. For instance, my great uncle, he did get acupuncture through the VA, but it wasn't administered correctly. Like, I think he was going once every 5 weeks, for a condition. I think it was a condition. I can't remember what he had, but it was, he's in his 90s. He's too old to get surgery for that kind of thing. And it's too risky. And he was going once every 5 weeks. And one of the first things he wanted to tell me when he saw me was, guess what? The acupuncture's not working. I was like, of course it's not. You go once every 5 weeks.
Sure, yeah.
So.
Do you believe like in all of the alternative medicines then? Is this like a buy one, get 5 off? Like, do you believe in like massage therapy and homeopathy and like chiropractic, or are you guys all segregated amongst your own traditional practices?
I think it's split. I don't think, I think there are, I try not to bash other forms because I don't know them that well, to be honest. Would I go to an Ayurvedic practitioner? Probably not. I've been to a chiropractor, and I've worked with chiropractors too, and I've gotten, actually, for my neck pain that acupuncture, when I do acupuncture on it, it actually makes it worse. Chiropractic was more effective for that, and massage therapy. Yeah. So, I mean, I did, before I went to school for acupuncture, I did do massage training, and part of, at least in Oregon, part of our scope of practice is doing manual therapy, which is a form of body work. Some people do it, some don't. But I do think, I mean, do you think that massage therapy is valuable?
No, I don't think any of it works. That's
You don't think any of it works?
No, but I'm a pretty big RCT cuck. I like to see big studies, big meta-analyses, lots of research, and then I'm like, oh, cool, maybe that works. But I mean, I'm sure like it makes people feel better. I think that one of the difficult things is that like pain is a very personal experience, and our description of like what it is or how it happens or what causes it is still kind of like hard to figure out. So if that is the case, like our models for how pain works in the mind and how to treat it can be interesting or differ from person to person. So it wouldn't surprise me if there were some forms of like random things that gave people relief from chronic pain. But yeah.
Well, I think they're starting to now, at least with the acupuncture, because they want to find ways to take away the placebo effect, because ultimately, when one of the limitations is the fact that you can't have a group that does acupuncture and doesn't do acupuncture, or like does, fake needles, because I think people know when a needle is getting inserted into their body versus when it's not. And so one of the ways that they're starting to try to get around it is by doing more animal studies. And, with that, I think everything has its limitations, right? You can't ask an animal how its pain is. But you can kind of see the function of the animal, and you can develop tests around that in terms of how is the animal able to do its tasks for that it needs to do. And then I think also doing studies to being able to kind of use modern technology, right, like MRIs, CTs, using those types of studies to see what kind of impact inserting a needle has on the body. And I guess in terms of what, I mean, randomized controlled studies, acupuncture may or may not be able to 100% completely fit in that window, but I don't think that doesn't necessarily mean it's valid.
Sure. You mean invalid, right?
Yeah, invalid.
Yeah, I guess. But then, so the question becomes like, how do we separate out what's like the quackery versus what's like real, right? We have to have some way, I guess, to quantify the effects.
I guess what would be your hesitation in kind of looking at the studies that, you know, show changes in the brain, like MRI studies? Why couldn't that be used to say, hey, maybe there's something going on here and let's explore this more and do more imaging studies, you know?
I mean, I like that idea. I'm a big fan of exploring more. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Some people will take like really hard stances on certain types of alternative medicines and say, like, you know, why waste time studying them, blah blah blah. But no, I would never take a position that stupid. I think it should be studied and everything. Of all the stuff that's come out so far, I don't think anything has looked promising yet. But hey, maybe that'll change in the future.
Why do you think it hasn't looked promising? Because it showed mixed results.
Mm-hmm. Like, if there's going to be, like, if it's a really positive thing with a good effect size, like it has like a dramatic impact on pain, when you're getting mixed studies with like mixed effectiveness and mixed results, or some showing no resolution at all of pain, then it seems like it's not very promising. But
I mean, for instance, what about the Stanford study I referenced that, you know, showed no difference in pain, but then showed a notable difference in activity and people being able to do their activities of daily living. But I mean,
that could essentially be explained. It could be explained by placebo, right? Possibly. Like, if they think something is helping them, it makes them do more daily activities, and then their reported misery index is lower. I feel like when it comes to a lot of injury stuff, probably one of the worst things people do is they stop being active. I think that's one of the reasons why children recover from injury so much better, is because they keep moving and they stay active. But if somebody gives you a placebo and they say, hey, look, you can be active now, just be careful, and you're being more active, I think that you'll actually probably experience some real progress in regards to an injury you have, because you're like using your body more instead of just sitting there and letting you rot away.
But why in that study did it show in terms of pain level with the sham acupuncture versus acupuncture the same, like no difference in terms of the pain, but then there was a marked difference in terms of the sham acupuncture and the quote unquote real acupuncture for
I don't know. I'd have to see that. I'd have to see that one study. But I mean, again, if it's literally just one study, I mean, it seems like that should be pretty easy to replicate. Like, just run that study, 3 or 4 times, and then all of a sudden, you have a really strong foundation to build a really big sample size study to really look into it. But it seems like it sounds to me like do you know the date of that study? Like
date?
Not like exact, but this is a study from like the 90s, from the 2000s, from the 2010s.
It was at least from within the last 15 years.
Okay. Well, so because if that study is 15 years old, my question would be, well, why hasn't anybody replicated it yet? If it's 15 years old, certainly somebody's tried by now.
I think it was from 2014. I'd have to look back at it, but I think it was from 2014.
So about 8 years ago. But again, so I feel like somebody should have replicated it by now if it showed a promising effect, right? Because there's probably a lot of money out there for treatments like that would be effective. Like, I think a lot of people would like to see that being an effective thing.
I mean, yeah, that being said, I guess it was good enough for Medicare to decide to cover, back pain. And for instance, in my state, the insurance companies cover acupuncture. For better or worse, is dealing with insurance companies is really frustrating. But
sure, but I mean, a lot of insurance companies cover, I think, chiropractic and shit too, right? Which is stuff you say that even you don't believe in, right?
I didn't say I don't believe in chiropractor. Wait, what else do they cover? Did you say?
I think a lot of alternative medicine can get covered by insurance and stuff. I think chiropractors can be covered by insurance as well.
Yeah, they can. I didn't say I don't believe in chiropractic. To be honest, I don't know enough about it to not support it or support it. All I know is that it's seeing a chiropractor gave me a lot of relief from neck pain.
Sure. So. Okay. Well,
and I guess my question for you is like why PT versus something like acupuncture?
Because I think physical therapy, like down to its more fundamental things, can kind of have a good explanation of why everything is doing what it's doing. So like if a physical therapist is recommending you a certain regimen, like this is going to be pretty foundationally backed by these are the underlying mechanisms of the body. These are the movements that you're doing. Hopefully it's alleviating these issues because it's causing this thing. Like everything is like hopefully decently well understood. And then anything that a PT recommends you is hopefully going to be backed by both scientific research, so like actual peer-reviewed studies, and then hopefully like clinical experience as well. Like they've had a lot of patients, this is what they've recommended, and they can see like real results because insurance and hospitals are tracking the outcomes like very carefully.
Sure. And a lot of states, PTs have started doing dry needling and cupping.
Yeah, I know. But I don't think either of those, I know there's no evidence for cupping. I don't know about dry needling. It's probably similar to acupuncture, but
there was a recent study on cupping therapy and over the vaccine site. I don't remember the exact. I'm trying to find that study from the low back pain study to see when it was dated, just because I'm curious, not because you care, but.
No problem.
Let's see when it was dated.
Obama.
It was 2020.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It was 2020, so it's pretty recent. So, I don't know, I guess in terms of did my conversation make you any less skeptical about acupuncture, or is it about the same?
It's absolutely the same. Sorry. I'm a big, like I said, I'm a huge RCT cuck. I want to see those big studies, or lots of studies, or some studies, not just like one or two, and then others with mixed results. So, yeah.
I mean, like, for instance, one thing that I found pretty interesting is this percutaneous tibial nerve stimulation that clinics have developed for overactive bladder. It stemmed from acupuncture, and now they're doing it as treatment for overactive bladder.
Mm-hmm. The only reason why I don't... there are some people, especially in my community, especially in chat, especially lawyers, are very quick to like want to write off the disciplines completely and say they're all trash garbage and should never be looked into further, et cetera, et cetera. The only reason why I wouldn't go that far is because I think that it's probably possible that by studying these things, you can maybe even inadvertently wind up finding like authentic medical things, like therapies that are actually effective. So, I mean, like I'm all in favor of people studying it, and you know, maybe by surprise you end up coming out of some of these fields of like, hey, there's like a thing that like acupuncturists do, and it actually, now that we've studied it, we can actually see that it has like a really positive impact on people that have this condition or for this particular thing. So I'm all in favor of like people studying shit like that if they want to, I guess. I just get scared when people start substituting in alternative medicine instead of like going to see a doctor if they need to. But
well, for what conditions? Because yeah, I will say that there are people that I think over sensationalize acupuncture, you know, for marketing.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that, you know, for instance, allopathic medicine has its limitations too. And again, this is from a, my own personal experience, but I came into acupuncture because I have an endocrine disorder, and allopathic medicine, and I don't use allopathic medicine in a derogatory way. I think sometimes people do. I say it to kind of differentiate it from Chinese medicine, because I don't know, and because when you say quote unquote alternative medicines or complementary therapies, for East Asian medicine, yeah, it's distinguishable, but then certain other complementary therapies can say, hey, but we're not based in East Asian medicine. So allopathic medicine basically being, more modern medicine, essentially they didn't have any way to treat it except to put a Band-Aid on it. And so I went to acupuncture and started taking Chinese herbs, and a lot of most of my symptoms were alleviated from doing that. I mean, are you going to argue placebo effect?
Well, no, I would argue that like your individual anecdotal experience is entirely worthless, right? Like it might be the case that maybe there was some other change you made in your life that fixed this. Maybe the placebo enabled you to make some other change to fix it. Maybe it would have gotten better on its own, but we can't know because I can't like run your life like 3 different times to see what would have happened otherwise. But I mean, like I would never obviously rely on like one, because if I rely on personal experience, like I have a grandma that's was superstitious as fuck who told me all sorts of things like cured her stuff. But I mean, I can't like implement those personal experiences into my life, right? Much the same that if I were to tell you I went to an acupuncturist and all my friends did and it didn't help, I don't think that would change your mind about acupuncture, right? You'd just be like, well, it's probably just those people's individual experiences, right?
Sorry, what was the last part? I didn't catch it.
That if like me and all of my friends, if I said, oh, well, me and 5 friends went to acupuncturists and none of them helped us, none of us were helped with our back pain, I don't think that would make you go, oh, well, wow, I guess acupuncture is probably not real, right? You just say, okay, well, maybe those were just your experiences,
Yes and no. I mean, like, I would definitely ask, like, how often did they go, and how was it measured? And maybe it's the type of thing too where it I think there's a lot of factors with that. I think I don't think, like I said, I don't think acupuncture is the cure all, but I do think that sometimes we do need, I think there's no harm in providing people with other options.
Yeah, like I said, as long as it doesn't come at the cost of them seeking like other treatments. Yeah.
I mean, what do you mean at the cost of seeking other treatments? Like in what circumstance?
Well,
you mean
so
like going to an acupuncturist for cancer treatment instead of like,
Yeah, so for instance, like chiropractors I believe that an actual chiropractor will tell you that they can cure every single disease of the body by doing spinal adjustments. So if somebody goes to an or a chiropractor for some sort of treatment, and then that works, and then they start relying on the chiropractor to like help their diabetes or like a cancer or something, that would be like a bad thing. I would consider it to be a bad thing.
Right, but I mean, like any provider who claims to have the end all be all cure for everything, I mean, I think you need to call BS on that,
Sure, but I mean, that's what chiropractors claim, right? The medicine of chiropractic claims that all diseases in the human body can be cured with adjustments to the spine.
Some do and some don't.
Well, I mean, like that's what chiropractic, the medicine, there might be some like other practitioners that diverge from what the body of what chiropractic work believes, but that is like the foundational understanding of chiropractic, is that the human body contains everything it needs to cure itself of all ailments, and the way that we unleash those is through like spinal adjustments. Or at least that's my understanding of like what the official stance of like chiropractic is. There might be individual practitioners that don't believe that or whatever, but
I don't think that's necessarily the official stance. At least the school that's near me, from what I understand, they focus on more research based, and they're not. I think that's like in terms of the more quote unquote traditional sense, but that's not necessarily how how all of the chiropractors are implementing it into their practice. You know, they're
Yeah, sure. There might,
not,
like I said, maybe not everybody like fully buys into that. Just like how I'm sure that there are like some acupuncturists do things differently, right? Probably.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, everyone in acupuncture kind of, you know, has, not always, but, you know, has more of what their focus is. And so we use different ways for evaluating. For instance, you know, in places like California, acupuncturists can do blood work, so they can at least use the blood work to determine their approach, and also to more effectively determine, are they maybe making progress in some ways with a patient. You know, like I do kind of wonder, when I initially was doing acupuncture and Chinese herbs, if I had blood work testing certain hormone levels throughout the process, how it would have turned out.
Sure.
But I think just in terms of grouping, I think it's important to be cautious in grouping, saying like, all chiropractors do this, all acupuncturists do this, you know, and this is what I think where we are right now with acupuncture is that, you know, it's not going to be the same as it was 2,000 years ago, because we have so many other advances in terms of science and other forms of medicine. And that, so where we are is, how can we use this to our advantage? For instance, using, you know, like being able to do studies at research institutes, and being able to use MRI machines to help with our studies, being able to get blood work drawn to help with this in order to help. But, you know, that being said, like, we are limited. And so what we do, like, for instance, you know, we use in our daily evaluation of patients, you know, we see what's helping, what's not helping. We use the various disability indices to evaluate activities of daily living, pain levels, that kind of thing. And then we also, you know, do orthopedic tests to see what's going on.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm familiar. I know that like a lot of alternative medicines these days try to incorporate more traditional medicine, and then there's probably some traditional medicine that tries to incorporate more allopathic medicine. Sure.
Oh, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is, like, don't say like, this is what chiropractic is. All of acupuncture is like this. All of I'm not even gonna go in the homeopathy route, to be honest.
Gotcha.
Because I don't want to say I don't believe in it, but I don't. So I think kind of in doing so, in generalizing and saying this is what chiropractic is, this is what acupuncture is, then you're just completely dismissing it, you know?
Well, I mean, like, if I was to completely dismiss it, I would do it because there isn't good research for it, right? That's how I would dismiss most medication stuff. But I mean, like, I think it's okay to be suspect of chiropractic given its roots of like the curing all diseases with the spinal adjustments. I don't think that's the worst thing in the world, to be a little bit hesitant to believe any claims made by chiropractors.
But that's the thing, is that, like, I think just in terms of that negative opinion of chiropractic, claiming that all chiropractors make that claim, when the reality is there are many that don't.
Sure, there might be, but then my question would be, why didn't you just become a physical therapist? Why not do the stuff that has research that we know works?
Because sometimes physical therapy doesn't work.
Yeah, but like, are there times where physical therapy doesn't work and a chiropractor will? I don't know if I believe that.
Obama.
Like I said, like, if the research comes out showing otherwise, then that'd be cool. But I mean, as of right now, we just don't have it, so.
I mean, but in terms of the research, you only want to look at randomized control trials, right?
Well, yeah, because that's how I know that there's actually something happening here, and not just the 50 million problems with doing like retrospectives, right?
What about, what if, like I said, acupuncture doesn't necessarily fit in the exact.
I mean, I'm sure if we got creative, we could find ways to do like a randomized control trial with acupuncture stuff, right? You could poke somebody's back without ever actually like perforating the skin, like stuff like that.
Right. But I mean, I think the direction we're going or having to go is to try to, try to minimize the placebo effect. And how do we do that? Well, that's going to be in animals, and that's going to be in other studies. Such
Even
as,
with like people, right? We could probably do studies where we poke people in the back, but we don't actually like go through the skin, right?
You can, yeah, but you can, yeah. But I mean,
I don't think we can have like medicines where we just say like, oh well, this is impossible to study. Sorry, like that just seems kind of silly to me, right? Like, okay, well then we just, because there's no way to.
No,
test.
It's not saying it's impossible to study. It's just saying that it's not necessarily going to be 100% fit into this, And I do think randomized control trials are extremely, valid. I think they're a great way to go, but just because something doesn't necessarily 100% fit into that doesn't mean that it's not valid and can't be studied in other ways. And I think, as we are, we're trying to use modern techniques to our advantage in order to study acupuncture. And that's not necessarily going to be randomized control trials. Like I said, it might.
Well, how would you how would you
imaging
suggest?
Would work.
Like, how do we figure out like if it's actually working, if it's doing what we want to work, if we can't use some types of modern things?
If we can't or can?
If we can't use like RCTs, because if we can't use like good studies, then what's like? I feel like I could invent any number of medical practices and say like, oh well, I just can't study this. Like it can't be studied, guys. And then it's like, okay, cool. Now I don't have to provide any research. Like,
no, not saying that it can't be studied. It absolutely should be studied, but it might not. It might not be in randomized control trial. It might be, it might be taking a further look at what the needle does when it's in the body by doing MRI scans, CT scans.
Sure. I mean, we could do that, but then we would be doing something that we don't accept for anything else ever. Like no other form of medicine is allowed to fly by on that. Like an underlying explanation is not good enough for any therapy. Therapies need to be proven to have an efficacy. You have to do a therapy with enough people and see if it actually treats the underlying condition or the symptoms or whatever, depending on what you're studying. You can't just have like some explanation for what it's supposed to do.
What do you mean by what it's supposed to do? Like if you have an image saying that this is the part of the brain that it's activating, then that's that's showing that it is doing.
But
something.
That's not enough. That wouldn't be enough. So recently there was a huge deal made in the FDA because we okayed a drug to treat Alzheimer's disease. One of the things that people have theorized about Alzheimer's disease is that there is a buildup of an amyloid plaque in the brain is what seems to cause it. That was like a theory that we have.
Yes.
So they designed a drug that has been shown to clear up that amyloid plaque. And the FDA gave it, I think it might be emergency use approval or full approval because it clears up that plaque. But there's no evidence right now that it actually helps with Alzheimer's disease, just that it clears up that plaque. So to market it as an Alzheimer's disease drug, is something we've never done with drugs before. I think a couple people might have even resigned from the FDA over the approval of that drug, because just showing that you can clear up some underlying thing isn't the same as actually treating the disease. It seems similar, but they're fundamentally different things. So that would be an example of like, just because I can poke a needle in somebody and show some area of the brain lighting up, that's not good enough. I need to have like wide scale, well-controlled, well-designed studies that actually show that we're effecting some outcome that we want, not just that a certain part of the brain lights up when we do something.
How would you propose that it's done with acupuncture then?
I mean, it would depend on what we're trying to study. I mean, if we're trying to study pain, there's probably going to be some level of self-reporting. So you would have to design, I don't know enough about like, do you guys put anything on your needles? Like poison or not poison, like some medicine or anything? Or is it just needles? Or?
Yeah, we kill people.
Well, not like, I mean, like, is there like an herb or I don't know what goes on the needles or anything. I don't know.
Not in the US, no.
Gotcha. So, well, I mean, like, there'd have to be some way to design the study to where the acupuncturist hopefully doesn't know, I guess, if they're doing like real acupuncture or not, or if, and then the patient shouldn't know if they're getting it, and then like you track like the outcomes of these people over a long period of time, and you, yeah, I mean, like how every RCT is designed, right? You've got like a double-blind study where the researchers and the delivery of treatment doesn't know, and where the patients hopefully don't know, and then you follow that, I guess, through, if it's chronic, right, longitudinally over some number of years to find out if it actually alleviates pain. I don't know how, I don't design studies, but something like this, right?
Yeah.
Right, and there are acupuncturists that are working with researchers to develop these studies, and
yeah, which is cool. But again, now we're looping back. Like, if these are being designed, that's cool. But I would wait until the studies come out that show anything good for me to like ever support it or want to go to it or recommend anybody go to it.
Well, so for instance, and this isn't related to acupuncture, but I had 4 years ago, I had a major knee injury where I tore my medial meniscus, slight tear to my ACL, PCL, and I developed a bone contusion. And I opted to try PRP therapy and a version of stem cell therapy before doing the surgical route. And my MRI before you know showed all the tears, especially the medial meniscus tear was terrible. And I did 3 treatments, PRP and stem cell therapy treatments, and I didn't get an MRI right away, but subjectively, like, I was limping, I couldn't fully extend my leg, and it was severely impacting my quality of life. I couldn't work, and I went through those treatments with a doctor who, the first treatment didn't work at all. He said if the second treatment, he had told me later on, if the second treatment didn't work, he would refer me to surgery, but it ended up working. I ended up gaining most function of my knee and my leg, and then at the time I couldn't afford to get a second MRI, but then once I got insurance, I got another MRI, and it showed that it was healed. But I guess my point that I'm getting at with that is that this is, PRP therapy isn't covered by insurance because it's considered it's not considered I guess not it's showed mixed results in terms of efficacy, you know what I mean, but that doesn't mean that like it's not effective.
I can't argue with, like, if you have a personal story for something working, there's no way I can convince you otherwise. But I don't know if you have like crazy grandmas or anything, but like lots of people have personal stories of things working that don't like really work. So I mean, like, it might be in your case that any number of things happen. I don't know. I can't explain. Or maybe it did work. But I can't go off of just one story, right? I would never. And I don't think you would either, I would hope. We're never basing our opinions off of like 1 or 2 stories from people, or even like 20 stories, right? It would be something where it's like, I need to see like this being researched, and I need to see this working like broadly.
Right. Right. No, I mean, like, definitely. There's a lot of, there's a lot of folklore stories, and I feel like, you know, a lot of parts of Chinese medicine probably came from folklore. Like, some of it was observational, and then a lot of it was folklore, and then they're trying to kind of take the parts and streamline it and fit it into qualitative research. But I feel like there's been enough small studies of acupuncture to where now there are institutions that are implementing it as
so we're kind of looping. I understand that there have been institutions that are implementing it, but like there's been a lot of research on it, and so far it hasn't panned out, right? So that's where I'm at right now, right? Basically maybe in the future, maybe that'll change, but for now, it just, until there's like more stuff, I don't know if I care. Yeah.
I think with anything, with any scientific research, there's going to be a lot of studies that don't work, and then you kind of build on it from there, And I think we hear
There's also been like a lot of studies where we start looking at something, it doesn't work, we keep researching, and it doesn't work, and it never works.
Right. But I think there have been enough. I think there have been enough, at least somewhat, supporting evidence for acupuncture in terms of efficacy for certain conditions, not all, for certain conditions.
Yeah, that maybe warrant further research, but not recommendations, right? Because I think even you admitted that like the evidence is scant right now, right? And conflicting, even in some things.
Right. I mean, yeah, but I think in chronic pain, particularly chronic back pain, there have been enough consistencies to show that it does have merit.
Okay. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about, or?
I'm trying to think. No, I mean, I guess we're at a point where we're just gonna disagree to disagree.
Sure.
Agree
or
to
agree
disagree.
To disagree, yeah.
Agree to disagree. I mean, yeah, I don't know how else to put it in terms of because personally, I guess I think, there, of course, people are gonna say, I have people that come in and say that their pain level is 10 when it's really, like a 2, and et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of subjective experience, and you have to find ways to weed out that subjective experience. But I don't like to completely discount people's subjective experiences. And so for me, if places like the VA are starting to integrate the NADA protocol because they see its validity in terms of helping people manage stress and PTSD and that kind of thing, then why not give them that option,
Sure. Yeah, I mean, we're looping. I would say don't give them the option because it hasn't been proven to work, but I mean, I understand. We're at our foundational, our bedrock disagreement.
But with NADA protocol, there have been studies that have been.
Yeah, but there have been studies. Wait, for what?
For the NADA protocol.
Is that an acupuncture thing?
Yeah.
If I Google right now, if we can do this because I'm autistic as fuck, I don't care. If we were to like start Googling studies back and forth, do you think I would find just as many showing that it doesn't work as that it does work? Or do you think it would be
protocol?
like, yeah, or do you think there'd be like an overwhelming amount of evidence showing, wow, this is really effective?
That's a good question. I don't know. Let's try it.
Okay, well, I mean, if you really want to. Okay. All right, fuck it. Let's do it. This game is pissing me off. How do you spell this?
NADA.
Okay. NADA protocol, back pain, acupuncture.
No, not back pain.
Oh, what did you say?
Acupuncture. Ear acupuncture. It's not back pain.
Okay. NADA protocol, acupuncture. Research. Let's do Google Scholar. We'll say since...
The one I'm looking at is the National Institute of Health.
Auricular acupuncture, is that what it? Auricular, that probably means of the ear, right?
Yeah, auricular. You want...
The National Acupuncture Detoxification Association. Okay. And this journal is the Substance Abuse and Rehabilitation. I'm assuming it's an okay journal. I would hope so. Okay, let's
I just emailed you one from Casey's email too.
Okay. Okay, this review has a history of the protocol and the research of its development, promising early randomized controlled studies followed by a mixed field of positive and negative studies that may serve as a whole to prove that NADA, despite its apparent simplicity, is neither a reductive nor an independent treatment, and the need to refine the research approaches. Authors recommend that going forward, research continues to explore the crisis of the NADA protocol, added to accepted treatments, those treatments alone, recognized as not a standalone procedure, but a psychosocial intervention that affects the whole person and can augment outcomes from other treatment modalities. Okay, hold on. This is a, I believe this is a review. Did I make that up? This review. Okay, hold on. Let me just, give me like 2 seconds.
And if you want to send me stuff too, that's fine. You can send it to Casey's email.
Okay, if you want. I just replied with what I brought up right now. Just a review that I'm reading. Okay, hold on. So I'm hoping that this review would include literature like what you sent me, but okay. This is not a systematic review. The authors searched PubMed, Google, scanning the reference section, and found articles for additional citations. The keywords used for the search are not, okay, history. Okay, boom, boom, boom. The article is very straightforward and low-cost tool. It's not a standalone. It aids in... The NADA protocol developed in an era of rampant opiate use has always maintained a community and creativity focus as it has evolved into a tool for modern times with potential for broad application in behavioral health, criminal justice, trauma, disaster responses, and humanitarian aid. It may be that the appropriate evidence base of the NADA protocol is this very amassing of small, elegant trials that illuminate the various types of applications and outcomes. This review demonstrates that mounting evidence of the NADA protocol has positive effects on a host of measures, population treatment modalities. It is striking that many of the studies reveal NADA's effectiveness with populations obviously be the most difficult to treat. Arguably, large-scale replication trials would add credibility to the intervention, but the range of small positive studies offers testimony, perhaps more appropriate to the reality of NADA practice today. In research in clinical settings, Acutox? What is that? Is that another name for NADA? Acutox?
Acudetox? Is that what it said?
Oh, Acudetox. Yeah, I think so. Is a National Acupuncture Detoxification Association protocol. Okay. So that's what I said. It's a psychosocial intervention augmenting other treatments matched to clients' particular needs. It's not a systematic review. It's not a history and current look at the history of... Okay, so this makes it sound like that when I hear psychosocial, I think of something that like makes us feel better, but isn't necessarily like working on some like underlying big physiological thing, right? Is that psychosocial approach look at individuals in the context of combined influence of psychological factors and surrounding social environment? So it sounds like this. It says combined with other treatment modalities. So it makes it sound like this might be an effective thing in small trials so far when added onto other medicine that works. So that's okay. Okay, I'm looking at what you sent me now. Okay, hold on. NADA ear acupuncture and adjunctive therapy to improve and maintain positive outcomes in substance abuse treatment. For substance abuse treatment. Okay, introduction. The National Acupuncture Protocol is one of the most commonly used forms of acupuncture. Survey 628 licensed addiction treatment program. Addiction acupuncture is associated with a decrease in positive urine tests, increased program completion, improved patient satisfaction, and cost savings. Treatment costs with lower. Okay. Okay. White conducted a systematic literature. That's not this study, right? This is why Scott Hunter. No, okay. White conducted a systematic literature review on the use of acupuncture and additional treatment. Results were mixed regarding acupuncture benefit in abstinence, attrition, cravings, withdrawal symptoms. There was notable disparities between patient reports of clinical benefit and the outcomes determined. Those disparities may be understood to be due in part to the failure to capture statistical separation between two active treatments, i.e. the active and the so-called sham treatment. Studies using the so-called sham acupuncture are less likely to be positive than those using non-acupunctural controls. Placing a needle at any place in the body will elicit a response, and thus sham acupuncture is not indeed a true sham that is an inactive control. This suggests that the most reliable and clinically relevant NADA studies are those that compare a NADA group to a control group, traditional treatment alone. In fact, NADA is best understood as a somatic biopsychosocial intervention. Okay, so somatic biopsychosocial intervention sounds like a really fancy way of saying something is like it produces a positive effect on the mind, which downstream produces positive physiological benefits. But it's not something that actually, like, on its own, like, it sounds like if I was to go into this treatment believing it was bullshit, it wouldn't do anything for me. That's what I feel like when I read this, but I'm still reading. In a complicated, holistic clinical setting, NADA research is best conducted using naturalistic or qualitative study design. Patients utilize this. Okay, materials and methods. This is a prospective, randomized controlled trial. Cool. Took place in KSS. Patients entering the study between 258 people entered. Each person, 158 declined, and 100 were enrolled in the study. Oof. I wonder how this selection happened. So of the 258 people that were eligible, 158 refused to participate. 100 agreed to. Let's see, 15, boom, boom. 22 dropped down on the left, 19 dropped down on the right. Lost a follow-up. 9 lost a follow-up on the left, 8 lost a follow-up on the right. Oh, man. Do you know a lot about, like, conducting studies and everything?
I know somewhat from when I was in school, but to be honest, my focus, even when I was doing sociology researches, I would take, like, we had to take some classes, we had to do some research, but I'm not going to pretend to be an
Yeah, no, I understand. Something that, so nothing that I'm saying is like offhand, it makes it a bad study. That's not true. But I'm saying that this would make me wonder, right? So initially for this, so this was a prospective randomized control trial, which is cool. That's like an awesome gold standard for medical research. We are starting a study. We're going into the future. We're randomizing everything. We've got controls and everything. That's cool. One thing that would make me worry though is, so they assessed the eligibility of a bunch of people, and they came up with 258 people were eligible. Of those 258 eligible people, 158 refused to participate. I wonder what the refusal is for, because if that group highly selected for people that didn't really believe it would be that effective, that's pretty important, but I don't know that. I'll keep reading the methodology maybe. So we got 258 to start, 158 refused. So now we have 100 people. So now our sample size is 100. Of those 100, 50 were split into one group, 50 were split into the other. In the group where in both of these groups, it seems like about 20 people failed to finish the entire trial. So at the end of this study, we got about 30 people in both groups. I don't think it's a low sample size. Like, I'm not going to say like, oh, only 30 people. The thing that scares me is that the filtering and the dropouts makes me wonder. I would be worried about that. But okay. The sample was chosen a priori based on general guidelines. The study's collaboration with KSS and with universities. Studies approved by the follow the National Institute of Health guidelines. Each patient signed informed consent prior to entering the study. Each qualified patient was given the choice of participating in the study, which they understood included 3 and 6 month follow-up assessments after program completion. The inclusion criteria included age 18 to 65. Patients could also have co-occurring mental health symptoms. Exclusionary criteria were, okay, if you had bruises, if you couldn't follow directions, if you were younger than 18, older than 65, non-English, involuntary commitment. Okay. Traditional treatment was provided to both NADA and the control group. Traditional treatment included individual 12-step orientation and variety of group therapies. Alternative control treated by the same group of therapists, including both NADA and control groups, which are by the same group of therapists, including supervised substance counseling. Okay. Patients participated in various time. Okay. NADA group patients received twice weekly 5 bilateral ear acupuncture points while seated together in a large group of up to 20 patients per 45 minutes during the session. The 5 ear points treated are These are weird acupuncture things. Sympathetic Shen Men, lung, kidney, and liver points. Do you do ear acupuncture?
Yeah. There are specific points on the ear.
Yeah, I figured, yeah. The acupuncture needles are sterile, single-use, stainless steel shafts of 0.2 millimeter diameter, 7 millimeter length. At least 2 acupuncture treatments to be included in the surgical analysis. Like the same. Improvement on the quality of life. Okay. The groups are also compared using self-report at program completion 3 and 6 months. At 3 and 6 months after program completion, there was a decline in the number of response. This was due to attrition secondary to inability to reach patients. This was due to attrition secondary to inability to reach patients for follow-up. There were 56 patients. 6 months. There are slight variations based on non-response particular items. Okay, the completion rates were similar for both. However, completion and uncompletion differ by race, criminal history, and initial drug test categories. Among non-whites, a higher percentage complete the program in the NADA group. Among patients with a positive initial drug test, a higher percentage complete the program. So criminal history, a higher percentage failed to complete that. Okay. This is like psychological improvements of group by time illustrates a significant improvement for both treatment groups for anxiety, GAD, and depression. Only the NADA group showed a significant improvement in quality of life. Post-hoc tests reveal selected items like HQ feeling tired, having energy, and feeling bad about yourself showed statistically significant improvement for NADA groups compared to the control group. So let's see. Psychological improvement. Okay, GAD is general anxiety. PHQ is, do you remember what that was? What that is?
HQ. I don't remember what that is.
Oh, depression. Depression? PHQ-9?
Oh, patient health questionnaire.
Oh, Patient Health Questionnaire 9 is the major depressive disorder module of the full PHQ. Gotcha. Depression, PHQ 9. Okay. So, traditional group versus the NADA group. Oh, man. So, the traditional group, so for severe GAD, the numbers are so small, it's a little spooky. Assuming I'm reading these graphs right. So, like, for instance, on the severe, so of all the people that finished the study, got all the way to the end, I think 2 of them had severe GAD in the traditional group. 1 of them had severe GHD in the NADA group, which is a big thing. It's double the number, but the sample size is so small. On the moderate side, for moderate GAD, the people that went through the ear acupuncture had 8 people versus 6 in the traditional group. And then for mild, it was 6 in the traditional and 11 in the NADA group, which is technically good. It's better because there are more, but the numbers are so small that, like, just a few people around here, and then all the dropouts too, I wonder how that would have influenced things. But for depression, we've got 0 for severe in the NADA group. Okay. I don't think I see a difference in depression at all, right? Did I say that? Depression? Okay. And depression. Okay, am I sorry, I don't know if you like that word or not. A mixed measure analysis exploring both psychological improvements of groups by time illustrates a significant improvement for both treatment groups for anxiety and depression. Oh, okay, so this is for both treatment groups, they improved. But compared to one another, and a paired difference means test indicates only those in the NADA group showed a significant improvement in quality of life. Okay, Q less. So in GAD and depression, we didn't get much, but for the QLES, I don't know what this is probably a questionnaire on quality of life.
Yeah, quality of life.
Quality of life, okay, a satisfaction questionnaire. And in this one, we went from 47.9 to 48.8 in the traditional group. And in the NADA group, we went from 48 to 54.35, which I guess is an improvement, but man. Consumption. I don't know where this came from. Okay. Interesting. Consumption in groups significantly favored not at 3 months post-discharge for alcohol. Sample size equal to 23.4%. And trended better for drugs and tobacco. This pattern continued at 6 months post-discharge for alcohol consumption. Tobacco consumption at 6 months significantly favored Nana. And it trended better for drug use compared to discharge. 50% of patients leave the program were unemployed upon entering the program. At discharge, 70% previously unemployed attained some employment versus 35% of the control group. Okay, so I would say looking at this that like this is interesting, but I feel like I would need to see more. The dropout rates scare me, and then the fact that there was no like the control here is just standard of care. I feel like there has to be some type of placebo. That makes me wonder. That would have to be just like designed for, but that's interesting. I guess I'll say that it's interesting, and I think I feel like my initial statement still rings true. Like it's interesting, an interesting area to build on for further research. Now,
right. I mean I think the higher. I mean, who knows, right? Because I'm not one of the researchers doing the trial, but I think the higher dropout rate is. A lot of people just don't want to take the time to keep coming back to do things with like acupuncture studies. You gotta be able to come in 2 to 3 times a week, and I think for most things people just don't want to, and especially people with history of depression, anxiety, that kind of thing. It could just be too much stress on them.
Yeah, and I understand that, but the only scary thing with getting a lot of people that drop out of studies is that the group of people that drop out might be quite significant from the group of people that stay. So say, for instance, a lot of the people that dropped out did it because, hypothetically, let's say they feel like the needle stuff wasn't doing anything for them. If you're missing those people that are all dropping out, that's going to significantly change the nature of what the true data is, right? Or let's say like a bunch of people went like one time, we're like, oh my God, the acupuncture fucking cured all my shit. Like I'm great. I'm never coming back. You're also missing those people. That's the only reason why the dropout stuff is a little bit worrisome, is because the people that are leaving might be statistically quite significant from the cohort that remains, right?
Right. Well, and I think it would be also too important to mention at what point did they drop out and why they dropped out. In terms of evaluating, like I think it would be good for them to have the evaluation of and question of why did they drop out, essentially. Like,
yeah, of course. And the researcher said, I think in here they said that the problem was that like following up was just difficult, is what they said. But yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, like it would be important to follow up with with those people, and like why did they choose not to? I don't think that's important at all. Yeah, I just think a big part of with any study is the follow up, and when you ask people to come back again and again, it's hard. So I don't know in terms of what incentive it was for them to come back.
Sure.
I mean, and also people don't like needles. So.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, anything else?
I don't know. That's it. Do you want? Is there something you wanted to show me?
Not really, but I don't do like a lot of like acupuncture debate, so it's not like I don't have like a ton of stuff like saved or anything for.
Right. I just saw the one that you sent. I don't know. Do you have less questions, more questions feel about the same about acupuncture?
I think I still feel about the same, but I appreciate the conversation. Maybe in the future, maybe I'll like do more digging into it, and we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it would be beneficial for you to talk to an acupuncturist that's focused more on the research component, because there are those out there. You know, just like with anything, there's acupuncturists that focus more on practice
research.
and
Yeah.
acupuncturists that are more involved with research. So I don't know. I guess, in my opinion, my question is, why do you tend to group acupuncture, kind of lump acupuncture into the same as chiropractic and homeopathy and, you know, that kind of thing?
I think just because of what I said before, that it's like all kind of like not really evidence based as much as more like a traditional type of thing, like not incorporated under modern medical research or practices. Yeah.
I guess my other question is, why do, like, for instance, why do acupuncturists have to go through certain standards of training, you know, as kind of listed by entities such as the World Health Organization, like kind of the criteria for acupuncture schools, and why do we have to go through the process of like training and certifying and licensing if there's not, like, to distinguish us from just anyone being able to practice acupuncture?
I mean, like, I'm sure there's going to be some foundational basic things that you have to do, like learning how to sterilize needles and stuff is going to be important, right? Like, people that do hair have to go through licensing, as silly as it is in the United States, right? To be an esthetician for some stuff, or for a hairstylist for other stuff, or whatever, depending on what you want to do, right? But I mean, imagine anybody that's going to like put needles in people probably has to get some type of licensing or certification. But I don't think that makes it like, that means that like, oh, look, now we know it's a valid medical treatment, you know?
Why does the medical board in my state bother licensing us?
Probably because you're putting needles in people, so they want to know that you're not just going to be like the girl from Audition, like poking needles in people's eyes or something. That would be my guess, like, or doing like crazy stuff.
Right, but I mean, like, so I mean, they must, you know, see some point in being able to regulate it, and having us jump through certain hoops, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, the point is that, like, I mean, people should be allowed, if they want to do alternative medicines, I guess. If you want to do it, I don't think you should be like banned from doing it. But if they are going to do it, I mean, we should probably have some sort of like standard by which people that put needles in other people should at least know what they're doing, right?
Right. And I mean, like, you know, why do I go through the process of, you know, taking board exams and whatnot? Why can't just, you know, Joe Schmo on the street put needles in someone? I mean, I'm sure there are people doing it, right? Like under the table, putting needles in people.
Well, yeah, again, because I don't think they want like random people just sticking needles in people, right? You have to at least know how to like work with needles, I would imagine. So there's going to be some certification process for that.
Right. So, I mean,
yeah.
I don't know what I'm trying to say, but okay. I guess I'm just saying that I think that if they didn't feel like it wasn't so credible to some extent, they wouldn't bother with regulating it, because like things like homeopathy, I don't think you need to have a license to do homeopathy, right?
Yeah, but do those people work with like blood at all, or needles or anything?
Not to my knowledge.
Yeah, so that's probably why they don't really care as much about licensing them.
Right. Or, yeah.
Okay, well, anything else? Or we reached the end of our...
I think we're at the end.
Okay. Well, hey, listen, if anything else comes up, or if anything else comes up with your boyfriend telling you something's come up, feel free to shoot me a message and we can chat about it, all right?
All right. Sounds good.
Okay. Thanks for the conversation. I appreciate it.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Could leave that on, but it seems kind of mean. Oh my god, dude. Oh, I did the wrong thing. Dude, this fight is so fucking obnoxious. Holy shit. Okay, in the future, we need to identify these caves. I'm avoiding all duplicate fights. Like, it's just stupid. It's like the laziest type of content in the world. It's annoying run to the boss, and it's literally just like 2 bosses copy-pasted together. Like, what an uncreative waste of my fucking time. You're gonna have to fight them again? Yeah, it's so fucking stupid. They're the worst enemies in the game. The first one is manageable. I don't like the second one. He has like a stomp technique that if I auto-attack, it seems like it's unavoidable. So I feel like I can only attack once he's used the double stomp, which is just so stupid. But, I don't know. A Mr. Girl manifesto. Oh boy. Why did you accept this talk? A guy emailed me and he said, my girlfriend works in acupuncture stuff and she wants to talk to you about her job. And I emailed him back and I was like, okay, if she wants to, that's fine, but it's gonna be like a challenging conversation. Like it's gonna be, and he's like, oh, that's okay, she'll be fine. I was like, okay, well. Oh, I'm out of stamina. Oh, this is gonna kill me. Oh. Nice. After this fight, there's some place we can go to get like a god sword and dual wield. I don't know if that'll be good or not, but we'll try that next. A Zamor or Zamanth or some bullshit. The God Slayer, something like that. The sword you got from Morgott should work. Am I holding this sword in my inventory right now? Like, that attack. Can I dodge the second hit if I roll the first one? It feels like the timing. This input read on healing is also so fucking stupid. Holy shit, who thought that was a good idea?
Oh my god. If me piercing big titty goth girl septums doesn't cure their back pain. Why did they make me get a license to do it?
You have to trade in their... Okay, I don't care. Cannot travel to a site of grace from this location. Okay, whatever. Equip any curved great swords. I don't know if I have. Is there a way to sort by curved greatsword? Is this what I need? Like, how do I know if it's a curved greatsword? Will it just say it? And what I'm using right now, is this a curved? Oh, this is a curved greatsword. Okay, standard. Those are great swords, straight swords. Curved greatsword. No, curved sword. Curved greatsword. Okay, these are the curved greatswords. Dismounter. I can't use this one because I don't have the faith for it. Is this R1 doing more damage? Oh, I have to use L1. Is my L2 gonna be the same? Oh yeah, it is. L1 in the air? What is that? Your DPS will tank though with a non-upgraded sword? Wait, it's not additive? It actually brings down my damage? Is that true? 1340. Oh fuck, I think it is true. Wait, that sounds so stupid. 1550. Wait, let me find a snail guy. Oh no, it's slightly higher. Yeah, fuck it. Like, this is the dumbest, like, of any design I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, push heal, throws bomb. Like, that's so stupid. Your weapon is not reinforced. If you get it +9, you'll do dumb damage. Yeah, I'll just I'll do it after this. Fuck it. What does Vitality do again? I don't even know.
You have the exact time and place.
Wait, when did I get this? Greatly raises maximum HP. How greatly we... What? From 537 to 575. Yeah, it's probably all percentage based. Well, hey, listen, maybe that plus this. Maybe this will be enough to survive one attack. Not using Godric's Rune? I have to go get that somewhere. Okay. Nice. Total miss. Good job.
Here it is, folks. Another Elden Ring endgame made simple by Soy Boy helpers. Can't wait for him to one-shot every boss because he has a weak mental. Not the Giga Chat I thought.
I have like one delusional fucking shit souls fan that donates to me. He gets so fucking mad at how I play this game. Okay, I can't attack him till he does like his double stomp thing. Literally, I think. Oh, fuck. Come over here. Oh my god. Still one-shots me with this stupid stomp attack. Oh my god, dude. It's the laziest, most boring shit in the world. Switch to Morgoth's for a shit ton of health. Yeah, maybe we'll do Morgoth's after. Pretty sure you're gonna attack after the fireball attack. No, I don't think so, because he has an instant stomp, where if I swing, I don't have time to roll before he does his quick stomp afterwards. Maybe for the fireball, maybe he's locked into that animation a bit longer. It's just annoying because like it one-shots me and it's undodgeable if I've already like committed to an R1. And I'm just R1ing, I'm not even jump attacking.
Finally, I have been recognized. My trolling has paid off. He's big mad and big bad. I love you, Steven. Good luck with Melania.
That I don't know how to dodge that attack. I feel like I always get hit by the second one. I'm not sure if I can. Maybe you have to run the first attack and then jump and then roll the second or something, or just roll away. Do you parry ever?
Didn't say Simon says.
I'm saying it now, folks.
I
The
can't parry
God-Skin
with
duel
a
fight will
sword.
break this man. It will break him in the worst way. Very sad.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Usually the duo fights aren't as bad once you get over the initial cancerousness of it, because the enemies usually have way, way, way lower HP. I don't know if it'll be the same with the Godskin dudes, but... Where was my hello? L2? If you dodge the thrust attack to the left, oh, instead of the right for the first one, maybe. I remember my girlfriend at the time worked at Monolith and said all the devs hated Destiny's video on this game because he absolutely shit on it. Wait, what video is that? That's not that one Lord of the Rings game or whatever, is it? LOL. Heal, press heal, shoot thing. Oh my god. He's gonna kill me instead of morphing? No, I didn't even hit him. Oh, every single one missed! How? Just hit him, bro. Booksmarts wants to, Booksmarts wants to chat, I guess. I don't know. Okay. are 2 wolves inside of you. One of them dies instantly to the boss. The second one dies instantly to the second boss. This is the run right here. Run status. I feel it. We're gonna crush. We're gonna dominate this one.
Sucks you keep getting one shot. They need a mod for this game that lets you put stat points when you're getting more HP or something. Bad design.
Absolutely true. I'll be right back, 1 sec.
All joking aside, Howard, is it possible that you haven't learned the moveset by now?
Didn't say Simon Says.
Hold on.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy. Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
You, cut you up ahead. Whoa.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
What is your favorite type of doggy? Golden Retriever? Woof. Labrador? Woof. Cocker Spaniel? Woof. Shih Tzu? Woof. Chow Chow? Woof. Mastiff? Woof. French Bulldog? Woof. Chihuahua? Woof. Samoyed? Woof. Husky? Woof. German Shepherd? Pepe. Oh.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
L, 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 L,
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
L, 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 L,
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
L, 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 L. And here we see Digachad in his natural environment. Listen carefully. If I were a liberal Democrat,
your life then,
people would
working
say
class
I'm the
Andy.
super genius of all time. The super genius of all time. If you're a conservative Republican, you've got to
hating
fight
your
for
life
your
then,
life.
working class
It's
Andy.
really an amazing thing. L, Stracer.
M. Woo! 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 M.
Obama.
Woo! M. Woo! M. Woo! M. Woo! M.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy. Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
What's up, DGG? I gotta keep it $1.50 with you. I'm down bad. I use all my money on spamming out. I hate L.
This is how you do it, L. L, 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 L.
Just kidding, Obama. Oh, Obama.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
L, 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 L,
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
We're rounding him up in a very main way, in a very nice way. And they're going to be happy because they want to be legalized. And by the way, I know it doesn't sound nice, but not everything is nice. What am I saying? I mean Obama. My fellow patriots, a lot of people, I don't want this to sound trivial, but a lot of people are telling me this may be the worst Elden Ring playthrough in the history of maybe ever. I don't know. That is what people are telling me. Sad.
Any who thinks Booksmart should be deplatformed from DGG. Say Obama. L. 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 Yeah. L. 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 Yeah. L. L.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
One day I'm gonna be dead, and you fucking losers are gonna go to my funeral, and somebody's gonna make an
Blamina.
I feel it.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy. Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
L. 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 Obama. Way.
Dankmüküm.
Hello?
Oh, sorry. I had to mute. I was cracking up at this fucking L shit.
Oh, hey, well, what's up, buddy?
Not much. Like, I wish we could talk in better circumstances. I saw the clips and stuff, and I felt like compelled to come on and stuff. I was gonna reach out to you once I got to Denmark and stuff, and I had like a more like stable internet situation and whatever, but I had to cut that in advance because of the clips.
Oh no. Well,
yeah.
What's up?
Well, we could talk about the Twitter deplatforming thing if you'd like, because I know that's about you, but totally up to you. I mostly just wanted to like address like why I take like long stints off of streaming, because I know you're like repeating something that was on Reddit that's like from my perspective, clearly not true. Like I lose internet a lot. The last maybe month and a half, I've been staying in Tijuana. My first Airbnb back like had tons of internet problems and it kept cutting out. It was really frustrating, and then it just wasn't working at all. So I had to like cut that short, move to a new one, and the guy like promised me that the internet would be good, and I come here and it's like literally a SIM card in like a plug-in modem, and it was like god awful. And so he had to like install a whole new internet thing, and even that like that cut out yesterday. So clearly I can't like be in Tijuana and stream.
Is there not like a cheap place you can just live in the U.S. for a while, or it seems like you're like traveling like all over the world, or?
Well, that's kind of like a more fun thing to talk about is like at a larger level. And the thing that's tough about this relationship with streaming is I like being a globetrotter and like being in a different place every month and stuff. And this happened even before I was streaming. Like I lived in a van and I traveled all through the United States and stuff. But that's really hard with streaming. So now I'm having to confront the idea that like, well, if I want to be consistent at this, there's really no way of doing it while traveling unless I made like enough money to buy us or to pay for like a really good spot every single time. And I don't make enough to do that. So whenever I get back from this next Europe trip, I'll probably look at like finding a cheap place in the US to rent. Like people are saying Louisville or Tennessee and stuff, and I'll have to pick a place because it's just not possible.
Gotcha. Okay.
But it's not like I'm farming for one big dono and then I'm like, well, see you later. all of a sudden we're having internet problems. Like that's not really it. And I feel like it could be dangerous if that gets around as like the reason why I take time off of streaming when it's like not really the case, you know?
Gotcha. I mean, it's kind of the case, right? You get enough to travel to another country and then stream for a little bit with internet problems and then get enough to travel to another country, right?
No, I mean, like the internet problems oftentimes come when I'm like in Mexico in particular. And the reason why I go to Mexico is because like I don't like always have enough money to go to better countries. Like I don't always have enough money to stay in the US or to stay somewhere in Europe unless I'm like with a viewer or something. And so when I come to Mexico, it's always a gamble on whether or not we'll have good enough internet. But like I make an effort, like during the last period where we had time off, like I crossed the border and went to San Diego so that I could have like mobile internet and stuff. And like I try to do those, but clearly that's not what people want or like show up for. But you know, for the people who really care and stuff that are on the Discord and are wondering where I'm at, like I do try to give them something. But no, I mean like I always check with the fucking Airbnb host to make sure that the internet is good. Like I'm not doing it on purpose to cuck people.
Yeah, you can never know that, right? Like nobody knows if internet is good enough for streaming unless they're actually a streamer. Yeah, it probably is good. They're probably not lying. It works for like watching YouTube videos and shit, but which is what 99% of people want from like a internet service, but not obviously what streamers want.
Yeah, lately I've been getting them on the hook for the up and down speeds and then complaining to Airbnb, and that seems to get them to move on fixing stuff. Because I learned that quick too, is like what, like they'll be like, well, I've had people that work on the internet that never complain about it, and it's like, well,
which is probably true
Zoom
actually,
calls.
because they're just doing like Google Hangouts and stuff, and and like emails. So
yeah. And it's so frustrating, especially in a language that isn't my first language, to like go through and explain to them that stuff too. Like I had to do that with this host. Like he was really, really curious as to why it is that the internet isn't working for me, but it's working for him. And that's the other thing in Mexico. Sometimes you'll have like a 3 or 4 unit place and everybody is using the same access point for internet. And it's like, okay, well, then I'm at the mercy of like whoever else is connecting. Like that's a big rip. And then I have to explain all of that in Spanish, and it's like, I don't know, it's really hard.
Sure.
But yeah, Mexico's probably off the table. I got to figure out something else. And if that means like staying in some other state that I've never been to and renting, then that is what it is. I hope to save on the Europe trip and then be able to do first, last, and furniture and stuff, and then do that.
Okay, yeah.
But that's like that's numero uno. I mean, besides that, like I saw comments about like whether I like being a streamer or not. I got really tired of like the politics stuff really quick, because I think ever since I first talked to you, like I explained, I'm not really into the politics stuff. I don't really like debating with people. I think that a lot of the debate that we see on Twitch is not very good. And at some point when your job is to like go through line by line and like look at all that, I don't know, it feels like it's very draining, because it feels like a waste of like time, energy, and attention. Yeah, even the charitability thing, like Demon Mama said, like I'm a Demon Mama hater and I'm always like unfair to her and whatever. It's like, bro, of all the people, really, like I don't know, I get in trouble for the level of charitability that I give you, like to the point where I overshoot the mark like a lot of the time too, and then I get shit for that. Like I don't know, it like all of that just like really bothered me about doing that. But I love the just chatting stuff. I love just like talking to the chat, or like responding to emails from people, or like doing the IRL stuff. Like I did an IRL stream where I got my like first stream snipers, and it was like, oh, that's really flattering. Like they took time out of their day to come and like creep on me, and then we got to talk, and I'll meet back up with them sometime like later this month, and that'll be cool. And we'll go do something else. It's like off stream. Like I like all that. All that's really fun about this. But like what we're expected to do for like the Twitch politics meta and stuff is just not in line with like what I find interesting, and that's the frustrating thing.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I can understand that. Yeah, all pretty standard streaming complaints. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not that I don't like streaming, and I've heard people say that, and it's like, well, that's not really accurate, you know. Like I like the just chatting stuff. I like hanging out with you guys. It's just, you know, having to do the reviews and stuff and like sit through that's the rough part. But it's also the part where like that's where you get the people that want to support the channel with like big donations, or that's where like you're going to get the people in the door because they know the names that are involved with whatever it is that you're doing. And that's kind of the tough part of it, is like, well, if you want to, you know, make this like a financially viable thing to some extent, you're going to have to like play to that, or really, really have something good to offer with the just chatting stuff and grow it independently. And now that's kind of what I'm looking at, is like, okay, well, how do people get to a success level where they can just talk to the chat and do that kind of stuff? And so I'm looking at like Jake and Bake and stuff like that. Like, well, maybe if we have interesting travel streams, or like Melina is another good example. Like maybe if there's interesting travel streams and stuff like that, maybe it's possible. So I'm going to try that for a little while.
Okay, well. Anything else you want to chat about?
Yeah, your Twitter shit. I don't think that you should be able to continue to use Twitter. And I'm surprised at how many people are that upset that I have a take like that. I don't know. You're like really toxic on Twitter. And beyond that...
Well, I think the problem is that your take is like, it's couched in the most like cowardly language possible, I think is the issue. You seem to have a problem with the content that I post on Twitter, which is fine, but that's a position that requires like defending it. But then, like, you retreat back to the TOS says that he was banned before, so he should stay banned. And these are two, like, fundamentally different types of claims, right?
Yeah, for sure. Like, one is logical in nature, one is, like, the emotional thing. Like, I think logically, if we get down to it, like, he's breaking TOS by even being on here, and he shouldn't be able to continue to like make accounts and be on here.
Well, but that first thing, that's like not even worth talking about. There's literally zero reason why anybody would listen to anybody say that, right? Like let's have a conversation like, should this guy have gotten a speeding ticket? Well, he was speeding, so he should have gotten the speeding ticket. Like that's like what that amounts to. Like what's even the point, right? There's nothing interesting or insightful there.
I guess I'm missing the point. So it's not insightful to say, well, he's breaking the rules that would result in a ban, therefore he should be banned. Like it's like a matter of fact statement is what you're saying?
Yeah, it's like, yeah, of course. If ban evading is bad, you should be banned for ban evading. But that's not what you want to say. And you know that's not what people are listening for. I think you know that. But it's like a cop-out way to not have to defend the actual take. It would be like if me saying it's like being gay is immoral, and we start arguing, and eventually I appeal back to like, well, it was illegal for a long time to get married. It's like, okay, but we're not talking about what the law is. We're talking about like, what is your personal position on it?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, this is something I actually, maybe you could give me advice about. I have a tough time with these communities that are used to the logical approaches. Like, for me, I think a lot of my decisions and stuff are guided on emotion. Like, I think the more compelling thing to me is the way that you engage on Twitter should be reason enough for like.
Yeah, but then why ever appeal to like ban evasion?
Because I think for people in the audience, that's not enough for them to like understand that position. So I'm trying to give them different angles.
But if people initially don't agree with the morality of the ban, why would appealing to the written rules of the TOS ever sway those people, right? You know that's not true. That's never going to convince somebody. If I tell somebody they should be banned from the platform,
I don't agree.
Well, this isn't. This isn't even really like an agreement. This is like you're just wrong, right? Like if I were to tell somebody like I think that this person should be banned from YouTube, and somebody's like, well, I disagree. I don't like that. I don't like how that goes. And then you're like, well, look at this part in the TOS. It says they should be banned. They're not going to be like, oh, shit, you're right. Yeah, they should be banned, right? Usually people disagree on the merits of the application of the TOS is typically where the disagreements come from.
I see your point there. And if I got into a debate with somebody the way I'm getting into it with you now, then we could go down that. It's just for me, like the emotional part is like, oh, okay, well, the way that he's engaging with people, I don't think is super positive. And then the logical part is like, at the end of the day, he's breaking TOS and he probably shouldn't be able to continue to break TOS. Like, and that's something that I would apply even to like friends of mine that
I think
are
we need to eliminate the emotional logical dichotomy. I don't think it's serving anything here. It's not about emotional or logical. Both of these positions can be emotional. Both of these positions can be logical, right? I just think there's like, let's say that I argue that like my wife was deathly ill and I was driving her to the hospital as quickly as I could, okay? And I got pulled over while doing it and they actually gave me a ticket even though I could prove everything that was happening. And then let's say I get into an argument with somebody like that and they're like, well, were you speeding? Well, if you were speeding, then you broke the law, so you deserve to get a speeding ticket. That's not insightful or worth saying, right? Like, well, yeah, obviously, but we're not arguing about like the letter of the law for the TOS, right? I don't think anybody would argue that like, oh no, you should be allowed to ban evade on Twitter. Nobody's making that argument. Nobody reasonable is making that argument, right? Usually the argument is over whether you should have been banned initially, not whether or not ban evasion is a thing that should be allowed.
Okay, because my understanding is that people are ignoring that thing about the ban evasion and that's what's leading them to then make the argument about like, well, I think the rules should change. And I don't believe that you even believe that. That's a little silly. The argument is typically whether or not people believe I should have been banned at all in the first place. That's typically what people argue. Not like I think that the whole. I don't watch any of that stuff, so I don't know. I'll take your word for it.
Well,
the only thing
reasonably, well, what do you think? Do you really think like if you were to ask a random person of mine, a random fan of mine, what like about my Twitter ban, do you think they would say, oh, I think the TOS should change so people should be allowed to ban evade? Or do you think they'd be more likely to say, well, I don't agree with the original reason why he was banned?
I think the latter, for sure. Now that you're bringing it up to me, I'm just like, what frustrates me is reading in the chat that like I'm not being honest or that's not honestly what I believe. I haven't watched any of the content about this. I can only like make my own predictions about that. And
well,
I can be wrong with what people...
That's not an acceptable cop-out, right? Because you've entered into the arena giving strong opinions on it. So to say now that like, well, I haven't seen anything about it, it's like, okay, well then you shouldn't have said anything about it.
But those strong opinions are my own opinions about it.
Yeah, but
like,
the
my
strong
own
opinions,
if you're evading bans, I don't think you should be able to keep making Twitter accounts.
Do you think like but that's not the question, right? The whether or not like should you be able to break the rules? Well, no, they're the rules. That's what you're saying. That's not worth saying, right?
Well, because my framing of the discussion in my head is not around whether the rules are right or not. That's not where my brain goes. I'm accepting what you're telling me, that that's where everybody else's brain goes. My brain, independent of everybody else's, does not go there.
I don't agree. I think it does. Because because when you're pushed further on it, when you talk more about it, you could just say that tautologically. Well, I mean, like, yeah, that's a really good ban. Like, you should say ban. But that's not what you say. You use that, like, tautological thing to segue into something more, which is his content or his behavior on Twitter is worthy of banning. Now we've gone from just stating the rules to now justifying an application of the rule. But then if anybody pushes you on it, you can just go back to the first thing of like, oh, well, I mean, he was already banned, so it's ban evasion. Back to the tautology
But me
thing.
disagreeing with with what you're doing on Twitter is not, that's not what's leading to me thinking that you ought to be banned. It's being okay with you being banned, like at emotional level. Like, okay, well, that's better for everyone at the end of the day. But I'm not saying that what you're doing is ban worthy. This, like, same with plenty of other people on Twitter who do shit that like I disagree with or I think is like toxic for everybody. My mind doesn't jump to like, therefore they ought to be banned. Like, I think people should be able to say plenty of that shit. But if Twitter has like reviewed your shit and then said that you broke TOS and then banned you, then that's its whole own thing. But does that make any sense? Like,
No, it doesn't make sense
I figure
at all.
that you're
Can
not
you-
believing me here. But
Yeah, I don't think that made any sense. You have to reformulate that.
Okay.
Because what I heard,
let me-
what it sounded to me was that you thought that my conduct on Twitter was worthy of me staying banned.
Okay.
So that sounds like an argument for the application of the TOS, but then the justification for that was, well, he was banned and now he's ban evading. So it would be like me arguing like homosexuality is a moral wrong because it's like immoral. It's like, well, why is it immoral? Well, I mean, it was illegal, so it's immoral. Well, but why is it immoral? Well, I'm just stating what the law says. Right?
Yeah, but I'm not connecting those two things.
You
like
absolutely
that.
did. You let one statement flowed seamlessly without breath into the other. You immediately went in the same 1 minute clip. It was, well, you know, he was banned for ban evading, and I think that he broke the TOS and he should stay ban evading, and his conduct on Twitter is really bad. So I think that the ban is okay. That you've taken the tautology of like, this is what the TOS says, which we can all read, and then into, therefore he ought to stay banned, but because of his conduct. That's a totally separate conversation, though.
If I did that, like, I misspoke. That was a very long segment too.
Okay, the misspeak. I don't agree with that. I don't think it was a misspeak, but
okay. I don't know what I can do to convince you the other way around, because like in my brain, this TOS thing and the good versus bad thing are two entirely separate things. Like, if here would be a good example. Like, if Alex Jones, by dodging all these court cases, gets put in jail, I'd be like, well, that's good. Alex Jones wouldn't be able to have a show anymore, and I think his show is like a net bad on society. But I think ultimately, like, that's not the reason why I think he ought to have been arrested or the reason that he ought to be in jail. The reason he ought to be in jail is the legal reason for it. It's because he's avoiding like showing up to all these court cases, and that's like a completely separate thing.
Yeah, but like imagine if you gave an opinion where you were saying like, oh yeah, like I think Alex Jones should be in jail. And people are like, well, why is that? Well, you know, he broke the law and he was convicted in court and his content is really bad for society. Well, it makes it sound like you're using the first part and then you're packaging it with the second part to make it sound like the second part is also a justification for the first part. They're like, his content being really bad for society means he should be in jail? That's what it sounds like. I think that's how 99% of people will hear that.
I could see that. That's
also,
like a solid...
Sure, and then it's also really weird because you have no idea why I was banned from Twitter.
No, but the ban evasion is something that breaks to us and is ban worthy in and of itself. That's why, like.
But again, we're going back to this. Where, like, if you don't know, what if the original reason why I was banned for Twitter was because I accidentally used the same phone number on 2 accounts and it was a suspicion of botting and they banned me? Do you think that I should still be banned from Twitter? The answer is yes, because of my conduct. Let's say I use the same phone number on 2 accounts and they banned me for suspicious account activity as like my 2-factor authentication.
No, that would be kind of lame, right?
Well, no, you already said I should be banned though because of my conduct on Twitter.
No, I'm saying you should be banned because of the ban evasion, because you're making multiple accounts when you're already banned on Twitter.
Okay, so you think I should be banned for ban evasion. You have no idea why I originally got banned. That's not important. No. And then the fact that you don't think I make good...
I just don't know it.
And then the fact that I make content on Twitter that is divisive or bad or whatever, that doesn't factor into this at all.
No, it's like icing on the cake, but it's not like a logical foundation that I think that people want to hear from me. But it's like a separate thing. Like, these are two like separate points.
Okay. I feel like it wasn't presented that way, but I mean, I guess if this is like where we're at now, then okay.
But if we're saying and, bro, like in the future, I will make clear that that separate points are separate points, and like I can understand now like the optics of it and whatever, you know. But like these are separate points, like the same way that like if I then said like, oh well, here's another bannable offense they did, and here's another bannable offense they did, and I think that this tweet should have been worthy of a ban. Those are all going to be separate points as well. Like,
well, but now we're back onto the other thing again, where it's like, So do you think I should have been banned for my content, or do you think I should just be banned for ban evasion? I don't
I
understand
think
how you
you should
can't
have been banned for ban evasion.
Okay, but then why try to justify the ban with other types of content?
It's trying to justify like it. Okay, let me think about this. What is the question? What is the exact phrasing so I could write it down? Because I feel like I'm not answering you in a way that you're like feeling like is sufficient here.
So the question is, why should Destiny be banned on Twitter? And then one answer that we get is tautological. So when I say tautological, I mean that like the answer comes from the definition. And so one thing you say is he broke the TOS. Breaking the TOS by ban evasion entails being banned, right? So that's boring. When I say tautology is boring, it's like saying like, what is the sky? The sky is the sky. Like the definition gives us the answer. There's nothing we need to hear from somebody to explain a tautology. It is what it is, right? So that's the first thing you say. But then you use, it feels like you build off of that to then also go on to say that he should be banned because of his content as well. And it feels like that's now I'm not saying that's an indefensible position, but that position requires justification, right? Well, okay, well, what is the content that's so bad that it should be banned from Twitter? That's an argument. But to bolster that argument with the tautology would say, well, he should be banned because he should be banned because the TOS said he should be banned. Well, now we've taken a statement that requires argumentation, and we have just given a definition of why people are banned beforehand. And now we've like avoided the argument, but we get to make like the fun, strong statement. That's my issue. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
100%. So I'm going to explain something and see if this makes sense to you, because like this is ultimately like why I'm thinking differently on this than you. Is I'm thinking like when you're writing a paper, you can have independent points that don't necessarily all rely on the other. Like if I have one paragraph that's about like, okay, well, Twitter says that he's not allowed to be ban evading, and that's like a bannable offense, and therefore this ban would be justified. Furthermore, people are better off that Steven is banned, and I do a paragraph about that, and then I do a third paragraph about like Steven is probably better off being banned from Twitter, because then Steven doesn't have to like put out these arguments that are going to like negatively impact his optics, right? Like in my mind, these are all separate things. And like, you know, whichever one you think is going to be something that is convincing to you, you can hang on to. But I think they're all like independent of each other. I don't see them as like one logically leads to the other or something like that. Like what would be the problem there that I'm not seeing?
I'm trying to think.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
I'm trying to think of how I can formulate it or make it fit into like an essay-like formula. Let's say that a black person was pulled over without it doesn't have to be a black person. Fuck it. Let's say that whatever, an XYZ person, whoever, random person gets pulled over by the cops, and without provocation, the cops pull the guy out of the car, they accuse him of some bullshit, and they're like, okay, we're gonna arrest you, like fuck you. And he's got his kids with him, and he resists arrest, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we were to say, should he have been arrested, and you were to just respond with, well, he resisted arrest, of course he should have been arrested, nobody would find that to be a satisfying answer, because they would say, well, the conditions that led him to resisting arrest were in and of themselves tainted, so that's not good. We're not talking about if he resisted arrest. We're talking about what led to the resistive arrest. So when you say that like this was justified because this person reacted this way, the question is, well, what was the thing that happened before that? That's what people are getting at. So if somebody asks like, is Destiny's ban on Twitter justified? And you say, well, he was justified for resisting arrest or like ban evading. That's not a very satisfactory answer. We're not saying anything of value there. There's nothing like, yeah, we can say that. But that's not really what the question's about. That's not what all the debate is about. That's not what people are talking about, right?
Right.
Like if I were to start making new Twitch accounts and streaming on Twitch, and then somebody was like, I think Destiny's ban on Twitch was deserved. Like, wait, why? And you're like, well, because he was ban evading. And then someone's like, okay, I guess, yeah. But I mean, and then you're like, and also because his content is like really transphobic. And you're like, well, wait a second, hold on, that needs an argument. It's like, well, no, it doesn't, because he was ban evading. It's like, well, but that we're talking about if the ban was justified, right? That's where 99% of the conversation is. Nobody's usually asking like, what is the TOS? They're asking if the TOS is applied correctly, or if the TOS should change. It's usually what people are arguing about.
Yeah. And that brings us back to like what I tried to make clear earlier, which is like I'm not aware of what is the larger conversation around this thing. I'm giving like an independent opinion of it based on like being closed off from that. The only content that I consumed
What does that
was
even
related.
mean though? Like I'm giving an independent opinion
right,
based on not knowing anything about it.
What I'm saying is you're like, okay, but the general conversation isn't about this like, you know, did he break this specific rule about the ban evasion? Because the question comes back to like, was the original ban, you know, justified or not? And what I'm saying is like, okay, I was unaware that that's where the conversation was at, and that's reflected in why I think that for me it stops at like, well, he's ban evading, therefore he should be banned.
Sure, I guess I understand.
It goes deeper than that.
I understand that, but at this point, I don't understand why. If you're completely detached from the conversation, why even give an opinion then? Just be like, oh, I don't know. I'm not sure why I was banned. I feel like that's what I would say if somebody would ask me like,
well,
oh, what do you think
wasn't
about
the question. Like I'm talking about the ban evasion is enough to understand why he was banned on this thing.
But I don't think you believe that. I don't think you believe that. Because if you were to find out later that like the reason why my account was initially banned was because I typed in an email or a phone number wrong, so they thought my two-factor failed and then they banned me. Would you say like, well, yeah, that was fucked up, but like he should have kept getting banned because he did ban it? Would you say that? This seems like.
Can you repeat it again? I'm sorry. I'm like trying to write stuff down.
Let's say that you enter your phone number on two different accounts for your two-factor authentication, and it trips like a botting flag, and they're like, oh, you're botting, and then they ban your account, and you're like, oh, okay, well, fuck. Let's say then that you make another account and then they ban that account for ban evasion. Would you say that like, yeah, that person should be banned, they're ban evading? Or would you say
we talked about that earlier, right? Like we already went through this. I said that like, no, if that's the reason, then I can understand why that person tried to get around the initial ban.
Okay, so then now we're back. So this is where I thought we were, but you said we're not here, but this is where we are then, is that you think the original ban is justified, but you're couching that in language to where it's like, well, that's
I didn't comment anything on whatever the original ban was.
But your opinion of whether or not my ban evasion is justified or not is going to be informed by whether you think the initial ban was justified or not.
That's not the way I was like processing it.
But that's what you just said. If you found out that my ban was because I entered my phone number twice, you just said, oh, well, in that case, yeah, I think the ban evasion is fine.
Yeah, but this is a hypothetical. This isn't what the result of that clip was.
Well, but you don't know. But it's a hypothetical. But all of this is hypothetical for you because you already said you don't know why I was banned. So you're purely in hypothetical world. You have no idea why I was originally banned. This is the danger of entering.
I wasn't making comments on why you were originally banned. I was making comments about the most I was making comments about why you would be banned in the future. If he was banned tomorrow for evading this ban on Twitter by having a different account, then that ban would be justified, like definitionally, tautologically, like you said. That's what it's about.
Okay, so then if you found out my original account was banned because of two-factor authentication, you would still stand by that statement. That, yeah, even if he gets rebanned, that's still justified because of the TOS.
No, it would be multifaceted. So what I would say is like, okay, so like, there are going to be some people who are going to be okay with him being banned simply because he broke these rules about ban evasion, and that in and of itself is a ban-worthy thing. If we go a step deeper, however, I would disagree with the initial reason why he was banned, and then I would go into that. And then again, and this is how I operate on stream, then it's up to the people listening. If they want to stop thinking at the like, oh, well, he was banned because he's ban evading, then there's going to be some people that fall in that camp. But I hope to expose them to the one step deeper thing. And then if some people are convinced by that, then they're convinced by that, right? Like if I was aware of this information about your original ban, I disagreed with it, I would state so on stream. I don't have that information. That's why my thinking doesn't go like that next level deep.
Okay. Hold on one second.
Terms of service, Steven shouldn't even have a Twitter account. And I've had people that have been kind of upset with me for mentioning this in the past, but like, I don't feel bad when he's banned on Twitter ever. And I don't really like go against the people who are trying to get him banned on Twitter. Steven shouldn't have a Twitter account. Steven breaks the terms of service anytime he creates a Twitter account. He's been banned on Twitter for what I think are very reasonable reasons, okay?
Okay, you say that, let's say hypothetically you said this. He's been banned on Twitter for what I think are very reasonable reasons. How can you say that without knowing why I was banned from Twitter?
Yep, you have a good point there. You've caught me there. That is definitely something that's bad, and I'll fix that in the future.
Okay, sure. I don't think I caught you there. What I think is that, so earlier in this conversation, I said, I don't think you're being forthcoming with the reason why you thought I was banned. And you said, I don't know how to convince you otherwise. But now it seems like that is the thought that exists in your head. You just don't want to be forthcoming with that thought. Like that thought has been existing in your head the entire conversation. No, that is the case. I think that here's my explanation of Booksmart's mental state. Okay, I think this is it. I'm not offended or upset. Well, I'm upset that you're hiding from me. But I think it's just that Destiny's engaged in a lot of behavior. He was probably banned for some edgy tweet that I think I've seen before. Obviously, his prior bans were justified, and with the way that he continues to cut himself, I think it's like justified. I think that's what exists in your head right now. But you're trying to hide behind, like I initially said, that tautology of like, well, he should be banned because he broke the TOS creating an account while he's banned. But like I said before, that's like not interesting. You know that's not interesting, which is why you added more behind it, which is like, well, his earlier behavior makes it worthwhile to ban him, even though you don't know what that earlier behavior was.
And I can tell you no, and you're not going to believe it. But like the main reason that I think it would be okay to ban you is because you're ban evading, because you're on like a nth number account by now. And that's where my brain stops at the logical thing of it. This emotional stuff is separate. I don't think that there has been some ban that was justified in the past from you. I have no idea why you've been banned in the past. Sure, I've seen bad tweets from you. I don't even know if those bad tweets are ban-worthy. I don't know if posting a burning cross to somebody is ban-worthy. I don't know if any of this other shit is ban-worthy. Like, I don't really care about any of that.
Okay,
I can feel bad about your engagement on Twitter independently.
Let me think about it 1 second.
Very reasonable reasons, okay? So I don't think he should even have access to Twitter as a platform. And I think that the way that he uses Twitter, every time he makes a new account, simply demonstrates that he should not have a Twitter account. So ultimately, I don't think he should have it.
Hey, when you say like every time he makes a new Twitter account, it demonstrates that he shouldn't have a Twitter account. What do you mean?
Yeah, because you're ban evading.
No, you know that's not what you meant when you said that.
No, that's literally what I don't know.
So when somebody says when somebody says this black dude is guilty and he knows he is, that's why he's resisting arrest. You would never, ever, ever use... No, I don't... Okay. There's a game happening right now, and I understand it. I understand it. I understand it. The conversation is boring me now. I understand what's happening. Okay. What else do you want to chat about? Or are we good here?
I feel really bad now because you think some shit that like I don't believe.
You do, but I understand why you don't want to say that you believe it.
I don't know. Do you want to watch this clip together? Because I see you keep going to this clip, and can we watch the clip together and then discuss it? Is that maybe a better place to restart with this?
I mean, if you want to, we can, but like the hyper fixated breakdown on particular words is not going to be something that's going to like change my mind. I think I have like overall the tone of like the clip of what's being said. But I mean, if you
have a third party who understands like my autism and could maybe help with this, bro? Because I don't know. I feel bad that you think
here. We can watch this together on ×1 if you want at the very
Twitter
beginning,
account.
Let me know when you're ready.
Can I have Supreme come in though? Because I feel like at this point I can't say anything to like convince you of my mental state, and you think that I believe shit that's like this feels like Mr. Girl conversation all over again.
Sure. Here, I added this. Let me know when you're ready to go.
Yeah. I am all ready to go.
Supreme, do you have that clip?
Hello.
Hey, Supreme, hello? Are you watching stream?
Oh, hang on. Sorry, I got the wrong headphone.
Oh my god.
Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Are you watching stream?
Yeah, I've been listening. Yeah.
Loser. Click this clip. We're all going to watch together on ×1 speed. Let me know when you're ready.
Which clip? Okay. Yeah, I'm ready. Go ahead, count us down.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Terms of service, Steven shouldn't even have a Twitter account. And I've had people that have been kind of upset with me for mentioning this in the past, but like, I don't feel bad when he's banned on Twitter ever. And I don't really go against the people who are trying to get him banned on Twitter. Steven shouldn't have a Twitter account. Steven breaks the terms of service anytime he creates a Twitter account. He's been banned on Twitter for what I think are very reasonable reasons, okay? So I don't think he should even have access to Twitter as a platform. And I think that the way that he uses Twitter every time he makes a new account simply demonstrates that he should not have a Twitter account. So ultimately, I don't think he should have a Twitter account. I think he's breaking the terms of service by having a Twitter account. And regardless of what he's tweeting, he shouldn't have access to Twitter as a platform. I think he should be deplatformed from Twitter. Like, I'll bite the bullet and just say that that's what I believe.
But I know that's probably not in line with what other Orbiter people think or whatever. And frankly, I don't care. But yeah, he is avoiding accountability by deleting those tweets. So I don't know. I think he has to just bite the bullet on that.
Have any more specifics? Like,
Okay.
Listen, I understand the confusion. Like, I understood this listening to this, from chat or whatever. I can tell, Booksmarts, I don't think you understand how it sounds like you're saying his behavior on Twitter. He consistently demonstrates through his behavior on Twitter and through his tweet why he was banned, like, in the first place. And there's some language in there that sort of like lends you some deniability. Like when you say, regardless of whatever he's tweeting, simply by being on there, he's demonstrating why he shouldn't be on there. So to that extent, it lends some deniability to the idea that you really think that he shouldn't be on here just because of the ban evasion. He broke the rules, therefore he broke the rules.
And he broke the rules for really good reasons. Remember?
Yes. When you said that earlier part, where I asked if we could pause, where he said, and he's like, every time he gets banned for really good reason,
Yes.
Plural.
And my response to that would be like, I totally agree. I'm speaking out of ignorance in that clip. And like I said earlier, when Steven brought up that specific part, like I'll concede on that part then. Like, I don't like his conduct on Twitter, but that doesn't mean that conduct on Twitter is ban worthy. And in my mind, 80% of this clip and 80% from my perspective when I talk about this is all couched in the TOS thing, because I think the TOS thing is the best argument for him not being allowed on Twitter, and that's reflected.
Yeah. This is why I know you're lying. Okay, so the reason why is because if I would conceive of another world where that's what you thought in your head, the way that question would be handled is somebody like, do you think Destiny should be banned on Twitter? Then it'd be like, well, the Twitter TOS says that if you're banned, you can't make more accounts, and he's account evading, so yeah, I guess he should be banned because he's account evading. That's how you would answer the question if that's what existed in your head. But that's not what exists in your head. What exists in your head is his behavior on Twitter is toxic and vindictive, and I think that the ban is good because of that. He's consistently, every time he's made a new Twitter account, he's showing why he should be banned, and I think his original ban reasons were justified. That's what you're saying, because that's what exists in your head. The mind that has the idea that, well, he was just banned for ban evading, and he should just stay banned because he's ban evading, that's TOS, doesn't say what you said. You went so much farther than that.
I dipped farther than that. Yeah.
Not dipped. You were swimming up to your shoulders in it.
That isn't the majority of even what's mentioned in the clip.
Yeah. So again, this is why I was saying
this
is why I was saying that like the hyper autistic analysis of every word won't save you in my mind from this, because that's not how it felt at all. Like you can say, well, I mentioned TOS in the beginning and the end, but that wasn't the meat of what you were saying here.
That is the meat of what's saying, right?
Well,
like,
hang on.
Hold on. Am I wrong about that?
Let me ask you directly. Do you think Destiny's behavior on Twitter warrants him a ban? Do you think he should be banned based on his behavior on Twitter?
The honest answer is I don't know. I'm not familiar with the Twitter terms of service.
Okay.
Why would you say my conduct every time I make a new account then?
Because when you're making an account, you're breaking TOS because you're already banned.
Sorry, it's just funny. I mean.
Okay. The big inconsistency is when when Destiny hit you with the dual phone numbers. Like, okay, if I agree it's a bullshit ban, that's where it's like an inconsistency on your part. You've got to reconcile that. And I guess you've already sort of said like, okay, I'll concede that's my bad. So at this point, you should probably just ask like what he was banned for and like get an understanding.
Okay. So what are you banned for, Steven?
So a long time ago, I made a tweet making fun of alt-righters. There was a black dude braving ruin, there was Nick Fuentes, and then there was some like half Indian, half Jewish girl. And I made a picture with all three of them together, and I tweeted out that the alt-right has more racial diversity than like a Disney Channel original movie, or something like that. And that got flagged. It got mass reported by people on the right, and it got flagged for inciting hatred against racial minorities. And that type of ban is a ultra permanent ban, because it's basically saying like, go kill black people. This is what that type of ban is. And once I hit that ban, there was no appeal, there was no nothing, and I've been permanently fucked from Twitter since.
I've also heard of something called the Cox incident, but I haven't seen the tweet.
So people say that it was for bomb threats. That Cox tweet, one, I made that on my first Twitter account that I got unbanned from. So it wasn't for that, obviously. And two, I never even got banned for that tweet. And three, that tweet was like years before I ever got permaban on my OmniDestiny account. So a lot of people think I got banned for a lot of crazy. The lit tweet is another one. Be like, oh, he got banned for that one. No, I didn't. That tweet was also like I think a year before. I don't know if anybody can go and find like when like the years when these tweets were made, but that was like way before I got banned.
Okay. Do you mind if I just sum this up real quick?
Sure.
Because this is like the fucking status of your bans is like forever a hot topic, and I'm getting new information. So it seems like you've had 2 accounts banned, and that the first one was actually unbanned.
Well, yeah. So what happened? I don't remember why the first one was banned. It was probably justified. I was crazy on Twitter back then. I don't know if anybody in chat remembers. I don't remember why it was banned, but my first Twitter account got banned, and then I did a ban. I tried to make another account, and then they said that you can't do that because that's ban evading. Then I filed an appeal. I don't remember what it was. Maybe it was still like staffed by real people, but I filed an appeal for my first ban, and they said, okay, you can make a new Twitter account. That's why my second Twitter account was verified.
It was legal. Okay.
It was verified. It was that Omni Destiny at Omni Destiny. No, it wasn't at Omni Destiny. I don't remember what the Twitter account was called, but it was a verified Twitter account. Maybe it was Omni Destiny, but it was a verified Twitter account. You can look at screenshots or
it's like a blue check mark. Or
yes,
whatever?
blue check mark. Yes.
Cool.
So that second account was not a ban evading account, and that account got banned for the inciting hatred against minorities thing or whatever.
For saying that the alt-right was more diverse than a Disney Channel special or something.
Yes.
And how is that inciting hate against a group?
Who the fuck knows?
Understand.
Yeah, no shit.
So we all agree. We all agree that that's not something he should have been banned for, or just based on your
that doesn't make any
description, I haven't
sense.
seen the tweet. I don't really know. If I take you at your word, yeah, that sounds like really silly. I do remember at one time hearing you say, when somebody asked why your Twitter got banned, you said it's because all these alt-right fuckers like are pissed off and butthurt.
Because because I think they spam reported that tweet. Because if they can get you banned on shit, back when they had a little bit more ability to, they would do it.
Does Twitter actually give you a report and tell you exactly which tweet you were?
It's like Twitch's, where they say it's for hate speech or whatever, basically. No.
Okay.
The specific provision was, it was for inciting hatred against minorities or whatever, or violence or whatever.
And that's like the only tweet you can think of that could possibly match.
If somebody maybe I should have a better log of this. If somebody in my chat has like internet archives or whatever, you can go back and look at when my tweets were made and when the account was banned. I want to say, and I might be wrong, I'm hesitant to say this because I might be wrong, but I want to say that my account was banned, I think within a week after that. Like, after I made that tweet, I think it was within a week my account was banned. But if you go back and you find, like, the bomb threat ones or like, the lit one or whatever, like, those were, like, years in the making.
You prepared for years to tweet that? That's impressive.
Or, I mean, like, it was, like, that ban, whatever I got banned for was, like, I want to say it was, like, a year after. But I don't remember the exact time. This has been a long time ago. Like, people can go look at it, but, yeah.
Okay, I have another question for you, Book. Because I watch your streams, and I know that your biggest pet peeve is people who, like, stan their streamer. And you also happen to have a lot of Destiny fans and DGGers that make up your audience because you yourself are a Destiny fan and DGGer. What are the odds that you choose this rhetoric and you're just counter jerking the counter jerk?
I mean, there's a huge amount of like, I feel the need to counter jerk the counter jerk for sure.
Okay. Are you interested in trying to remain more objective in the future and not like going further than you need to? Like, you are the rhetoric guy.
I mean, it kind of feels like if I extend my aggression even a tad further into the book smart country borders, it just kind of feels like pretty standard that like when the jerk wave is against me, I think there's a lot of people that like to come out with like really hyperbolic takes regarding me because it's like a good like driver of like, yeah, you're like riding the wave high when the tides are against me, and people do that. I understand why people do it, but I mean, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't obnoxious as fuck.
Okay, you wanted a third-party, mediator or whatever. My third-party opinion is that you were wrong for like speaking out of ignorance about whether or not Destiny's ban was justified in the first place. And
but I didn't comment on. Okay, yeah, no. You're right.
Cool.
I agree there,
done.
but oh no, I wanted his help.
What a coward.
Like I want to make this right. Then like I can in the future not comment on the Twitter thing or propagate the information about the Twitter thing to people that hey, the reason why he was banned is this alt-right thing. I'm probably going to ask you for a link to like a picture of that or something that I can put in a Notion document to give to people. But is it wrong to think that the ban evasion thing is still a worthy reason of getting banned, like independent of that? Like, what is the appeal process to like override
it's literally the
thing?
equivalent of like the resisting arrest. Like if I ask a conservative, like, why do you think this black guy deserved to get shot and someone's like resisting arrest? Everybody's eyebrows are going to go through the roof. Like, oh, well, what do you mean by that? It's like nobody gives that. Fuck, I think I'm still playing a game right now. Never mind. Go ahead. What did you want to say? Something? Wicked Supreme? I don't believe this conversation right now. Wicked Supreme, what did you want to say?
Well, Booksmart says no, come back. I need help. So I'm wondering what you need help with.
I want to know, like, what is the resolution to this? Like, what should I, like, what are the takeaways here? Like the TLDR. So
it
it's
seems like you're still having a hard time like reconciling. When you already bit the bullet in the hypothetical about the phone number thing, and you said no, then you don't deserve to be banned for that. So if Destiny, if he got banned for the phone number reason or whatever, and then he made a new account, and then that one got banned for ban evading, and then he made a third account, would you fall back on the ban evasion thing for the reason he shouldn't have the third account? Or go ahead.
This is something that I, honest to God, and I know people are going to be upset about this, and I know it's not the optical thing to say, but it's the truth. I would want to think more about this, like, because even him mentioning the resisting arrest thing, that's something where, like, I'm not sure if he and I would even agree about the resisting arrest thing, because I think you have to, like, yield to the police when you're under arrest, and this is something that you need to fix in front of a judge, which is something that, like, I've actually gotten from your stream.
No. Okay. There's a difference between saying what we ought to do to maximize our outcomes versus like what could be morally justified at a particular point in time, right?
Okay.
Like I would say that you never ever resist arrest, ever, never as any person. You shouldn't do it. It's so stupid.
I'm so glad
to do
you
it.
said that.
Yeah.
Yes. Because they can stick you with resisting charges even if the arrest is found to be unlawful. But like,
where's Pisco? Is that true? I thought you can usually get those thrown out, assuming the initial.
Yeah, they might be likely to drop it or stop at a settlement or something like that.
Sure. I mean, it's gonna depend, right? Like if a cop tries to give you a speeding ticket and you pull out a gun and shoot the cop, you're probably gonna be fucked. But
That's why I'm saying it's possible. Like I don't
Okay.
want to say for sure you will, no matter what, always get charged with resisting, even if the stop is found to be unlawful or the arrest is found to be unlawful. But it's not a free get out of jail card as far as
sure.
I know,
Okay.
or,
Yeah.
you know, the charges.
Sure. But yeah. Wait, where were we at with this? Sorry. Oh yeah. I mean, I would always say that like you shouldn't resist arrest for a variety of reasons. But like if somebody is getting like arrested for a total fucking bullshit reason and the cops are assholes or whatever, and they do, right? I say, okay, this is stupid. You shouldn't do it. But like just because something is stupid doesn't mean you like it's not understandable. Or I would even say that like you could have justification for it, right? Like I think arguably, maybe a dangerous statement, like arguably, like. If this is the go-to example, because I think this happened in Texas in a courthouse. If a parent found out that their child was being raped by another person and that person got arrested and the parent like killed that person, like that's not good. We shouldn't have a society where you can do vigilante justice by that. But I'm not about to condemn the actions of the parent and say like you weren't justified in doing that, dog. You have to let the legal system play itself out, right? I think we can make both statements simultaneously, like what we ought to do, but like what behaviors we can understand people could do. Those are two fundamentally different things.
Okay. You've lost me a little bit on this one personally, but
you shouldn't resist arrest. But like there are going to be cases where like when people do it, it's like sure. I mean, I understand what was going on here, and I'm not about to like blame the person for doing it.
There are certainly cases where you know, like if a cop starts trying to rape you or something, you should probably, you know, you could that's the line where you could physically resist. But
yeah. Okay. Yeah, never mind. All right.
Well, you guys want to talk about transports?
Good one.
Well, good. To cap this off, like, just real quick. Okay, so that's something I'm gonna have to sit and think about. Like, I could see how you're morally justified in fighting back against Twitter, but I would need more information about this to really feel confident in that. And that might be because like I had a different viewing of things going into this. It might be that I just need to take more time to sit with it. But like for instance, I would want to know more about like what is this appeal process like? Like how often can you send in appeals for these kinds of permanent bans? Who do you have to talk to? Like how difficult is it to get this sort of thing overthrown? Because like I might advocate that you continue to try and work through the Twitter system to get the last thing appealed. That way you can have a clean Twitter account that you can verify and that you could like start off fresh with. And that might be preferable to like continuing to make a bunch of these other accounts. Like it might be a little bit more complicated than that, and that's why I'd want to sit with it. But like I can totally understand like making another account out of frustration because you feel like your ban reason is something that you don't feel is justified. Like I can get doing that too. I don't know if somebody's necessarily wrong for being upset with you about the ban evasion thing, and I think that's still valid. It's not what I would believe anymore, but I can kind of get that. And that's why I think I need to sit with this for a bit and learn a little bit more about that appeals process as well. Does that seem fair, or does that seem like copium?
Are you asking me or Supreme?
Well, both of you. I'm interested in both of your opinions.
You go first.
I think this is a game that's being played. I think that you know that your comment was like pretty dumb and pretty unjustified.
Keep hating your life then,
And now I
working class
think
Andy.
that the game is like, what can I say to kind of like move past that and like make it so that wasn't as bad as what it was. I think that's the game that's being played right now.
To be clear, are you like accusing Booksmarts of lying right here?
Yeah, of course, absolutely.
Okay.
But I think that's the game. But I mean, like I can play the game and say, like, okay, that's good. Like I hope in the future you like pay more attention. But that's not what happened here. It wasn't like a oopsie mistake. It was like a deliberate like, I'm going to give a really strong statement here because I know I can elicit this type of response, even though I know I don't know what actually happened. Like, that's what actually happened.
But it's not commenting on what actually happened.
It was commenting on what actually happened because you said he was banned for really good reasons. You said that. And you weren't referring to...
You weren't referring to... the part that's wrong, but the TOS part is not. The TOS part is still something that I hold that opinion about. And that's what I'm saying is like...
When you said that I was banned for really good reasons, you had no idea what you're talking about. But you've seen my other content
on... one particular part of this, yes.
Yeah, but it's not... Again, I'm not looking at like 5 words you said. I'm trying to ascertain your mental state when you said it. And that combined with what I know you think about my Twitter behavior, what you were really thinking was that even if you didn't know 100%, I probably said something really racy, really dicey on Twitter, and I probably deserve to get banned for it. That's what was going on in your head at the time. That's what you believe. And you were kind of like just banking on that being true. I think that's what happened. And now you want to kind of like find a way to like move past it by making it seem like, oh, well, it was just kind of like a mistake or whatever, blah, blah, blah. You know, I won't do it again. I'll be more responsible in the future. But that's not what happened. It wasn't like a,
but that's a more of an emotional outburst than something that like sober me is thinking what like day to day. Like
I don't believe in like 100% emotional outbursts. I don't think that's a real thing.
It's not 100% emotional outburst.
Yeah,
it's
because
like,
it's indicative of
I'm
like inner thoughts you have.
here.
Yeah, it's like these are things.
And it is indicative of inner thoughts.
But that's what I'm speaking
your behavior
to.
of frustration, like you frustrate me with your behavior on Twitter, but that doesn't mean that I think that your behavior on Twitter breaks Twitter TOS. I don't know anything about Twitter TOS.
But you,
like
it sounds like you assumed that Twitter had made that like decision, that you trusted Twitter to make that decision, like
100%, yeah,
on a record of like, past history from Destiny or whatever.
Exactly. Like I'm inferring something that I don't quite have the information to make that inference about, and that's why like okay, I'll concede on that for sure. And having this
I'm not looking for a concession. This isn't a debate. I don't care. I'm way past that. It's not like a like. Yeah, I'm not looking for that. It wasn't. You weren't even inferring it. You were implying like held knowledge that you didn't have. That was the issue. It's like all the people that say like, oh yeah, Rittenhouse should have been convicted because he shot into a crowd of 30 people. It's like, well, my problem there isn't that like, oops, you misspoke or oops, emotional state or whatever. It was that you like had a really strong conviction based on information you didn't have that like happened to fit this like pretty alluring narrative at the time that there's like an opportunity to attack me because that's where the jerkwave is.
It sounds like at best you're guilty of making a really strong and confident statement in ignorance.
Yes, and that's what, of course, is what I'm gonna think is going on here. But like again, I'm ignorant to whatever this jerkwave is about you, anyways. I understand people are gonna applaud if you weren't even banned on Twitter. This is about a hypothetical in the first place. There's no wave that I'm jumping.
Hypothetical. It's about my very real permanent ban status on Twitter. I am permanently banned on Twitter. And it's not hypothetical too because you said like, and then you even make the other statement too that's ridiculous, like he deletes tweets to avoid accountability.
Yes, I think you deleting tweets that you think you're going to get in trouble for is avoiding the accountability that those tweets would bring upon the account. Like I feel like that's tautological to use what you said earlier.
It's
wait, real quick. How do you feel about that behavior now after learning about like the ban or you know taking Destiny at his word about his like most recent ban reason?
About what behavior?
Deleting tweets, even like to avoid accountability, even if we're gonna like agree to that language.
I think it's smart to do. Like
you think it is justified
it's strategic
now, accounting for like a new understanding of what that original ban was for.
Oh yeah, that they're gonna like swing the ban hammer at him for any little thing that they can possibly do it for, and so in response he's gonna delete tweets that he thinks could invoke that wrath. Is that the question here?
Or yeah, now that you probably have less faith in Twitter's ability to to fucking deliberate over the system and exercise like whatever, execute its own rules. And it's maybe even likely that people are going to go back. I mean, we don't even have to say it's fucking likely. Like, there's actually pretty good, I think, precedent for this. That people are going to go back and find the most condemning tweets and report it for this, that, or the other. And Twitter, maybe you just don't agree that Twitter is maybe the best judge at divining the intentions or the toxic fucking, value of these tweets or whatever. How much they align with TOS.
In that specific instance, yes. I don't like now I'm going to be more careful. Like I'm ignorant about like all the cases where Twitter is reviewing these kinds of bans and stuff like that. I can't make a statement for the larger thing at Twitter. I'm aware of that sentiment about Twitter, especially with the Elon Musk stuff now. It seems like a lot of people are unhappy with the way that Twitter handles bans, and this seems to be one example of that. But I'm not going to make some bigger statement about Twitter's like enforcement of TOS based on this.
To be clear, in this way, going back and deleting old tweets to avoid like accountability is not necessarily unjustified either, and not.
No, it's not unjustified, but it is avoiding accountability. Like I feel like that's inarguable.
Yeah, but what does avoiding accountability sound like? I can't truly believe that you're so divorced from normal human understanding, right? Like like avoiding accountability makes it sound like I'm trying to hide the things I'm saying so that nobody can hold me to account for them. Not that I'm simply. That's what it.
I don't think.
Sure, I know you're going to say no. Of course, you didn't need to tell me that you were going to say no.
It sounds like Destiny is trying to erase.
But that's stupid. That doesn't accomplish that. Like
yeah, no shit, it doesn't. But you feed into it hardcore by saying that.
I feed into it hardcore by saying that you're
the idea that like I'm trying to hide the things I've said. Like that's what it sounds like.
But I didn't support that statement at any point. And if somebody in the debate that we were reviewing said that, I would have gone against that. Like that, no, he's not accomplishing hiding the tweet by deleting it. People are going to screenshot it. Like there's a reason why he even wants to delete the tweet in the first place. Deleting it doesn't erase it from the internet. He's not hiding the tweet. Like,
I mean, you're saying all this now would be, but who knows what you would have said before? I mean, I hear you what you're saying now.
Yeah, you cannot trust that. That's fine, and I think that's reasonable given the rest of how this conversation went. That's fine. But if somebody would have brought that up, I would have fought against that. It was the fighting against the accountability point that happened in that debate that I'm like, well, no, it's fair to say that he's avoiding accountability with the tweet. I don't think it would be fair to say that he's hiding the tweet because that's not really accomplishing that, and Steven's smarter than that. I don't think that would make a lot of sense.
Okay. If I said Jerry did his taxes and then he burned all his like receipts to avoid accountability, what is the assumption you're gonna make?
That he doesn't want to pay his taxes on whatever the receipts show.
So it sounds like the assumption that you're gonna make is that Jerry knows that he has filed his taxes improperly and wants to avoid having to pay the consequences for doing that. He wants to cheat on his taxes and get away with it.
He wants to get away with that would be the case here, no?
So it's the same rhetoric if you say Destiny is deleting his tweets to avoid accountability. It sounds like you're saying he knows what he's doing is wrong and he could or should be banned for it, and that's why he's erasing them. Like that Destiny himself agrees that his behavior is like ban worthy and he's just trying to cover his tracks.
Or he's concerned that it could be construed that way, which is what I would say with the new information I got from this conversation. Like if he's had an instance in the past where he's been banned for something for a reason where he's that doesn't even make sense.
The new understanding is like, I'm glad that you have the new understanding, but like, let's go back in time and get in the headspace of when you said that.
Yeah.
Okay. It's the same thing as the Jerry taxes example, right?
That he's trying to avoid.
You thought that Destiny agreed that what he was doing was ban worthy and was trying to cover his tracks.
That it could be ban worthy for sure. That he knows for sure, I don't know about that.
Okay. But like justifiably ban worthy, not just like
no, I don't think he would think it's justifiable regardless. I think he could think some like stuff that most people would think is justifiable is not justifiable. I wouldn't go that far, no. And that's not a result of this conversation. It's just like in general.
Okay.
Like there are things that could clearly violate like Twitch TOS that I think you could think are not justifiable and that even I would think is not justifiable. Like for instance, this whole ban on like having people on that are banned from Twitch. I don't really think that's like a super fair thing, for instance, to give like one example. So
okay, wait, have we I feel like you've done this in the past too, which also hurts your credibility in my eyes. Okay, have we talked on stream about your characterization of like me just screaming the N-word in a restaurant before?
I didn't say you're just screaming the N-word in a restaurant. That's not what I said.
Do we want to do a clip analysis of that one, and then Wicked Supreme can tell us what he thinks is like being inferred?
Oh, we can. This is the trial of Booksmarts. I'm down for it. Okay.
Destiny, I don't know if this is a fight you can win. Booksmarts is the N-word pass holder.
That's true. Stop. Wait, does anybody have that clip or link to the YouTube thing, I guess? Someone in chat will have it. Linkers.
Although, and I will say this before we get into it.
Okay, yeah.
Because I'm sure you're aware of this. Like, I recently had a thing with Cherry, and Supreme is aware of this too, more in depth because we talked in private about this. Like, my opinions on who can and can't say the N-word, or in what situations it is okay, or how other people feel about it. I have realized that these are like not the greatest.
Sure. Wait, don't care. Not relevant. Don't care about that. Okay, here's the clip. Let me know when you guys are ready.
I was just memeing. I'm sorry.
Let me know when you guys are ready for this one.
Okay.
Hold on. Whoops. Oh, it's fucking autoplay. Okay, I am ready to go. Wait, hold on. I have to close your chat because it's giving me a gazillion notifications. 1 sec. All right, I'm ready to go.
Count us down.
3, 2, 1, go.
Guy, I would be afraid
to
go
hold on, I
out to
fucked up.
dinner sometimes
Okay,
with Steve.
hold on. Nope, go back to the beginning.
Yeah, I'm restarting.
I'm sorry.
3,
I'm ready.
2, 1, go.
Guy, I would be afraid to go out to dinner sometimes with Steven because of this. I could be friends with the dude for sure. But like when we were in Georgia, I remember he said the N-word with the hard R multiple times, like kind of loudly when we were at the table. And there's a part of me that's always used to like correcting and listening for like racist stuff or like bad stuff or like from like leaking from, you know, that hits the wrong ears and then causes problems and whatever. We're in a place that I don't really know. There are far more black people in this place than in any other place that I've ever lived, right? So like, it scared me a little bit that he was so openly saying that word, being who he was and having the voice that he has. But like, that's kind of the extent of the guy.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this is a lot worse than or a lot less worse than I thought it was going to be.
Okay, Wicked Supreme. Based on that accounting, like, what do you think is happening?
Okay. First off, listen, you shouldn't be surprised by this, Book Smarts, but you know my take on like hot zones and things that are said in private and how they should stay in private.
No, hold on, no, wait. I don't even care about that. I'm just curious.
You wanna hear my, like,
I want to hear what you think was happening at this table.
It sounds like you were like, based on the description of the story, it sounds like you were having dinner in like a crowded restaurant full of black people, and like everybody's black. The waiters are black. The waitresses are black. All the chefs are black. Every single patron is black. There's a line of black people out the door, and you're sitting at the table, and you've got like a fucking, you know, the little napkins like tucked into a little bib in your collar, and you're like dancing in your chair, and you're just like saying the N-word with the hard R, and you're just like saying it and like fucking peering around.
Okay,
everywhere.
That's what it sounds like. Okay, so let me tell you what this dinner was, and maybe I'm lying. Maybe Booksmart will have a different recollection. Okay, but that dinner, first of all, I'm not sure if there were other patrons in that room with us because I thought it was just us at the big center table. But there might have been. There might have been. I'll admit that. I don't remember. Okay, but at my end of the table, it was me, Melina, and Afro Sabi. And Afro Sabi, a black woman, was laughing and joking with me. She's like, haven't you like been, somebody mentioned like, oh, I'm supposed to ask you about the N-word debate or something. And I think that the conversation was like, yeah, there's like a meme argument we have on stream because white people are obsessed with blah, blah. And she's like, oh, well, this is an argument to have. Like, have you ever said it before, blah, blah. And she was kind of like goading me and we were having a conversation about it. That's what the context of that was. There was a black woman right next to me that we were having a conversation about the N-word about. Does that now, regardless of whether you think it's still like a good thing or a bad thing or like cringy or whatever, which is fine, I think that's all valid. Does that recollection of events differ significantly from what it sounded like Booksmarts was saying was happening?
Yeah. It sounds like you were just saying it wanton, like
we were like having a conversation about this particular thing. I wasn't just saying the N-word randomly to like be edgy or whatever. Like we were having a specific.
Yeah.
But your description of it made it sound like that, Booksmarts.
Was wild.
And to be clear, like, listen, if I'm allowed to say this as judge, jury, and execution here, as mediator, I think that's like Denim's level treachery to just volunteer that shit on a stream, to be honest.
And I wouldn't even care if it was what happened because there were other people there, right? I had like canvassers and stuff there that we were talking to. So it's not like this was like private and he like blew me up or something. But like what was actually going on at the table was like, the actuality is way different than Destiny unhinged, getting drunk in Georgia, screaming the N-word in a Roscoe's.
But I'm not saying that here.
That's exactly what it.
You're
You're saying that you can't even, and you're saying you can't even.
A restaurant full of more black people than you've ever seen, and that you're saying the hard R loudly,
and that you can't even go to restaurants with me because you're so scared. That's what the whole part of this clip was, that I can't go to restaurants with Destiny because he's scary, because he goes into black restaurants and says the N-word really loudly.
Yeah, I wouldn't be comfortable with that. That's a me thing for sure. I would be worried about that. I'm not comfortable with that. That would make me uncomfortable.
Which is, I can understand that, but just the description is way, way, way off from what happened.
It is. It's technically true in like the most.
And this is, remember, as context, and I'm sure it's not going to help me because I get the impression that I'm completely wrong on this, and if I have to, own up to that and think about it, whatever. But like, I don't know what you're talking to Afro Sabi about.
But there's a black woman that I'm talking to. Do you think and she's not like screaming like, oh my God, he's saying that. Like, so how can you think that, what do you think is happening?
I don't know what's happening, and it doesn't matter.
Well, no, hold on. No. You do know. Do you think, like, in your head, is there a chance that I'm like calling her the N-word? Do you think that's even a possibility? Okay, so you know that's not the case. I'm not just like calling her the N-word or something. And you know that I'm having a conversation with a black person about it. So you can probably start to narrow down your head, like, well, what do I think is happening here, right?
Like, I start to narrow down.
I'm not just randomly saying it to see if I can get away with it. I'm not calling her the N-word. Chances are is probably a specific conversation relating to it. I think that's a pretty easy, like, I don't think you need to be Sherlock Holmes to make that deduction.
Beyond that, like, if we're making behavioral prescriptions, I don't even think we need to worry about like which inferences he should make. I think that's another example of like, here's a thing that you kind of witnessed, but you don't really know exactly what happened or what's going on, and you're like volunteering a half-baked understanding of it, like, to the world, and you can reasonably judge that this is going to be like pretty condemning for people to know, and like especially consider a history and how this has contributed to Destiny's character and his public perception and stuff. Like, it's just bad all around, and you didn't do anything to caveat or harbor any sort of understanding or charity on Destiny's part. Just I don't know.
No, and I think the context of this was commenting on that very characterization as well. Like, yeah, this is something that I would feel uncomfortable about. Like, I certainly would feel uncomfortable, like, going out with him and stuff. I worry about that. Same with the Trump rally. Like, Destiny shows a certain disregard for, like, how crowds of people are taking things that he's saying. And I think that was another
but which
part
crowd?
Of
Wait, no, hell, you're like, so you're doing it. You're doing it right now. What crowds of people were, like, getting upset or offended? The Trump rally was different. We literally went there specifically to provoke people. Why would you compare these two things?
We are literally in the center of a dining hall in a restaurant with other people. That's what was uncomfortable for me, is we're not privately with a bunch of streamer people who all understand this stuff. There are ears and eyes in this room that are not like privy to the kinds of conversations that we have or who you are.
But the comparison of like, Destiny does this with no regard makes it sound like I'm liable to just bust it out, the N-bomb, anywhere, anytime, any place. But that wasn't happening. It was like a specific conversation with a black person that was like prodding me to have that conversation. It's just, the context is totally different.
And I can understand how it comes off. I understand the optics of this. I totally do.
Was she like prodding you to say the word though?
Yeah, she was like kind of like fuck, because she's a real. Hold on, I don't want to generalize too much, but she was like making fun of like fucking like, oh, people online are blah, because she's like considers herself a real life person. She's like, I think she was like making fun of like online people, blah blah blah. Like, oh well, can you say like that's how I remember it, because I don't think I would just start saying the fucking N-word to be fucking edgy around somebody that's like helping my she was a really important person for our canvassing stuff. She was like a real life person. I was doing real life interviews with her. Like, why the fuck would I just start like saying the N-word to be edgy? That's the dumbest fucking thing in the world. But she's like that kind of person. She's like kind of edgy, kind of funny. She says that all the online shit is stupid. Like, that was our relationship. I think she might have even tweeted out shit like that. Like, actually, hold on. I know for a fact she tweeted out shit like that, where she was constantly tweeting out like defending me against like crazy progressives and shit on Twitter. That's why everybody would soy out over her Twitter account and shit. Like, okay. So obviously we didn't have that relationship where she thought I was like aggressively saying the N-word in front of her just to be fucking mean or whatever. Like,
okay, to be fair, like, I actually sympathize with Booksmart's feelings about this. Whether,
sure.
I don't think necessarily he should have been volunteering this shit on stream, but I totally sympathize with the idea that, like, you can be goaded into, like, saying the hard R in a fucking crowded restaurant full of strangers, and, like, that contributing to a sense of, like, wariness and wanting to...
which is fine. I'm sympathetic towards that. I agree. That's fine. But, like, if it was something like Destiny was having a conversation with a black woman across the table, and they were fucking talking about the N-word, he was saying the N-word, and that shit makes me nervous. Yeah, that's fair. I'm okay with that. That's fine. But that characterization is way different than, I was at a restaurant fucking black motherfuckers everywhere, and this motherfucker out here is dropping hard R's, and everybody's looking at us. People were grabbing their heat. I didn't know what the fuck was happening. I didn't know shit was about to go crazy. Like, that's what he makes it sound like. Like, we were in the middle of a fucking war zone. We were in, like, Chirac, and I was, like, walking around strapped, dropping N-bombs everywhere. Like, we're in a war zone. That's what he made it sound like. I'm like, holy fuck. Which I think you even agree, that was, like, the characterization.
Or that you
right?
were doing it for fun. Like,
yeah, just like to be edgy and provocative for no reason.
The image that I get in my head, Booksmarts, whether you intended to paint it this way or not, is that, like, Destiny's the kind of guy who will go around and just say that to make people uncomfortable or, like, test the waters or something.
Okay, because it's definitely, yeah. It doesn't matter what I say here about, like, that's not what I think of him. But yeah, I can get.
But it is what you think of me, because you said you'd be scared to go to a restaurant with me.
No, hold on. What he's saying about, like, you're saying it to, like, test people, to, like, push buttons and shit like that. I don't think that that's the case. I don't think that you do that. Like,
but that's yes, you do. That's why you would be scared to go to a restaurant with me. Otherwise, why would you be scared?
No, I'd be scared because you're not afraid to be saying that stuff regardless of the situation. We're not.
Wait, hold on. I would
area.
be afraid to say that regardless of, like, if the situation called, like, if we're just having a fucking thing and I was like, man, our waiter sure does look like an N-word. Like, well, of course I'm not going to say some shit like that. Right? This is a pretty.
It sounds like Booksmarts is saying even the situation, now that he knows what it is, he's still like, he still has that feeling.
Sure, which is fine. I agree with that. But he's trying to make it sound like I could just randomly say it if we went to a restaurant. Like, if we were at Chipotle, I might just have to break out the N-word, like, because it's been too long since I said it last.
So I think we agree that that's the picture that's painted. That's what we sort of infer based on his description. But Booksmarts is telling us that that's not what's in his head, and you're saying, no, you're lying.
No, he said that would. Wait, hold on. Booksmarts, would you be nervous that if we were at a restaurant, I might say the N-word as part of a conversation?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, that's what he's saying.
Right, but that's true. That is.
No, but that's not true. I don't just say the N-word in
public. Part of a conversation.
But you did in that
hyper specifically with a black person that's pushing me to say it. Yeah.
Right.
But like, how often are we going to be at a restaurant where that's the case?
I don't know. I've hung out with you like twice in real life, and in both situations, one of which we had a mob around us. Like, yeah, like I'm an anxious dude. Like, I'm scared of that kind of shit. Like, yeah, that's worrisome to me.
Okay.
I mean, do you think it would be wrong for him to get that idea or to, like, make that inference given these two situations that you may have been saying it to, like, test the waters or... Like,
even if that was the case, I wish he would have presented the full story of, like, what was happening and not just be like...
But I didn't know.
Then why would you say any... Wait, you knew that she was at the other end of the table, didn't you? You saw her, or do you not see color?
Know who you were talking to or anything.
You can't look across... There were like 10 people at the table. It wasn't that many people. Me, her, and Melina were loud, too. I know you heard us.
If I think back, like, yeah, like, Afrosabi was sitting next to you, but that has no bearing on how I feel about you saying the N-word out loud in this restaurant full of people.
Okay.
You're also asking him to make the inference that you guys were having a conversation about it and that you weren't just, like, trying your luck in the most dangerous or risky way possible.
And it wouldn't make a difference to the fear. Like, that makes me uncomfortable that you're saying it. And again, kind of loudly. Like, it wasn't like it was, you know, some hush-hush thing that I caught wind of, right? Like, I've heard it from, like, across the table. Like, it was several people down from where you were.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. Like, if this is unjustified, I could try to, like, correct this, but I don't feel like it is. I don't feel like this is something that I should, like, erase to be worried about. I don't know.
What's
I feel like
that's... is the fact that you were, like, broadcasting it to the world.
Sure, and I can accept that, but
absent the understanding, instead of coming to Destiny first and, like, maybe asking for clarification on this.
But the clarification has no bearing on how I felt about him saying it.
Right,
it would not have made a difference.
It would have had bearing in potentially the way that you... Should you choose to broadcast it to the world, first off, I think it would maybe have some bearing on the way that you felt about it, because I think it would have even been reasonable for you to get the inference, like, or at least to have the perception that, wow, he's, like, really trying his luck. He's just dropping these hard R's to see if Afrosabi is going to be okay with it. Like, I don't even think you'd be wrong for you know, inferring that based on your observations if you didn't hear her side.
No, but I don't think she would care.
Then,
like, she's Andy? Chill, and he and her are good friends. Like,
okay,
I don't think...
It's irrelevant. That's irrelevant, right? Do you understand what I'm saying, though? Is that it may have flavored the way that you told the story or even felt about it internally, or one could have contributed to the other.
It would have flavored the way I told the story, for sure. Like, it would be context that I would have included.
Well, it seems like all that Destiny really cares about, maybe it cares about the fact that you, like, volunteered the info anyway, too.
Yeah, and if that's a problem, for sure. But I don't think that's the problem. I think it's at a larger level, I think, with him. But I might be wrong.
Wait, no, I don't care if you're uncomfortable. I make a lot of people uncomfortable. I've accepted that about myself a long time ago. I'm not delusional about that. It's the characterization that I just go to restaurants and just scream the N-word without provocation.
So I went to 2 things with you in real life, I believe. In one of them, we're mobbed by Trump supporters.
Hold on, wait, why do you keep comparing these things? For the Trump thing, hold on, no, wait. For the Trump thing, we went there to provoke people. That was the point.
Because it's to him, it's a precedent. It's part of his observation that you have a precedent for provoking people with like.
Okay, that's like saying like
level of fearlessness.
No, hold on, it doesn't make any sense. It's like saying like I don't like to hang out with this guy because he fucking shows people his asshole for no reason. And you're like, what the fuck? And it's like, yeah, half the times we've been out, he's stripped, and it's been really weird. And you find out that one of the times you went with him, it was to like a colonoscopy. Like, what? Like, how would that be predicted behavior for like the rest of your like interactions? Like, one time we went to a Trump rally and like it got really crazy. Yeah, no shit. We were progressives streaming at a Trump rally, looking to debate people. Like, how do you think I'm like normally in restaurants? I just like pick fights with everybody. Like, yeah. So I saw this guy with a MAGA hat on. And I walked up to him and I was like, "Bro, let's fucking throw hands right now." Like, what?
Sure. Maybe I can help you understand this a little bit because I have a third person perspective. I'm not you. I don't know what goes through your head. And I don't know what you constitute as like normal behavior for you or, behavior to not be concerned about or something. I don't see all of your interactions from the first person, but from the third person, I can say I was definitely left with the impression after that Trump rally that you acted with like a level of fearlessness that was uncommon. I think very few people would have demonstrated like the fearlessness of being surrounded by an angry mob that most people would have. And, like watching that, I was worried for you guys and you didn't seem particularly perturbed. So combining this with Booksmart's perception of just hearing, over the table or whatever, you just like dropping a couple spicy ones to be like, damn, this guy just, I'm worried about going out with this guy because he might get us into a situation where he's provoking people and he just seems particularly fearless. Does this seem unreasonable? Like,
no, and like I said before, like I can understand like the perspective of like, of not wanting to go anywhere like that I'm too edgy or that you might be. That's fine. I've accepted that about myself a long time
But that's
ago.
why he's talking about these 2 situations.
Sure, I understand. I just the comparisons of the 2. I guess he's not comparing the 2. He's just listing both as like evidence for things that make him uncomfortable, which I guess is fair. But when I hear them uttered in the same breath, it sounds like because like the N-word stuff in Georgia was not an attempt to directly provoke somebody like the going to a Trump rally as a progressive streamer was. But I can,
from his perception, I see why he would assume that maybe that was, or not necessarily to provoke people, but it's like a level of fearlessness to do things.
Sure, that's like just because this person has the capability of doing this. Sure, I can understand.
I'm scared to roll with this guy because
that's fine. I can buy that. Yeah, okay. This motherfucker seems fucking crazy. 100%. Sure, I can agree with that. Sure, I wouldn't fault anybody for it.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad we resolved that one. I see. This is the kind of stuff where, like, I'm not confident I could do that on my own without like Supreme here to
well, this is well. Hold on. To be clear, what was resolved was a minor, irrelevant point to the initial problem, which was the horrendous characterization of like what happened. That was the big problem, which I still 100% stand on this side of.
Maybe, Booksmarts. Maybe you still don't understand like why the way that you characterized it is going to paint this kind of specific picture to everybody, and like with all these implications.
Yes, and later I'm gonna think about like how could I have, because I don't have context to understand why he's doing it. Like in my mind, explaining the details that were explained, it will help people to understand why I was anxious. But like besides not sharing the information at all, or contacting Steven to get more information on like an offhanded anecdote that I'm not like planning to share with the stream, like I'm not sure what could have been done differently there. Like it seems like the options are don't bring it up at all, or plan it into the stream and then reach out to Steven to figure out what the context was so that I could deliver that at the same time that I deliver the story.
If you're intent on it, being able to make sure that you're telling the story, especially if it's a story that contains information by your characterization of it, is going to be like particularly condemning, especially in today's climate. Can you think of like a worse thing for somebody to attest like a public personality to do than to just like be saying the N-word in public or fucking
saying the N-word while raping somebody underage?
Jesus. Yeah. Than saying the N-word in public, but that's the truth of the matter. That's what I don't think that he is like bashful about admitting as much.
Right, and I think
which is why I
We can
shared
loop
it.
on this again, but it sounds like Destiny is saying, like even with the context, you're valid for that, for being afraid to be out with Destiny for that reason. Even though there's like a specific reason he was saying it, that wasn't just him saying it to be an edgelord or something like that. Is that correct? Like you,
right?
You would agree that it's perfectly valid for Booksmarts to be like, yeah, that's still, it doesn't matter if there's like context to forgive it, or at least like for there to be a reason for Destiny to have been saying it. I still don't think he should have, or something like that, or it still makes me uncomfortable that he was. You don't disagree with this, Destiny?
Wait, say that again. Sorry.
Okay. So the fact that you were having a conversation with somebody about it and not just saying it wantonly or for fun or like to entertain yourself, or at least not primarily motivated for that. Fuck. Let me start from the beginning. So if Booksmarts were to say, I still agree with everything that I said because it doesn't matter to me the context, like you wouldn't disagree or argue with that, right? Like
No, that's
still
fine. You're gonna have
valid
your
for
like.
Booksmarts,
I feel like I've said like 12 times in this conversation, so I'll say it for the 13th time.
The problem is the characterization.
Yeah, people can have be afraid of being around me or think that I'm like too extreme or that's fine. Yeah.
And do you think that that's unfair, Booksmarts? That like, if you're going to be talking about like actions that the average person is going to interpret as being like horrendous or like grossly insensitive or negligent or something, or like really aggressively fucking offensive to people, that the context of it is going to change how people interpret it?
Yes,
and that might be important to deliver.
Yes.
Okay.
And I don't know if it helps me, and I'm sure you wouldn't be happy that I say this, but like, I gave the, yeah, for sure. The context is going to matter. Like whatever the conversation was about, I think is going to be something that's important for people to know for how they're going to interpret that. It's just something I didn't know at the time. And for me personally, like even knowing that now, it would still make me uncomfortable. That doesn't change the discomfort. That wouldn't change the statement. It would be more context that will be important for other people, but it was context that wasn't important to me for how I felt about it. And I think that lines up, right?
Seems like we all agree on everything.
Sure.
All right, what's the next one, Bram? What else are you sitting on that I've said that has upset you? I'm willing to go down the list.
It's hold on. That a nice trying to make it sound like I'm being a little bitch. That was a cute phrasing. No, that's it for now.
You sure?
Well, damn. If I have Wicked Supreme here to review,
yeah.
Well, we could talk about the Bob 7 stuff. I thought that was kind of funny.
Yeah, we should. That's old, but we can definitely go through that. That's a big one. People are still upset about that.
So, did you follow any of the Bob 7 drama at Wicked Supreme?
A little bit. We were listening to you reading the manifesto. I was driving them home.
Oh, gotcha. So something that upset me was that one of my claims was that Bob 7 was kind of like manipulating people's opinions behind the scenes, like telling lies, doing weird things to get people to believe certain things about me or Melina that I really didn't like. And Booksmarts said that technically I was manipulating people too by telling them like what I thought was going on. And I felt like calling me a manipulator was a little bit not accurate there, but his defense was that like, well, you were trying to convince people, you know, that what you were saying was true, so that is manipulation.
And is there more beyond the manipulation thing? Because I don't know if you remember, we had a conversation about that in the past.
No, that was the main thing that I was remembering.
Okay. Do you remember the conversation that we had about the manipulation thing in the past?
I don't remember. Refresh me.
Okay. It basically ended like these sorts of things, like the last 2 points. Like, okay, yeah, the way that people are going to interpret this, the equivocation, I think, was the main problem there. That there was an equivocation between Bob's behavior and yours. That like the lies and other specific things that Bob is doing to influence the opinions of these people is different than the means that you're using.
Yeah, but the equivocation was happening because you were using manipulate to describe both. That's what I thought.
Right. And manipulate is a charged word, and that's why it shouldn't be applied to both of you, and that there are better words that we could use to describe what you were doing. If that tracks.
Something like that.
Influencing.
Sure.
Okay. Is there any actual disagreement? I'm actually kind of like, I'm curious about the actual action. we're couching everything in this fucking like hyper fucking careful language. Can we just talk about the actual actions and what happened? Because I remember you guys had a disagreement, and I remember like
the main disagreement stemmed on that, like, is trying to convince somebody of something manipulating. And I thought that was just that's not how anybody uses the word manipulate. Manipulate implies some level of dishonesty. So what he was saying was that, let's say somebody tells somebody else, like, hey, your father hates you, he raped you as a kid, like, and all that. And he made all that up. That was just fake. I was like, that guy's trying to manipulate you against your father. But what Booksmarts would say is that if I were to come and say, like, hey, your father was a good man, like, he didn't do any of that. That's not true. And that's all true. I'm manipulating them as well. That's what Booksmart is saying. It's all manipulation. Anytime you try to convince somebody of somebody, it's manipulation.
Well, not even the mega brains of Vosh and Bostia could get to the bottom of that caper.
Not even what?
Is. You remember Vosh and Bostia had like the Coconut Island debate. It came down to they couldn't define what manipulation was, where the line was.
Yeah. And like from my perspective, like this kind of, you have an outcome that you would like to push people towards, or a narrative that you would like them to fit into. That is worrisome for me when you're trying to like guide them along in a conversation in private.
But that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I don't know if you even believe what you just said.
Wait,
like it's worrisome that you try to guide somebody. Like, are you worried about what your behavior has been like during this conversation because you're trying to guide us around something you believe? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Everybody's always trying to, of course, convince people of what they think is true. Like, how is that worrisome? And anytime we communicate with somebody, we're trying to convince them of something.
It was with that thing in particular. Like, this is out in the public. People can make their determination, whatever. To my understanding, we didn't get a leaked, like, full conversation with your part in it of those girls' things, right? Of the talk that you had with those girls.
Yeah, but your original point was just that even if everything I was saying was true, you were worried that, or you were just saying that me trying to say that something is true, even if it was true, is still manipulation. Just like somebody lying and trying to convince somebody else something that's not true is true. Does that make sense?
Can you repeat that one more time?
If two people are trying to convince somebody that something is true, and one person is lying and one person is being honest, both of them are engaging in worrisome behavior. They're both being manipulators.
No, I don't think that's fair.
Okay, but that was what our whole argument was about.
Okay, if I recall, I actually think it had more to do with, like, I remember there being something along the lines of you were sort of providing, Destiny were providing the semblance that you were just sort of reacting to things passively and choosing not to get involved until you had been dragged into it or your life or something. And I think Booksmarts was trying to make the case that maybe you were sort of acting behind the scenes and pulling the strings a little bit. You were suspicious about some things and you were sort of like influencing people's behavior and like.
Oh, I guess you could be worried about that, but nobody ever provided evidence of that happening ever. And I mean, I thought I provided. There was what?
There was like this simultaneous thing where you're like, well, I was a very passive member of this, and it wasn't until it fell into my lap that I even dealt with it. But at the same time, there are very clear things you're doing, like asking Melina to do things to see who's lying, and telling people that, like, hey, depending on how this person responds, either I'm lying or they're lying. Like there was an active role that I felt was being like,
yeah, but that active role happened. First of all, it wasn't minimized. I went over it in painstaking detail. The only reason you know about that is because I made all of those conversations public. Number one, and number two. That only happened after shit hit the fan. It's not like I was doing this like years in advance, right? And then number three, in terms of like me hearing things, like everybody, it's not. Yeah, I don't understand where that characterization can come from at all.
It's an incongruence because at times you're saying you're minimizing your involvement, but at other times, yes, you are being transparent about like what you're talking with people about.
Hold on,
That's what I was highlighting for people.
There's zero incongruence here.
Okay. I don't know.
No. You hold on. No.
I feel like.
Wait. Hold on.
Sometimes he's saying like, oh, this just fell into my lap. I'm a very passive member of this. And on the other, he's explaining these like specific tests that he's putting people through to like check things. And I thought there was an incongruence between these two things.
It's okay. Okay. Are you familiar with the concept of time, like the passage of time? Like events happen in an order, right? And that can't be mixed up, right? You understand that cause and effect, right?
Before we go on this...
No, not before. Okay. I just want to make sure that you understand that, right? So what I said, and I'm going to say it, I think for the third time now, what I said was that, and I think you even said this, I was incredibly passive about everything until shit hit the fan and it got weird. That's what I said. So there was a whole bunch of Melina, Bob, Bose, Eris, Peach, all being friends and doing stuff that I didn't do anything about. It wasn't until one inciting moment happened when shit got really weird that I started taking a more active role in things. That's what I've said a million times. So when you keep saying, well, there was an incongruence because you said you had a passive role, but then you said you had an active role, and that's weird. No, I said that I had a passive role until I had an active role when a really, really, really weird thing happened. That's what I've never, ever, ever said a different thing ever. Never said anything different. There is no incongruence there. That's exactly what I've said the entire time. I've maintained that same story the entire time. I leaked a whole bunch of shit that maintains that the entire time. What is incongruent about that?
I would have to go back to our whole VOD and look through it, bruh, to find this. Jesus Christ.
That's what I was gonna say. Without a clear timeline, it's like hard as fuck to litigate this.
Okay. Well, I mean, like, if for people that remember anything, Bob and Melina and Bose and Eris and Peach and all these other people were friends for a long time until a really weird thing happened, I think, with Bose. And then I think I communicated with Bose when I started to realize stuff was getting weird. I communicated like, hey, here are some feelings that I have about this. I don't know what this is. I let her know that. And then there were no more interventions or anything that I did, I think, for months until some big calls started happening. That's what I remember happening. People can go back and read through the manifest. I don't think anything else was ever leaked or released or anything like that ever happened. I don't think anything that was ever released or leaked had any contradiction of anything I said there. If anybody feels otherwise or whatever, like, I don't think there was any evidence that I was doing anything weird behind the scenes or manipulating or blah, blah, blah. But, you know, if it did, then I'd be interested to see it.
No, and I don't think there's anything prior to that initial involvement when you notice that these people, like,
yeah,
are
so then what is incongruent then?
Again, this is what I'm saying. I'd have to go look back at what exactly I'm responding to when we're talking about this in the VOD. Like, when these comments come up, what is it that happens before? That's what I'd like to focus on. And there was also railing against Bob Seven's efforts, both like during this and after this, to like talk with those girls and stuff. And what he's saying in those conversations, I think, is problematic. But the reaching out to them and trying to like get some hold of this narrative, I think, is something that is similar between the both of you. And I think that off the top of my head, that is part of where this statement is coming from. But I'd have to like look at the VOD to know this for sure.
To be clear, because you're saying that and you're totally wrong, right? The difference between me and him was that I was reaching out to get people's full stories on what happened, which is what I provided. Nothing was contraindicative of that. But he was reaching out to people to try to get them to silence stuff from coming out. When he started messaging Ophelia and she started tweeting, and when Casey, they were saying, "Oh, I don't consent to anything I said being shared. I don't consent to anything. I need copies of everything that I didn't consent to any of that." That was the difference. To try to say that we were behaving similarly there is absolutely absurd. I never silenced it. I never said you're not allowed to talk or you're not allowed. I never said that to anybody about anything ever. Anybody can come out with whatever story they want. I never reached to the people that Bob was talking to try to like, oh, like, you can't talk to Bob Seven. You can't release it. I never said that to anybody ever. So, like, again, it's like this really superficial thing of like, well, you were both talking to people, so I think that was really worrisome behavior. Like, that's just really strange to me.
I don't think it's super useful for us to be able to talk about this, especially if Booksmarts is like, I don't even remember what my
I think he does remember. I think it's a pattern of the same type of behavior. But I mean,
no,
like,
I didn't. Fuck you.
I mean, it is. It's like all the same shit. Like, how many times did like the same oops happens? Like, oops, I accidentally.
No, but hold on. Can I say like
this one? We can't even comfortably say if that's even the case. Like,
that's what it felt like at the time. I feel like I'm still collecting more data, but
like what. One thing, and my editor just sent me a message about this that like is what I wanted to do on this stream, but I haven't had the opportunity to. Is like,
oh, go for it.
All of I feel like every time I talk with you, I'm compelled to come on because there's been some kind of like information said about me that is not true, or we have some kind of beef that I need to like solve because like I know that. Like when people hear this stuff, they're gonna think really negatively, or they're gonna think that I hate.
That's not true.
Hold on.
Okay.
So they're gonna think that I hate you. They're gonna think that I'm like totally against you. That I pray for your downfall. All this stuff. And what's not shown is like all the positive things that are said about you on my stream. All the positive things about your moderation team, their moderation efforts, about the positive.
You literally told Haas that like I haven't had a good stream in like 3 years.
Yeah, you haven't had an Wait, no, not 3 years. Fuck off. See,
it might have been 2 years.
Kind of shit.
It might have been. You might have said couple years. It might have been 2 years.
I don't even know if it was that, bruh.
Do we want the clip?
You just said 3, and that was complete bullshit. So
okay, wait, hold on. Wait. Let's get a clip analysis in. Can somebody link the clip in chat, and we can find out how many years it was? I thought I heard you initially say 2 years, and then you asked Haas what good stuff has happened in the past 3 months. Sure, let's get the clip. Let's get the clip analysis. My recollection is initially you said that like he hasn't done anything funny in a couple years, and then I think you asked Haas for an example of something good from the last 3 months. Or Hans. But let's hear it.
Okay, wait.
Yeah.
Was it Haas or Hans?
Hans. It was Hans.
Hans. Somebody fucking like typed Haas in my Discord when characterizing this. It's the only thing I know about it. I was like, Booksmart was talking to Haas and like dogging Destiny? Okay, this is a much better situation than I had in my head.
It was Hans. Let's
Christ almighty.
Okay, wait. We're waiting for the linkers.
I don't think I said 2 years because I've liked some I've liked a bunch of stuff in 2 years. I don't think I said 2 years.
Okay, maybe Hans said 2 years and you said a few months. Maybe that was the case. Let's check. Hold on.
I believe Hans said a few months if I remember right. I think Hans said that he's been like busy with life or something in the last few months.
Okay, well, we're waiting for. Might be on my subreddit. Hold on.
And it's about what's entertaining as well, if I remember correctly. But I'm sure we'll watch the clip right now.
Where are the linkers at?
Was this like a clip that you saw? Or like how did you initially come across this?
Yeah, it was about you having some chat with Hans.
But like, did they clip it to you or did they like type something in chat to you?
It was, I think, clipped.
Okay.
Dramathon, Destiny V World. Hold on.
Because I think we found a problem there, Hans. Because when I think about content, I have so many infinite possibilities that I find to be like really, really interesting that I could listen to. And it was upon that realization that I just stopped watching like most of the Destiny stuff unless it's like for my stream. Because Destiny content, I feel like on the whole, especially in the last like couple of years, it's not good. We don't have like super good.
Okay, so the first thing you said is Destiny's content on the whole over the last couple of years is not good. That was the first thing.
Okay. Debates, like
oh shit, you're going harder than I was just saying I was a little bored right now. Like, so you this is like a serious thing. You don't like watching him?
I can't remember. Like in the last 3 months, what are
and then you asked him specifically in the last 3 months, what are some things that you thought were good? So initially you said over the last couple of years.
Jesus. Okay. Well, obviously I'm gonna walk that back quicker than Vosh, dude. Yeah, because I've covered shit that. Oh my goodness. Okay,
well, I don't know. Maybe you're thinking. Well, what do you think, Wicked Supreme? You're the third party brought in here. You were the one requested, by the way, by Booksmarts.
Well, when people get the idea that you're an anti-fan, do you see how this sort of pretty much fucking seals that narrative?
I'm gonna have to go on a DGG redemption arc, bro. I'm gonna have to suck the teeth.
I think it's like, just tell us how you're feeling, man. Like, what led you to say that?
I haven't found like the stuff in the last few months interesting. Just before this, we were looking at the channel. I'm like, damn, all of this shit has been about like this ban thing. Like, I can't remember the last like Destiny debate that I really like enjoyed watching. But that
what about
might
the
come
Fuentes
down to, like,
fucking Russia-Ukraine one?
I haven't even seen the Fuentes Russia-Ukraine one.
Okay.
It hasn't been recommended to me to do on the stream, and that might be another factor in and of itself that we talked about at the beginning. Is like having to watch these on stream and do this line by line shit is often like not enjoyable. So that might be a part of it. But no, I haven't seen an interesting one. I think for a little bit, like, but some of the reviews I did were interesting. Like I thought the BX Bullet one was funny, even if it's like crazy and psychotic. That one was funny. The Wolf one was sad, but it was like interesting to work through, I think.
Okay.
Listen, I'm just gonna say, like, the impression that I get, I told you about a thing that I heard Destiny say some time ago, just like a comment in passing about all the like lefties that stole the fucking DGG source code or whatever. And somebody mentioned how you Booksmarts were like paying for your own website, and Destiny was like, fucking what? That's like one person that I would actually, you know, like want using my source code. And the impression that I got from that is that you're somebody that has been in like Destiny's life that he can, you know, at some point reasonably trust not to backstab him, or that he considered a friend to some degree or something like that. And like, just looking at all the stuff that we've talked about today, it seems like you have a tendency to be a little too comfortable being like really, I know this word gets thrown around a lot, but like really unfair and really uncharitable to like somebody who's helped you out a lot. And that's the impression that I get, is that it seems like the degree that Destiny's like helped you out and stuff should have given you pause to try to understand things from his perspective a little more, or not be so trigger happy to like say negative or mean things about him absent the information, like saying things like he hasn't had a good well, I'm sorry, can you repeat the quote, Destiny?
I think the content has been bad for the past couple of years, like paraphrasing.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, and it sounds like you don't even agree with that now, but you were happy to say it at the time on the stream. Like, what drove that? Just like fucking harness your inner Mr. Girl.
He's
and
farming
just
the dono so he can go AFK again for a month.
Most of his viewers are from your community, so I truly don't think it's the case that he's just saying negative things about you to fucking farm money, because I don't think his audience is comprised of people that want to hear that.
No, I don't think I get donos that are like, yeah, fuck this Destiny guy necessarily. I think that hurts me more than it helps me, quite frankly. People say that it's so that you see a clip so that I come on here, but like I haven't been on here in like a while, and I only come on here when it's about like something that's like specifically related to me. I feel like today I came on here mostly because of the thing about like why I'm not on stream all the time. And the other thing is kind of just like, hey, if you want to talk about this, we can, because I understand why this might be upsetting. But no, that's not the motivation behind these. I got frustrated by people like constantly doing whataboutisms for him in my chat, like every single time we have any criticism for Steven, and it causes like the same kind of move to the other direction that we have for like people like Dima Mama. Like, okay, if all of you hate this person, I feel like I have to go out of my way to like help this person. Or if all of you are going to be like uber supportive of this guy and like overlook any problems with him, like I'm gonna take the opportunity to highlight what I think are problems with this person. So I feel like the same problems I've had covering other people in the past, it's like the same thing here. Like if everybody's going to be super duper supportive of this guy, and I'm going to be the person who's not like circle jerking Steven, then I'm going to try to like find, okay, well, what are problems that people could have with this? And that's
okay. I love
like,
this explanation. I think it's super cute, but I view it all as like a game. I don't think any of this is real, because I don't think any of this behavior like explains like any of the earlier stuff. I think the earlier stuff is like ultra uncharitable, like anti-jugger stuff. That's just what it feels like. But I mean, maybe I'm wrong.
But like what we don't look at is like, what was the whole takeaway from like the Bob 7 thing? The whole takeaway from the Bob 7 thing is you're in the right. What was the whole takeaway from something like the BX Split thing? The whole takeaway is that you're in the right. Like, what is the whole takeaway from the Richard Wolf thing that you won?
Yeah,
the
sure.
debate?
Because I think that I think in people's mind,
conclusions.
yeah, I think in people's mind, I think they kind of want to have their cake and eat it too. And like, obviously, I'm right because I'm Destiny. I'm always right. But like, how could we like maximize our airtime for attacks while also like maintaining the correct side? Like, yeah, I think he's right here, but like, here's like all of these good hits we can get in because we're like on our boogie board, riding the jerk wave high.
Okay, listen. As a third-party observer, I watch Booksmart streams, and I've seen like how upset that he gets over people. Like anytime he's covering your content, if he does have a piece of criticism towards you, and even one that's not like terribly acerbic or like assassinating your character, and maybe even poignant and relevant and accurate. Or whatever.
Shit! I need to say also I need to leave in like 2 minutes because I've just gone to dinner. Sorry, but go ahead.
Okay. So he has to deal with waves and waves and waves of people that are coming to defend you because that's how it works.
Sure. Yeah, of course, I understand. Yeah, of course.
So like I've seen him get genuinely really frustrated and like really fucking exasperated, dealing with people like
dick riders,
taking bullet after bullet after bullet for you. So does that give you any pause to sort of like consider that maybe when you see these really condemning clips that it's all that being bottled up and he's just trying to like hit those people crosswise, rhetorically or something like that? Does that plant any seed of doubt in your mind that he's not just trying to like destroy your character for his own benefit, which again, based on his audience, I don't even think that benefits Booksmarts.
Maybe, who knows? I'll think about it. I'll think on it. Okay.
No. And like yesterday, like another huge thing that we talked about is like everybody pretends like they absolutely need you to like succeed on this platform. And it's about encouraging people to think beyond this dynamic of like DGG is the end all be all of everything. There's plenty of like bigger streamers than yourself that you could try and make content with. There's plenty of things you could do outside of the political meta to try and like make a name for yourself. Like I think oftentimes everything is framed in terms of Destiny, and that's something that's kind of frustrating and uncreative, and I think it's like hurting people, and so it's, I don't know, that there's a lot of like reasons to be one of the only people that's going to offer an alternative to that, and that's one thing that I like doing, even if it gets me in trouble with you. And my hope is that you understand that like these positives outweigh the negatives, but you don't watch my streams, and so you have no idea. And the idea that you think that I hate you, or that like I hope for your demise, or any of these other things, like that's sad, because like Supreme probably knows more than most people that like I think that you're important, and I think that I am super grateful to you for the help that you've given me, and all this other stuff. Like all that's there, and all that is expressed in the stream as well. It's just that, you know, what's going to surface are these individual clips, and anytime they come up, and anytime you push me into a corner on these, I'll concede on them. I'm not going to like hold on to something that like, okay, yeah, that is going to have a negative impact on you, but the sum of what DGG sees is just like constantly, oh, Booksmarts is wrong about everything, or Booksmarts is always out to get Steven. And that's not the case when you watch the streams, and that's frustrating to deal with. But that's what I would say to like close this out.
Okay, sure. Yeah, it's
Well,
possible.
before the door closes completely, sorry, just like 20 seconds to wrap this shit up. Fucking all that stuff about you know, being one person that's willing to sort of want to look beyond the scope, or all these things that are frustrating you or whatever. I think you would agree that none of this is an excuse to make attacks that are not accurate or not reasonable or not fair to Steven, right?
Yes.
Okay, so to that end, it sounds like maybe you should like apologize for that stuff.
No, I don't care. I mean, as long as it doesn't happen in the future, it's all. It is what it is. You know?
Then fuck it.
But okay, I love you guys. It's been fun.
All right, see you later.
It's been keep it real. Keeps it real, guys. Okay.
Send drunk fifth.
Okay, I'm sorry, Steven.
You're good. All right. I'll look at you later. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Jeez. Wait, Mr. Mooten was here? Oh my god! When did he go to fucking wherever the fuck they live? Okay, I love you guys. It's been fun. Fuck. I told my parents I'd go eat with them tonight, so. Guys, we'll try weapon swapping. We might be at the vigor point for this game, okay? Because I don't think I want to play this game for like 5 more fucking weeks. Wait, did that just say issue found? Hopefully not. Well, here you go. Here's your premiere. We're going to cappuccino, pappuccino, hoppuccino, moppuccino, cappuccino, cappuccino, my deuterinos. I will catch you guys